It's manageable, Lin Yuan nodded, with the guidance of fusion rules and his against heaven's understanding. Lin Yuan's comprehension of the life and death samsara rule had advanced rapidly. To say it progressed by leaps and bounds each day was not an exaggeration. This meeting with the Supreme Being is for a matter. Lin Yuan hesitated before speaking up. Oh, what matter? The expression of Sha Qin's Supreme Being remained unchanged, but he was quite pleased internally. He was not afraid of Lin Yuan asking him for favors, only that Lin Yuan would have no requests at all. I heard that the resurrection date will be moved up, Lin Yuan inquired. Yes, the next resurrection time will be set for a year from now. Sha Qin's Supreme Being nodded. When the resurrection list was full, naturally, the sooner the resurrection, the better. For ultimate beings, going against the flow required a cost, which was already set here. Resurrecting one life or tens of thousands, the cost of traversing upstream was the same. The backlash that follows would depend on the strength and number of lives resurrected. I have a good friend who has just entered 6th rank, not included in this resurrection list, Lin Yuan spoke up. To get on the resurrection list, there were 2 ways. One was to have an extremely astonishing natural talent and capability. Such an evolver, if they met an untimely demise, would be listed for resurrection by the goddess of wisdom. The second was for evolvers who fell on the battlefield. Every evolver who went to battle did so for humanity. Those killed by different species were typically resurrected by their own supreme beings. Of course, whether the first or the second, the resurrected evolvers had to bear part of the cost. But compared to living once more, this cost was naturally negligible. Do you wish for me to also resurrect your friend by any chance? Sha Qin's Supreme Being asked. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Fang Qing had previously lost his spirit will to Tuoba ancient god due to the ancient god's evolution path, threatening Lin Yuan with it. Lin Yuan naturally did not succumb to threats. He took action first, preemptively cursed killing that trace of Fang Qing's spirit will. This act might seem ruthless, but it was Fang Qing's best chance to survive. If Lin Yuan didn't act and let Tuoba ancient god replace the experience, Fang Qing's memories would be contaminated, rendering him unable to be resurrected. However, given Fang Qing's talent and ability, he had not yet met the prerequisites for resurrection. Thus, he was not on the Supreme Being's resurrection list, necessitating Lin Yuan to personally plead for mercy. A small matter. Just send me the resurrection candidate's citizenship number later, Sha Qin's Supreme Being said nonchalantly. For an ultimate being, what was resurrecting a 6th rank evolver who had just entered the ranks? Especially since it was done along with a large batch of evolvers. Thanks, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with some solemnity. To the Supreme Being, what seemed a trivial favor was an unimaginable scenario for those below the ultimate. A year later, Shayu Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan stood alongside numerous 10th rank evolvers and 11th rank evolvers. Every time a Supreme Being personally performed a resurrection, many higher rank evolvers would watch nearby. Such an event that involved the workings of the space-time rule and the rule of time had considerable stimulating effects for any evolver who comprehended these rules. Galaxy Master, this must be your first time seeing a Supreme Being perform a resurrection, right? Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, asked Lin Yuan in a low voice, standing beside him. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Based on the rate of evolver casualties on the battlefield of human civilization, it typically took between 10,000 to 50,000 years to accumulate enough for the resurrection list. This meant the Supreme Being would perform a resurrection once every 10,000 to 50,000 years. Then you better watch closely, Nolan the Vice Tower Master quickly said. The Supreme Being going against the flow will cause some manifestation of the river of time. Watching carefully will benefit your comprehension of the rule of time. Understood, Lin Yuan immediately replied. In fact, not to mention a portion of the river of time becoming apparent. Lin Yuan had even seen the entire scope of the river of time before. Of course, he naturally would not share this with Nolan, the Vice Tower Master. Soon, under the gaze of all evolvers present, Sha Qin's Supreme Being's figure silently appeared. Although not emitting any aura, just by standing there, Lin Yuan felt the cosmic rulings of the cosmic starry sky making way. The Supreme Being possessed an inner universe, containing many complete rules, his life essence transcending the main cosmic starry sky. The Supreme Being. Lin Yuan was witnessing a supreme being's true body within the cosmos for the first time. Previously, although Lin Yuan had been taken out of the river of time by the supreme being, at that time, he was merely a strand of spirit will. Its beginning, Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, suddenly said in a low voice. He had experienced many of the supreme being's resurrection scenes and knew much about it. As soon as Nolan, the Vice Tower Master's words fell, intense space-time fluctuations surged forward. A spectacular imaginary long river manifested in front of Sha Qin's supreme being. Lin Yuan also felt tremendous fluctuations of the rule of time, though not as intense as the time he had surveyed the entire site of the river of time. But still far stronger than normal studies of the rule of time. Meanwhile, Sha Qin's supreme being continued to traverse upstream along the river of time, arriving at specific temporal nodes and then extending his vast hands, scooping out amber-like figures from the ephemeral river. With each extension of his hands, thousands of amber-like figures were scooped out, while at the same time, the invisible backlash from the universe and the river of time began to descend on Sha Qin's supreme being. But he blocked them all. Unless resurrecting a large number of 11th rank powerhouses or particularly exceptional beings among the 11th rank powerhouses. Such backlash was unlikely to affect the supreme being. The river of time, besides the ultimate beings. All things, all spirits, exist within the river of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although life below 12th rank resided within the river of time. Depending on the strength and status of the life forms, their size within the river of time also varied. When Lin Yuan initially comprehended the rule of time as a 9th rank evolver, his form within the river of time was as minute as a meson. But now I have been at 10th rank for some time. I wonder to what extent my form in the river of time has reached? With this thought, Lin Yuan began to feel the true river of time and his own form deep within it. The river of time flowed magnificently. From the distant past, it flowed toward the endless future. In the river of time, 10th rank beings barely counted as small fish and shrimp. They were only slightly better than intermediates. Beings of the 11th rank could be considered big fish. Some especially unique existences within the 11th rank exhibited forms in the river of time that could be described as colossal, covering a substantial part of the riverbed. Am I also considered a big fish now? Lin Yuan examined himself, though he was only at 10th rank life. But his foundation was so robust that, reflected within the river of time, he was fully comparable to those 11th rank lives. I wonder what my size will be like in the river of time when I step into the 11th rank, or even the peak of the 11th rank. Lin Yuan silently pondered. The forms of all beings reflected in the river depended solely on the essence of life. They were unaffected by external forces. While Lin Yuan was feeling the intense fluctuations of the rule of time and examining himself. The Sha Qin Supreme Being had already fished out all the evolvers on the resurrection list. These evolvers, upon returning to the present space-time, immediately started synchronizing their memories, stopping right before their deaths. The river of time was vast and endless. Even a mere tributary contained countless lives. Thus, for a supreme being to resurrect a certain strong being, it was essential to lock onto their life brand, which would act as a guiding mark. Without a life brand serving as a guiding mark, even a supreme being could not locate the life they wished to resurrect precisely within the vast river of time. Supreme beings may step out of the river of time, but that doesn't mean they control it. Where is this? Have I been resurrected? I remember fighting fiercely with a warrior from the prison tribe in the A076 battlefield and then suddenly dying. Countless evolvers who were fished out showed confusion in their eyes at first, followed by a swift realization. In human civilization, the fact that supreme beings had resurrection capabilities was no secret, especially among evolvers who were resurrected, who generally knew the possibility of their resurrection by a supreme being. Once the Sha Qin Supreme Being completed the resurrection tasks on the list, he glanced at the multitude of resurrected evolvers and then disappeared. Soon after, evolvers from the Sha Yu Evolution Tower stepped forward to guide these recently resurrected evolvers. A significant portion of the evolvers had died tens of thousands of years ago. They were unfamiliar with the current era and needed time to acclimate. I've been resurrected too. The resurrected evolvers were divided into different circles based on their strength. 6th rank evolvers had their circle, 7th rank evolvers theirs, 8th rank evolvers theirs, and 9th rank evolvers theirs. As a freshly promoted 6th rank evolver, Fang Qing naturally found himself within the circle of 6th rank evolvers. Around him were other 6th rank evolvers who had been resurrected like him. I am an evolver of the ancient god evolution path. Logically, I shouldn't have been eligible for resurrection, Fang Qing pondered inwardly. Many of the other 6th rank evolvers around him were also familiar, all being geniuses who excelled across star domains. And himself? Although he had reached the 6th rank in a mere few hundred years. He had taken the ancient god's evolution path, which was essentially a shortcut. Compared to other normal evolution paths, the ancient god evolution path had no particular requirements for talent or understanding but only required one to be sufficiently similar to the corresponding ancient god. Human civilization didn't allocate substantial resources to evolvers on the ancient god evolution path, let alone include them in the resurrection slots. Thus, Fang Qing was perplexed as to why he had been resurrected. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Star-Lord. Fang Qing looked up, his spirit lifted, and respectfully spoke. Correct. How does it feel to be resurrected? Lin Yuan turned toward Fang Qing and asked. I don't know, I just felt like I was in a long dream, Fang Qing answered truthfully. Star-Lord, was I resurrected because? Fang Qing couldn't help but ask. I pleaded with the Supreme Being to put you on the resurrection list, Lin Yuan replied. The resurrection list isn't supposed to be modifiable. Fang Qing was secretly shocked. As far as he knew, each life on the resurrection list had been repeatedly judged by 3 goddesses. Finally, they were handed over to the Supreme Being for resurrection. During this period, no one was able to alter the judgment of the 3 goddesses, which was considered an iron law of human civilization. But Lin Yuan had forcefully added him to the resurrection list? Fang Qing didn't know that Lin Yuan had added him to the resurrection list without going through the 3 goddesses at all. Instead, he went directly to Sha Qin, the Supreme Being who led the resurrection. For him, resurrecting an additional 6th rank evolver was nothing more than a mere thought. It couldn't be simpler. Thank you, Star-Lord, Fang Qing took a deep breath. Although he didn't know by what means Lin Yuan had managed to get him on the resurrection list. It must have come at a great price, and his life was essentially given by Lin Yuan. No need to thank me now. Next, I will take action to cleanse the original traces of your physical body's evolution path. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Although Fang Qing had been resurrected, he still cultivated the ancient god evolution path. As long as Tuoba ancient god wished, he could still take away Fang Qing's spirit will at any time. What Lin Yuan intended to do was to completely erase the numerous traces of Fang Qing's cultivation of the ancient god evolution path. Only by doing so could he completely sever the connection with Tuoba ancient god. Please proceed, Star-Lord, Fang Qing said, showing no resistance. In his last memory, the evolution path he was cultivating had suddenly erupted, dragging his spirit will into an unknown region. Looking back, it must have been the influence of the ancient god evolution path. Swish. Under Lin Yuan's intervention, the traces of ancient god evolutionary path cultivation on Fang Qing's body were quickly erased. This was also because Fang Qing had just entered the 6th rank, and Lin Yuan, with his powerful strength, comparable to the usual 11th rank evolvers, could easily dispel the influence of the ancient god evolution path. In the depths of the cosmic starry skies, Tuoba ancient god's thoughts stirred as he looked in the direction of human civilization. The friend of the Galaxy Master has been resurrected, Tuoba ancient god thought silently. Just a moment ago, Tuoba ancient god had sensed the vital essence of that friend of the Galaxy Master. However, almost immediately, that vital essence disappeared, likely due to the erasure of the ancient god evolutionary path he was cultivating. Tuoba ancient god was not surprised by this at all. And he had no intention of interfering either. One reason was that it was very difficult to take action again in such a short span of time. Moreover, the human civilization's supreme being who had just resurrected the friend of the Galaxy Master was probably nearby. Even if he wanted to act, he could not evade the gaze of a supreme being. Secondly, it was meaningless. After experiencing the Galaxy Master directly cursing the spirit will of his friend, Tuoba ancient god realized that the Galaxy Master would not face any threats. What could he do if he obtained Fang Qing's spirit will again? It would only cause the Galaxy Master to curse again. If the cursing failed, the Galaxy Master would not submit, only causing the enmity of human civilization towards him to deepen further. The insect race has invited me to battlefield A098? Tuoba ancient god frowned slightly. As a unique life at the peak of the 11th tier, he often received invitations from alliances of peak clans to go and support them on a large alien battlefield. But generally, Tuoba ancient god would refuse such invitations. He was too lazy to meddle in the affairs between those peak clans. But now, having assured that he had offended the Galaxy Master, Tuoba ancient god began to prioritize his relations with other peak clans. Especially the insect race, humanity's sworn enemy. Being an enemy to human civilization himself, if he did not accommodate the insect race, his options for retreat in the future would become very limited. Fine, I'll go this time. Tuoba ancient god had made up his mind. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Rule of death. Rule of destruction. Great destruction rule? Lin Yuan had fused the rule of death and the rule of destruction, two pillar-level rules, to form the Great Destruction Rule. The Great Destruction Rule, a purely offensive rule, was even purer than the Life and Death Samsara Rule. It was also one of the powerhouse pillar-level fusion rules that could surpass the Life and Death Samsara Rule in killing power. Since breaking through to the 10th tier, Lin Yuan, besides contemplating the Life and Death Samsara Rule, had also been contemplating the fusion of other pillar-level rules. Now, the Great Destruction Rule was the result. Great Destruction Rule. One of the 12 Great Gates on the Black Planet corresponds to the Great Destruction Rule. Moved by this thought, the Taiyan primordial spirit of Lin Yuan immediately departed and descended onto the Black Planet. Great Destruction. Lin Yuan stood in front of the gate that symbolized the Great Destruction Rule. He then channeled the essence of the Great Destruction Rule and pushed open the gate, walking inside. Suddenly, he arrived at an altar similar to the path of the Life and Death Samsara Rule. "It's you again?" A surge of black mist emerged, forming into a man in a black robe. He glanced at Lin Yuan and shook his head slightly. "Senior." Lin Yuan immediately greeted the man in the black robe. "When will the test commence?" Lin Yuan went straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. "Test?" The man in the black robe fell silent. He could sense that Lin Yuan had probably just realized the Great Destruction Rule not long ago. But with the scene of the Life and Death Samsara Rule test before, the man in the black robe knew that the tests set by the Black Planet were basically non-existent in Lin Yuan's presence. "Forget it. You better go in." The man in the black robe didn't want to waste time either, raising his right hand and creating a black portal about 5 meters large. Instead of making Lin Yuan struggle again, shaking the interior of the Black Planet, it was better to let him go in quickly to meditate. Out of sight, out of mind. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yuan saw this and did not decline. He immediately conjured an incarnation and stepped into the black portal. It was a space only a few miles in area, however, it was filled with an endless aura of the Great Destruction Rule. Great Destruction. Lin Yuan carefully observed the fluctuations of the Great Destruction Rule. Under the empowerments of his against heaven's understanding, terrifying inspirations and spiritual lights continuously surged up to him. Just like that, Lin Yuan's two great incarnations rapidly comprehended the Life and Death Samsara Rule and the Great Destruction Rule. His original body and the Taiyang Divine Spirit and Taiyan Primordial Spirit were contemplating and cultivating other rules, secret techniques, and so on. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Black Planet. Life and Death Samsara Rule guiding space. The cycle of life and death rules seemed endless, as if without a conclusion. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, immersed in the comprehension, in comparison to directly fathoming the cosmic life and death rules. At this moment, the life and death rules continually intertwined and fused before him, giving Lin Yuan the impression of watching a standard answer. Every moment, his understanding of the life and death samsara rule was improving. The life rule, filled with endless vitality, and the death rule, permeated with boundless death energy, their fusion creates the life and death samsara rule, which essentially emphasizes the concept of reincarnation. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, and the same life and death rules intertwined and fused in his palm. Therefore, the life and death samsara rule needs to construct a stable cycle model, so that the life and death rules can freely transform and interweave. Lin Yuan attempted to analyze the life and death samsara rule using the human civilization rule model approach. Even the most basic 5 elements rule is interpreted differently by thousands of people. The fusion rules are even more so, with the slightest discrepancy between the 2 rules involved causing divergence in the final formed fusion rule. A stable, perfect cycle model. In front of Lin Yuan, the life and death rules kept altering, eventually forming an infrastructure resembling a dark vortex, subtly starting to influence time and space. Unaffected, Lin Yuan continued to delve deeper into his comprehension. Your comprehension is extraordinary, observing the fusion of life and death, and deriving the first stable cycle model. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, a thunderous noise in his mind, as the life and death samsara rule advanced to the second realm. Finally cultivated this fusion rule to the second realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The comprehension of the fusion rules was much harder than imagined, especially the transition from the first to the second realm. Who knows how many 10th rank grade A individuals dragged on to the life limit of 10th rank life without crossing the threshold. The previous Nolan, the Black Star Lord, and Master Lustrous were all like this. Although the latter is said to have a chance to step into the 11th rank, it is just a possibility, and it's more likely they won't cross it. Even Lin Yuan, upon initially comprehending the life and death samsara rule and feeling the vast breadth of life and death, thought it would take him 500 to 600 years to cultivate this fusion rule to the second realm. But now, merely 50 years had passed, and he had already cultivated it to the second realm. Theoretically, Lin Yuan can now use the second realm's life and death samsara rule to break through to the tier 11 level. The life and death samsara rule, at the level of the second realm, combined with the foundation of my physical soul's inner world, spirit will, mysterious yellow strike, among others. The ultimate power burst forth might reach the peak of the third realm, or even approach the power of the fourth realm's life and death samsara rule? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. When he initially grasped the life and death samsara rule, Lin Yuan, with the support of his many foundations, forcibly enhanced the samsara rule from the primary stage of the first realm to the second realm and even touched the threshold of the third realm. Now, with his understanding of the life and death samsara rule reaching the second realm, Lin Yuan felt his standard maximum attack should be close to the fourth realm. It should be known that the pillar-level fusion rules of the fourth realm, even among 11th rank life forms, are considered quite powerful. Theoretically, the fusion rules of the 7th and 8th realms are the domain of the supreme beings. Of course, the abilities of 11th rank life are far from limited to the fusion rules. However, this at least indicates that in one aspect, Lin Yuan has reached the normal standard of 11th rank life. He was no longer awkwardly at the threshold. The second realm's life and death samsara rule. Lin Yuan operated the already established cycle model, attempting to affect the surrounding balance of life and death. Boom! Within the guiding space, massive life and death rules continuously intertwined and coiled, and the shadow of a stable, colossal cycle model began to emerge. However, under the influence of Lin Yuan's constructed minor cycle model, a trivial part of the guiding space's major cycle model began to show faint turbulences. But they quickly returned to normal. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this. Inside the guiding space, the life and death samsara rule large model symbolizes the fourth realm's samsara rule. He was currently only at the second realm, so it was naturally difficult to cause an impact. His attempt was merely to gauge how far he was from the fourth realm. Outside the guiding space, the black-robed man's figure suddenly appeared. The balance of life and death within the space is being affected by an external force? The black-robed man's expression changed slightly. As the spirit of the altar and the spirit of the black planet, he was acutely aware of all the changes inside the guiding space. The balance of life and death within the life and death samsara rule guiding space can only be affected by those who also wield life and death samsara rules. Has that young fellow cultivated his life and death samsara rule to the second realm? The black-robed man immediately surmised the cause. Second realm? How long has it been? The black-robed man was dumbfounded. He didn't consider the second realm's life and death samsara rule that impressive, as it was just the threshold standard for 11th rank life. Yet what shocked the black-robed man was that 50 years ago, Lin Yuan's understanding of the life and death samsara rule was only at an introductory level. And now, only 50 years had passed, and it had soared to the second realm? There has been no change in the flow of time. The black-robed man confirmed that Lin Yuan's comprehension time did not deviate from the main time flow. With only the guiding space, there couldn't possibly be such a significant effect. The black-robed man's expression grew serious. The essence of the life and death samsara rule within the guiding space manifested, making it slightly easier for the later generations to comprehend this type of fusion rules. Some bottlenecks that had trapped evolvers for 10,000 years could now be broken in 7 to 8,000 years. It just became a bit easier. Not that the difficulty was directly reduced to zero. Even so, such guiding spaces made countless 10th rank lives fervent. At critical moments, being slightly easier constitutes a qualitative difference, not to mention a bit easier. For instance, discerning the pillar-level fusion rules of the second realm just a bit earlier could allow one to break through to 11th rank before their lifespan limit. This was not only the gap between 11th rank and 10th rank but also the difference between life and death. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan's performance caused the man in the black robe a bit of confusion. Because over the past 50 years, Lin Yuan had steadily understood other pillar-level fusion rules, sending out incarnations to comprehend them within the guiding spaces of other doors. That is to say, over a span of 50 years, the time Lin Yuan actually spent on the life and death samsara rule was, arguably, only a portion. Do the lives outside nowadays all disregard reason to such an extent? The man in the black robe stayed silent for a long time, suddenly harboring this thought in his mind. His memory was significantly lacking, but he vaguely remembered that Lin Yuan's speed of comprehension was exaggeratedly terrifying. Milky Way main star. I can now attempt to strive for tier 11, Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. The biggest threshold from 10th rank to 11th rank is to elevate a pillar-level rule to the second realm. In addition, there are other requirements regarding the physical soul, inner world, and so on, but with Lin Yuan's accumulated foundation, naturally all are satisfied. That is to say, if Lin Yuan wished to strive for 11th rank, he could step into the 11th rank. From just entering 10th rank to stepping into 11th rank, it only took 50 years. If this were to be spread, it would definitely drive a group of 10th rank lives insane, and even 11th rank lives would hardly believe it. The leap from 10th rank to 11th rank is a cross of a great realm, a leap in the essence of life. There exist 10th rank lives who have stayed at this realm for millions of years or even tens of millions of years. And you used just 50 years? Still, there's no rush. I currently only occupy 6 out of the 12 guiding spaces in the depths of the 12 gates on the dark planet. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, suppressing the urge to break through to 11th rank. The main reason is that there's no significant benefit. Currently, Lin Yuan is under no pressure. Human civilization is exceedingly strong, and he can certainly break through to 11th rank a bit later. Because once he breaks through to 11th rank, he won't be able to enter the remaining 6 gates on the dark planet. The Dark Life planet is a star of 10th rank heritage, allowing only 10th rank lives to enter. Neither 9th rank nor 11th rank may go in. Therefore, the most correct action for Lin Yuan is to discern all the fusion rules corresponding to the 12 gates on the dark planet and then send out incarnations into the guiding spaces. He should secure the slots for enlightenment first. As long as the incarnations occupy the guiding spaces, even if Lin Yuan breaks through to 11th rank, he won't be expelled. And at 10th rank, the more fusion rules one comprehends and the higher the level of cultivation of the fusion rules, the greater the benefit to oneself. From any perspective, there's no reason for Lin Yuan to rush into 11th rank desperately. Other peak 10th rank powerhouses, after elevating a pillar-level fusion rule to the second realm, would hesitate no more to strive for 11th rank. It's because their potential at 10th rank is already exhausted, and there's no point in delaying any longer. But Lin Yuan is different, he still has plenty of room for improvement. In 50 years, apart from the life and death samsara rule and the great destruction rule, I've also comprehended 4 other pillar-level rules, which correspond to the pillar-level rules of those 12 gates on the dark planet. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the pillar-level fusion rules are far more than just 12. However, knowing the effects of the guiding spaces behind the 12 gates of the dark planet, Lin Yuan naturally focused on those 12 pillar-level rules in his comprehension of the pillar-level fusion rules. The 6 pillar-level fusion rules I've discerned so far are the relatively simple ones, involving the fusion between 2 pillar rules. The remaining 6 pillar-level fusion rules are much more difficult, encompassing the fusion of 3, 4, or even 5 pillar rules. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Even within pillar-level fusion rules, there naturally exists a hierarchy. Leaving aside the inherent attributes of the pillar rules themselves, just the number of pillar rules involved in the fusion also absolutely determines the height of the final fusion rule. Incorporating space, life, and destruction as 3 pillar-level fusion rules naturally makes it stronger than just space and life pillar-level fusion rules. Take it slowly. I have plenty of time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 10th rank evolvers can easily live for hundreds of millions of years. He's hardly at that point yet. To fuse the time rule with the space rules, both being pillar-level fusion rules, Lin Yuan thought about his own attempts in the domain of space-time over the years. Though the rule of time is also a pillar-level rule, it reigns supreme over other pillar-level rules, aiming to fuse space-time. Up to now, Lin Yuan's progress in this area can be said to be slow. With the might of the rule of time, even fusing it with an ordinary rule would be much stronger than usual pillar-level fusion rules. Fusing space-time and then elevating the space-time rule to the 5th realm. That is one of the thresholds for 11th rank powerhouses to strive for the ultimate. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out. At his level, he was privy to information that was once incredibly secret, including intelligence on the 11th rank strive for the ultimate. The most crucial aspect of ultimate beings is to break free from the shackles of the river of time, which requires control over time and space. Of course, the more chaos rules one integrates, the greater the benefits, and understanding the legendary chaos rules could greatly benefit the pursuit of becoming an ultimate being. This chaos crystal. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly as he took out a gray crystal, in which numerous rules' essences were fused and scattered. If it were 10 times, 100 times larger, it might help me more than the Black Planet. The chaos crystal was too small, and the depth of the rules it contained was not profound. Of course, if the chaos crystal were 10 times, 100 times larger, Lin Yuan wouldn't have acquired it. In the 9 floors dark tower of Demon Jade Space, the chaos crystal was considered a 12-star rare treasure, and if it were 10 times, 100 times larger, it would definitely be categorized as a 12-star supreme treasure. Battlefield A098. The Taiyang Divine Spirit sat cross-legged beneath that eternal spatial rift that spanned thousands of miles. Lately, the insect race has been quite restless, inviting several Tier 11 special beings to join, probably to intensify the war. Though Lin Yuan had never left the area under that eternal spatial rift, his true body was very concerned about the intelligence on this large alien battlefield. After all, so far, he was quite satisfied with the rate at which he accumulated world-breaking origin force on this battlefield. If there were no other compelling reasons, Lin Yuan naturally would not be willing to leave. I now have nearly 500 strands of world-breaking origin force, most of which I've amassed here. Lin Yuan felt good. Nearly 500 strands of world-breaking origin force gave him a sense of wealth he had never felt before. I hope the increase in war intensity is not too great. Lin Yuan pondered for a while. The historical battles with the highest intensity of war had nearly devastated the large battlefields, with supreme beings themselves entering the fray. If it really came to that, Lin Yuan naturally would not have the time to peacefully accumulate world-breaking origin force here. Just 50 years ago, how did the supreme beings handle that aurora from beyond the universe? Lin Yuan suddenly thought. The power of that aurora reached an incredible level, effortlessly shattering a large alien battlefield. If it were not for the joint efforts of numerous ultimate beings, the impacts would have been even greater. The greater the power of the aurora, the more precious it proves to be, and for the supreme beings to intercept it was certainly a significant gain. Did the supreme beings create the eternal spatial rift and not repair it, perhaps for such a time? Lin Yuan looked contemplative. The eternal spatial rift contained extreme destructive power, which the main universe couldn't heal by its own regeneration capabilities. But if the supreme beings were willing, they could actively eradicate the destructive power within the eternal spatial rift. Once the power of destruction was gone, with the powerful healing abilities of the main universe, the rift could easily be repaired. Milky Way main star. After resting for a while, Lin Yuan resumed his cultivation. Great Destruction Rule. Wisps of destructive essence appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and in terms of pure killing power, the Great Destruction Rule surpassed even the Life and Death Samsara Rule. Of the 6 pillar-level fusion rules Lin Yuan currently controlled, the Life and Death Samsara Rule was the highest realm, having reached the 2nd realm. The Great Destruction Rule was next, only a hair away from the 2nd realm. Lin Yuan estimated that, whether sooner in a few days or later in a few months, he could elevate this fusion rule to the 2nd realm. At that time, Lin Yuan would have 2 fusion rules at the 2nd realm, which would significantly enhance his combat power. Great Destruction Rule. In the Great Destruction Rule guiding space of the Black Planet, Lin Yuan immersed himself in understanding the essence of the Great Destruction Rule. Simultaneously, while contemplating the Great Destruction Rule, Lin Yuan was also studying other fusion rules, borrowing insights from each, stimulating mutual understanding. Deep within the cosmic starry sky, in a twisted area of spacetime, more than a dozen majestic figures stood around, and in their center, a 100-mile-long, dazzling aurora quietly floated. This aurora, a rare 12-rank material, can be used as the main ingredient to forge an ultimate weapon. How shall we divide it now? A figure with a single horn on his forehead spoke. All present were supreme beings. 50 years ago, more than 10 supreme beings joined forces to intercept that aurora from beyond the universe. After 50 years of suppression, they finally removed the alien essence from the aurora. And now, it was time to divide this aurora. Actually, each supreme being at the scene wanted to monopolize this aurora. But doing so would inevitably provoke the other supreme beings to act. Under such circumstances, the more than 10 supreme beings who were wary of each other eventually proposed the relatively peaceful idea of dividing the aurora. There was no choice. At the level of supreme beings, there was no need to fight to the death over an external object. This aurora was indeed precious, classified as a supreme item among 12-rank materials, but before it was crafted into an ultimate weapon, it hardly enhanced the combat power of the supreme being's level. Battlefield A076 is one of the main battlefields of our human civilization, and it was pierced by this aurora, causing severe casualties among our evolvers. Among the dozen evolvers, human civilization's ancient power evolver spoke authoritatively. We humans require 1/5 of this aurora. 1/5? The other supreme beings looked displeased. Among the more than 10 supreme beings, 1/10 each wasn't enough, yet you take 1/5? Ancient power, isn't that too much? The first speaker, the single-horned supreme being, spoke. Too much? How do you account for the heavy losses suffered by our young humans? They are the elite of our human civilization, our future. The eyes of the ancient power supreme being narrowed. Without 1/5, I cannot persuade my people. No sooner had he finished speaking than another 8 supreme-level presences forcefully broke through the spatial barriers and aggressively entered the scene. How is it? Our human civilization only wants 1/5 of the aurora. That's not excessive. The ancient power supreme being spoke in a calm tone, yet within this twisted space-time, the breaths of 8 other supreme beings were unmistakably unmasked. The other 10 or more supreme beings glanced at each other. There were also ultimate beings standing behind them, but the combat power of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization was indeed difficult to deal with. Very well. The one-horned supreme being eventually compromised. There was no choice. If they didn't first satiate human civilization, the subsequent division would be impossible to complete. Search. The ancient power supreme being raised his hand and took 1/5 of the aurora. He then vanished from this space-time. As soon as the ancient power supreme being left, the breaths of the 8 human civilization supreme beings also rapidly receded. My Tianyu clan has also suffered heavy losses, began the clan Tianyu progenitor slowly, wanting to replicate the recent actions of human civilization and take a portion of the aurora first. Human civilization territory. The 9 supreme beings were rapidly exchanging thoughts through their spirit wills. Within this aurora segment, there is a profound presence of the causal curse killing power. Before it's refined into the ultimate weapon, it could be utilized to let those talented evolvers comprehend it for a while. Indeed, the causal rules, though not pillar-level rules, are the most mysterious and special. The more one comprehends the causal rules, the better, with no downsides. Then I will refine this segment of aurora first. The 9 supreme beings quickly determined the use for the aurora. It would be refined into the ultimate weapon. But before refining, they could allow some talented successors of human civilization to closely sense the essence of the aurora. Sha Qin Supreme Being's personal world. Sha Qin Supreme Being sat high on the throne, seemingly deep in thought. Not much later, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Supreme Being, Lin Yuan bowed slightly. The more he cultivated, the more Lin Yuan felt the greatness of the Supreme Beings. This greatness wasn't limited to strength. Their life essence, their heights, were beyond what any life within the river of time could look up to. Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and a smile appeared on his face. How has your cultivation been lately? Have you encountered any bottlenecks? Sha Qin Supreme Being was very concerned about Lin Yuan, as in his eyes, Lin Yuan was the evolver most likely to reach the ultimate in this era of human civilization. If human civilization could birth the 10th Supreme Being, the pressure they bore would naturally lessen considerably. It's going well. Lin Yuan nodded, more than just well. 50 years ago, Lin Yuan had only comprehended 2 pillar-level fusion rules. But now, Lin Yuan mastered up to 6 pillar-level fusion rules, among which the life and death samsara rule had even reached the 2nd realm, and the great destruction rule was also nearing the 2nd realm. Achievements unattainable by typical 10th rank evolvers over millions of years, Lin Yuan had achieved in just 50 years. Not to mention, beyond the fusion rules, Lin Yuan had made significant progress on space rules, the rule of time, and the profound yellow lineage's 3 Tao protecting secret techniques. Good to hear. Sha Qin Supreme Being did not probe further. The path of evolution is a very private matter. With Lin Yuan's talents and aptitudes, he had already forged his own path. If he intervened forcefully, it wouldn't be beneficial. What Sha Qin Supreme Being could do now was to resolve all of Lin Yuan's potential worries as much as possible. In some time, there will be an opportunity to comprehend that segment of Aurora essence. I will let you go, Sha Qin Supreme Being said directly. The essence of the Aurora? Is it the Aurora from the destruction of the large alien battlefield marked A076? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened and he immediately asked. Exactly, Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. There was no need to keep secrets about this matter. After negotiations with those different species Supreme Beings, our human civilization finally got 1/5 of the entire Aurora, Sha Qin Supreme Being briefly explained. Negotiations? 1/5? Lin Yuan blinked. Among peak clans, power was always supreme. Negotiations? What negotiation? And 1/5? According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, there were more than 10 Supreme Beings involved in blocking the Aurora initially. That doesn't yet count those who later wished to share in the spoils. Directly taking 1/5 for human civilization was utterly domineering. Supreme Being, where did this Aurora come from? Lin Yuan asked. He knew that the Aurora originated from beyond the eternal spatial rift, that is, within the chaos void. But exactly where, and why such an entity as the Aurora would form? Lin Yuan was not very clear. This Aurora, it likely comes from the Taiyuan relic. Sha Qin Supreme Being pondered for a moment before speaking. The Taiyuan relic? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Yes, currently within the detected scope of the Chaos Void, the Taiyuan relic is ranked among the 9 most dangerous places, Sha Qin Supreme Being said. Lin Yuan listened obediently. The matters Sha Qin Supreme Being spoke of, clearly, were no longer confined to within the universe. Is the Taiyuan relic very dangerous? Lin Yuan noticed that the Sha Qin Supreme Being described the Taiyuan relic as a perilous place. Naturally, it's extremely dangerous, the Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. Even for a 12th rank life, a moment of carelessness can lead to complete ruin within the Taiyuan relic, the Sha Qin Supreme Being explained. Moreover, the dangers of the Taiyuan relic are not limited to within the relic itself, but occasionally also involve the forbidden items that erupt from its depths. These forbidden items vary in influence, some strong and some weak, immeasurable in their impact. In the universe, a 12th rank life is invincible, at most severely wounded, the Sha Qin Supreme Being said with a sigh, but outside the universe, in the Chaos Void, even a 12th rank life can face death. Lin Yuan nodded. A couple of 100 years ago, that corpse of a Supreme Being that drifted in from beyond the universe made Lin Yuan realize that even Supreme Beings can die. A Supreme Being merely steps out of the river of time and is not bound by lifespan, but that does not mean they cannot die. Of course, the Chaos Void is dangerous, but it also holds opportunities. We, as 12th rank, wish to evolve further, to transform into a perfect time being. Such a chance exists only in the chaos void, albeit very slight, the Sha-Chin Supreme Being continued. Perfect time being? Lin Yuan's thoughts expanded. A 9th rank life is also known as a multi-spatial life. From a 9th to 11th rank, every step involves the evolution of multi-spatial life towards temporal life. Until reaching the 12th rank, a 12th rank ultimate is already barely considered a half-formed temporal life. They occupy the past and present, meandering on the shores of the river of time. Yet, even ultimate existences still aspire, and that is to transform into a perfect temporal life. Simply put, the goal of a 12th rank ultimate is to attempt to occupy the future. Only a life that occupies the past, present, and future simultaneously qualifies as a perfect time being. It is said that a perfect time being can see the infinite future at a glance and return to the ancient past. Theoretically, as long as a perfect time being so wishes, they could alter the course of history and shape the future into the vision they desire. However, thus far, Lin Yuan has not heard of any existing perfect time being. Even Xuanwang and the Moyu Tower Master do not qualify as perfect time beings. They are merely significantly stronger than most 12th rank ultimates. The Chaos Void holds great opportunities, but sadly, we, creatures of the universe, even at 12th rank, cannot leave, the Sha-Chin Supreme Being said, seemingly recalling something, and sighed. Unable to leave? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The eternal spatial rift is right there. Why can't they leave? The universe has a will, and beings like us at the 12th rank, who have absorbed so much cosmic energy, would inevitably face the universe's will, fighting fiercely to prevent us from escaping to the chaos void. Once we break free from the universe, the Sha-Chin Supreme Being explained. I see. Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Thus, if we wish to venture into the chaos void, we can only wait until this cosmic era ends and everything is destroyed. Only then might there be a chance. The Sha-Chin Supreme Being's voice wavered subtly. Obviously, the matter was not as simple as he had stated. The end of the cosmic era, the collapse of everything. Supreme beings only survive if they endure past it, fully freeing themselves from cosmic restrictions. If they do not endure, they naturally perish with the cosmos. However, after the destruction of the universe, there will be rebirth, a capability supreme beings do not possess. A supreme being, along with the universe, ends, and all their essence transforms into the most chaotic energy to support the birth of a new cosmic era. Typically, among 10 12th rank ultimates, at most only half can survive the end of a cosmic epic. Only those 12th rank ultimates who endure the end of a cosmic epic have the confidence to venture into the chaos void. Upon leaving Sha-Chin Supreme Being's personal world, Lin Yuan's mind slightly fluctuated. This time, from the mouth of Sha-Chin Supreme Being, he learned much higher-level information. Such as the 9 dangerous places of the chaos void? And the restrictions on supreme beings within the universe? All this is still too far from me. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then stopped thinking about it. He's currently only 10th rank, far from reaching 12th rank. And the end of the cosmic epic? According to Sha-Chin Supreme Being's estimation, from the birth of the universe to now, only 1/10 of a cosmic epic has passed. That means, until the end of the cosmic epic, there are still 9/10 of a cosmic epic remaining, which in years, is countless quintillions. Lin Yuan, thus far, has spent less than 200 years in the main universe. Meanwhile, outside the universe where Lin Yuan resided, amidst the grayish chaos void, a piece of white paper was rapidly moving in a certain direction. If one observed carefully, they would realize that this white paper seemed not to possess the concept of thickness, having only length and width. Within the white paper, fog swirled, subtly encompassing a vast world. This entire piece of white paper, akin to a scroll of painting, was graceful yet mysterious. Yet, what was strange, wherever the white paper passed, the space of the chaos void subtly began to collapse, rapidly losing the concept of spatial thickness, and even time became abnormally narrow, as if it suddenly reduced from 3 dimensions to 2. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, that white paper disappeared into the dense chaotic currents. Great destruction rule second realm achieved. Shortly after parting with the Sha-Chin Supreme Being, Lin Yuan had comprehended the great destruction rule to the second realm. Any 10th rank grade A powerhouse would be extremely thrilled once they realized a pillar grade fusion rules dual realm, wouldn't they? This meant that they could step into Tier 11. In the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, 11th rank life was the strongest below supreme beings. The strongest here refers to all aspects, not merely strength. For instance, mastering the rule of time. It's too tall in order for 10th rank life to fully understand the rule of time. It's an occurrence that hasn't happened too many times since the universe began. But for 11th rank life wanting to master the rule of time, although still very difficult, it is at least much easier than for 10th rank life. Once the rule of time is mastered, it means a significant extension of lifespan. By slowing down their own passage of time, 1 year for an 11th rank life could equal thousands or even tens of thousands of years for a 10th rank life. However, none of this had much significance for Lin Yuan. Rule of time? Lin Yuan had already mastered it at the 9th rank. And even without mastering it, Lin Yuan didn't care much about his own lifespan. How old was he now? The longevity that those ancient 11th rank lives yearned for, Lin Yuan now had in abundance. As for cultivating the Great Destruction Rule to the second realm, in truth, gaining an additional second realm fusion rule did not enhance Lin Yuan's strength as much as one might imagine. After all, Lin Yuan's current benchmark was against 11th rank powerhouses. With his current foundation and techniques, even without realizing any dual realm fusion rules, he could still be considered invincible at the 10th rank. And within the 11th rank, realizing one pillar grade fusion rules dual realm was just a slight breakthrough. Next, the remaining 4 pillar grade fusion rules will also be cultivated to the second realm, Lin Yuan thought to himself. And the third realm? Lin Yuan pondered. The most hopeful rule for advancing to the third realm was the life and death samsara rule. However, even with the black planet's guiding space to study, Lin Yuan estimated that reaching the third realm would take him between 100 to 200 years. As for the fourth realm, not yet at the third realm. Lin Yuan didn't know the extent to which he would have to go to reach the fourth realm, but it would not take more than 500 years at most. To cultivate from the first realm to the fourth realm, spending a little over 700 years is still acceptable, Lin Yuan mused, nodding slightly to himself. 700 years is a blink of an eye to a 10th rank evolver, but Lin Yuan could use that time to cultivate a pillar grade fusion rule to the fourth realm. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with that. Moreover, in those 700 years, Lin Yuan would have comprehended not just 1 but 6 pillar grade fusion rules. On top of that, new pillar grade fusion rules might be uncovered at any time, in addition to continual contemplation on the rules of time and space, among other things. Where do I stand in the hierarchy of 11th rank life with my current strength? Lin Yuan suddenly wondered. So far, the starry sky races had divided 11th rank life into 6 tiers. The first tier of 11th rank life had just entered tier 11. They had not yet mastered the rule of time. The second tier was 11th rank life that had mastered the rule of time. The third tier was those who had cultivated a certain pillar grade rule to the 5th realm. The fourth tier was those who had fused time and space to understand the spacetime rule. The 5th tier was those who had elevated the spacetime rule to the 5th realm. The 6th tier represented those who had reached the pinnacle in all aspects and could attempt the ultimate breakthrough at any time. Theoretically, an 11th rank life at the 5th tier has the capability to strive for the ultimate, but the chances are slim, which is why there's a 6th tier. Even for 11th rank life at the 6th tier, the probability of successfully making the ultimate breakthrough is very low. To become ultimate, to break free from the shackles of the river of time, to have infinite longevity, involves many aspects. Throughout history, many peak 11th rank lives favored by all sides ultimately failed in their attempt and vanished from existence. Therefore, the various clans came to a conclusion. Striving for the ultimate requires a certain luck. Without luck, no amount of preparation or sufficient foundation will help. Roughly the second tier, Lin Yuan compared and concluded, positioning his current strength at the second tier within tier 11. An 11th rank life at the third tier would have already cultivated a certain pillar grade fusion rule to the 5th realm, a level Lin Yuan couldn't reach in the short term. If I could cultivate all 12 pillar grade fusion rules within the black planet to the 4th realm, I should be comparable to an 11th rank life at the third tier. Lin Yuan thought to himself. 3rd tier 11th rank life requires at least one pillar grade fusion rule cultivated to the 5th realm. But 12 4th realm pillar grade fusion rules would incite a qualitative change from the quantitative buildup, especially considering that the next 6 pillar grade fusion rules are not your average pillar grade. They should be comparable to 1/5 realm pillar grade fusion rule. Of course, the gap between 10th rank life and 11th rank life is far more than just the comprehension of fusion rules. There are many other differences, such as the physical soul, spirit will, inner world, and so on. Normally, 11th rank life would have one more infusion of the cosmic origin source than 10th rank life, a gap as wide as a chasm. But Lin Yuan's reception of the chaos void origin infusion greatly bridged this gap, allowing him the possibility to be comparable to 11th rank life. Virtual world. Lin Yuan was chatting leisurely with Nolan, the Vice Tower Master. Battlefield A098 is expected to see a marked increase in the intensity of the war. The Goddess of Freedom has already started the summoning, asking me to send an avatar there. Nolan sighed. As an 11th rank evolver, each one of them was crucial, even on a large alien battlefield, where an 11th rank powerhouse was a suppressing force. As for a supreme being, unless they were truly provoked to wrath and other factors emerged, a supreme being would not enter the fray. Below the supreme beings, 11th rank was the strongest. Even for an evolver like Nolan who had just entered the 11th rank, they could influence the outcome of widespread regional wars. I've heard about this too. Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, Battlefield A098 was the very large alien battlefield where his Taiyang divine spirit resided. Some time ago, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed a change in the situation at the large alien battlefield and realized that a more intense war might be imminent. As long as the intensity of the war doesn't reach the level where a supreme being needs to step in, it shouldn't affect me much. On Battlefield A098, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged beneath an eternal spatial rift, using his understanding of space and time to hide, making it difficult for other 10th and 11th rank powerhouses to discover him. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's figure sat in the deeper spatial layers. Awe-inspiring vital energy circulated, and within 100 miles around him, a profound yellow-colored force field faintly spread. One of the 3 great defensive secret techniques of the profound yellow lineage, the Xuanwang physique. No matter the heritage, the most crucial aspect was surely survival. Only by living could there be hope. This was the case with the profound yellow lineage, where survival was ensured with the Xuanwang physique and spatial temporal steps. The 3rd layer. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and sighed softly. The Xuanwang physique is divided into 4 layers, with the 4th layer being the ultimate realm. A 12th rank life with a perfected Xuanwang physique was said to be unbreakable and immortal, easily able to withstand the devastations at the end of a cosmic epic. However, as he continued to practice, Lin Yuan became increasingly aware of the difficulty of this secret technique. The resources needed for cultivating the Xuanwang physique were indeed vast. Initially, Lin Yuan thought that with the abundant Xuanwang crystals inside the Xuanwang secret realm, along with the corpses and treasures of nearly 10,000 9th rank alien races, he could cultivate this technique to a deeper level. This was also what Lin Yuan deduced from the many pieces of information about this secret technique. But the result was that Lin Yuan had overlooked a crucial factor. That being, he was not like a normal 10th rank life. If it were an ordinary 10th rank life, with the vast resources of the secret realm, their cultivation needs could naturally be met. But Lin Yuan, before transcending to the 10th rank, his physical body was already hundreds of times stronger than others of his tier. After entering the 10th tier, having been infused with the chaos void origin, the disparity had reached a scale magnified by tens of thousands. And this was just the physical body. There were also the worlds inside his soul bodies. A normal powerhouse needs one set of resources to elevate their Xuanwang physique to the next layer. Lin Yuan needed hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of sets of resources. Though ultimately satisfied with his enhancements, the resources required were indeed numerous. And this was just Lin Yuan's original true body. His 2 primordial spirits were still on the sidelines. Since stepping into the 10th rank and discovering a surge in his resource needs, Lin Yuan had decisively halted his 2 primordial spirits from cultivating the Xuanwang physique secret technique. This kind of defensive secret technique should definitely be prioritized by the original body. As for the two primordial spirits, they had to be slightly wronged for the time being. On battlefield A098, Lin Yuan still sat beneath the eternal spatial rift, cultivating. In recent months, at least 100 more 11th-ranked powerhouses have appeared on the battlefield. Lin Yuan glanced at the distant region in between his cultivation sessions. The total visible 11th rank evolvers of the entire human civilization also didn't exceed 1,000. Now, just on one battlefield, there were over 100 11th rank, and that didn't include those 11th ranked powerhouses who were originally stationed there. And those who secretly came over, evading Lin Yuan's perception. Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan's eyes were deep, having heard about Tuoba Ancient God on this battlefield. Tuoba Ancient God was invited by the insect race to bolster their forces. Tuoba Ancient God was also the ancient god corresponding to the evolution path initially cultivated by Fang Cheng. Because of an issue involving Fang Cheng, Lin Yuan had quite a grievance with this ancient god. Since Lin Yuan became an evolver, Tuoba Ancient God was the first life form bold enough to openly extort him. According to the information Lin Yuan obtained about Tuoba Ancient God, this ancient god was a powerful 11th rank life of the 5th tier, ranking among the top ancient gods, audacious enough to disregard Sizong Ancient God and even aiming to reach the ultimate within 1,000,000 years. Sizong Ancient God once stated that Tuoba Ancient God only had a lifespan of 100 million years. But an 11th rank life's 100 million years lifespan isn't measured by the flow of time in the main world. With Tuoba Ancient God's manipulation of the flow of time, by the time of the main world's 100 billion years, he might still be alive. However, the fact that Tuoba Ancient God had the ambition to strive for the ultimate indicated that he might not continue to delay his time and barely cling to life. Indeed, many ancient special beings born at the creation of the universe had already lived long enough. Slowing down their own time flow rate to achieve an alternative form of immortality held little significance. Even if they survived era after era, could that make them achieve the ultimate? Yet, every 11th rank life's viewpoint differed. Some 11th rank lives believed that in the distant future, there lay the hope of becoming the ultimate, while others thought that since they must die sooner or later, they might as well strive for the ultimate as soon as possible. Of course, those with the latter belief tend to be solitary and special beings. If there are ties of kinship, it is definitely best to live as long as possible to protect the clan for a longer time. Tuoba Ancient God, with no relatives or friends, is a unique being in the cosmic starry skies, which is why he dared to make such a bold request to Lin Yuan. My current strength is far from being a match for Tuoba Ancient God. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Tuoba Ancient God was of the 5th tier of 11th rank, while Lin Yuan was currently only comparable to a 2nd tier 11th rank, with no comparability in strength between them. The 6 tiers of 11th rank life each have a massive gap in strength. Give me another 1,000 years. Lin Yuan bore a killing intent towards Tuoba Ancient God, but also knew it was not realistic. Just based on his rate of growth, he estimated it would be possible in another 1 or 2,000 years. Of course, that was just a possibility. With the strength of Tuoba Ancient God, Lin Yuan estimated he would have to become a supreme being to be assured of killing the other. Xiaoyu Evolution Tower. Lin Yuan Taiyan Primordial Spirit personally rushed over. At the same time, other Tier 10 Grade A evolvers arrived. You have only 100 years. In 100 years, try to comprehend this segment of Aurora as much as possible. The figure of Sha Qin Supreme Being appeared, and without any unnecessary words, a segment of colorful, splendid Aurora floated in the air. According to the agreement with the other 8 Supreme Beings of human civilization, this Aurora would stay in each evolution tower for 100 years. After 900 years, it would be the main ingredient in forging an ultimate weapon. At that time, the potency of the Aurora would be condensed, and it would be difficult to comprehend any further. Is this the cosmic Aurora that easily shattered a large alien battlefield? Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the Aurora for the first time. Your perception defies the heavens. Observing the unknown Aurora, your understanding of the rules of light deepens. Your perception defies the heavens. Observing the unknown Aurora, your understanding of the rules of cause and effect deepens. Your perception defies the heavens. Observing the unknown Aurora, your understanding of space rules deepens. It was only a single breath. Lin Yuan had already comprehended dozens of rule fluctuations from this segment of aurora, among which the rules of light and cause and effect were the most intense. Rules of light. Lin Yuan vaguely felt that the rules of light within the aurora were not normal. They must have fused with other rules, otherwise they could not be this powerful. And the rules of cause and effect. These rules are easy to start with but extremely hard to master in depth, and Lin Yuan's understanding of them was not very high due to his lack of full concentration. The remaining 6 pillar-level rules on the Black Planet, 2 of which involve the rules of cause and effect. Perhaps with the help of this aurora, I could meet the requirements in the understanding of the rules of cause and effect? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Though the rules of cause and effect are not pillar-level fusion rules, they are nonetheless more important than most, and their comprehension difficulty exceeds most pillar rules. And pillar-level fusion rules that encompass the rules of cause and effect are extremely peculiar and unpredictable. Battlefield A098 of different races. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Above his head was an eternal spatial rift spanning 1,000 miles, emitting slow spatial fluctuations. It was at this moment, Lin Yuan's expression shifted subtly. This feeling, Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, gazing at the eternal spatial rift above his head. In a vague sense, he felt that an unknown change had occurred within this eternal spatial rift. The next moment, under Lin Yuan's watchful eyes, a piece of white paper squeezed in. The white paper had only length and width, with no concept of thickness, giving a very contradictory impression. White paper? Lin Yuan stared intently at the piece of white paper, which made his scalp tingle somewhat. Rustle, rustle. After the white paper squeezed into the universe, it instantly penetrated the entire large alien battlefield. However, the large alien battlefield did not shatter. Instead, some sort of dimensional collapse occurred, losing the concept of spatial volume. In just an instant, the large alien battlefield, nearly 1,000 light-years across, was compressed into a painting scroll, then assimilated into the white paper. Buzz! The white paper continued to fly towards the cosmic starry sky. Wherever it went, all matter was compressed, including space itself, forming painting scrolls that fused into the white paper. What is this? A towering figure staggered back a few steps, staring incredulously at the rapidly receding white paper. He was a 12th rank ultimate. A moment of inattention had also sucked him into the white paper, but as a being who stepped out of the river of time, the white paper's dimensional reduction ability couldn't completely suppress him, and that was how he escaped. Only, he had escaped, but countless lives on battlefield A098, including those 11th-ranked powerhouses, had all fallen into the white paper. Even space itself swiftly collapsed as if a part of it was cut out of thin air. The Taiyuan relic. This direction is towards the Taiyuan relic. One supreme being after another appeared, all staring solemnly at the departing white paper. What exactly has happened to the Taiyuan relic? The single-horned supreme being had a grave expression. 50 or 60 years ago, the cosmic aurora also came from the Taiyuan relic. Now, this eerie, white paper, had likewise come from the direction of the Taiyuan relic. This made them speculate whether the Taiyuan relic had undergone some unpredictable change. Gentlemen, let's not worry about the Taiyuan relic for now. If we let that white paper continue to fly, 1/10,000th of our universe will be completely dimensionally reduced. One supreme being spoke up. Although the white paper's dimensional reduction effect was ineffective against supreme beings, the numerous lives within their races were all within the scope of the reduction. Let's join forces. Together, we can hold that white paper in place. Right, we can't let it keep flying around recklessly. The supreme beings quickly decided and began to take action, slowly restricting the white paper's movement with their spacetime might. Soon, the flight speed of the white paper slowed down. Finally, it stopped beneath a certain expanse of the starry sky. The white paper slowly unfolded, revealing a painting scroll exuding a mysterious aura before the supreme beings. In a daze, Lin Yuan finally came to his senses. Where is this? Lin Yuan looked around, realizing he was lying in a narrow room. Me? Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. Just before losing consciousness, he had seen a white paper. A white paper that had squeezed in from the eternal spatial rift. Then afterwards, Lin Yuan felt a violent change in spacetime, as if some pivot was collapsing. What exactly happened? Lin Yuan re-established contact with his true body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Not right. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly turned grave. Where are the spatial layers, and the fluctuations of many rules? Lin Yuan couldn't believe that, at this moment, he couldn't feel any rule fluctuations at all. And the spatial layers? He couldn't detect even a trace of the space rules, nor any spatial layers. It was as if this world had only a very thin layer of space. But how could that be possible? If there were no spatial layers, it meant the world was incomplete. How could an incomplete world possibly accommodate the arrival of a 10th-rank life like him? Even if it could barely contain him, with just a thought, he should be able to tear everything apart, yet now, Lin Yuan felt no such ability. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's frown deepened. The fluctuations from many spaces are still there, the spatial layers are still there. Lin Yuan doubted internally, why couldn't he feel any fluctuations of the space rules where the Taiyang divine spirit was? You must know, time and space are the basic pillars of the spatial world. Other rule fluctuations can be blocked or suppressed. But time and space cannot be suppressed. Just like in the space inside the black planet, one can only feel the corresponding fusion rules fluctuations, but aside from that, faint space fluctuations are still perceivable. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan immediately contacted the Supreme Being. You and all the lives on the battlefield have fallen into that white paper, Sha Qin Supreme Being said directly upon seeing Lin Yuan. Everything near that white paper will downgrade itself. Only 12th rank life can resist it, Sha Qin Supreme Being said. But don't worry, I am trying to see if I can fish you out. Thank you, Supreme Being. Lin Yuan roughly figured out the situation of the Taiyang divine spirit. Inside the white paper scroll. Lin Yuan's thoughts spread. I am now inside that white paper, forcibly downgraded. No wonder I can't feel any rule fluctuations, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even my inner world has been directly compressed into a plane. Lin Yuan examined himself, noticing that his inner world had completely vanished, leaving behind only a slight trace. My physical body, my power, my soul, all have been forcibly reduced to a very low level, Lin Yuan sensed carefully, his expression grave. However, the door to the myriad realms is still there. Lin Yuan's consciousness sank into his mind, looking at the still majestic and imposing door to the myriad realms. Even in this two-dimensional world inside the white paper, the door to the myriad realms still exuded a supreme presence, unaffected by anything. A two-dimensional world? This was the first time Lin Yuan had encountered such a world. In the past, through the 9 transits via the door to the myriad realms, although all were to other dimensions. The levels of the dimensions he transited to were all on the same level as the main universe. As for lower dimensions, Lin Yuan had not encountered them. That white paper can automatically cause everything nearby to downgrade to two-dimensional. The chaos void is indeed wonderful, possessing even such strange objects. Lin Yuan was not panicked, instead awaiting the Supreme Being's response. In fact, if he hadn't invested a large amount of resources on this Taiyang divine spirit, Lin Yuan would now be inclined to directly annihilate this avatar and leave. But being fished out by the Supreme Being would naturally be a better outcome. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan waited for a moment. He met with Sha Qin Supreme Being again. Compared to the initial calmness, Sha Qin Supreme Being now appeared solemn. Things are a bit troublesome. Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan and spoke gravely. That white paper is of too high level, we can't refine or interfere with it. The implication was that they couldn't fish Lin Yuan out. Then I will just abandon that avatar, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. Although he was quite curious about the two-dimensional world inside that white paper. Without knowing specific details, Lin Yuan naturally didn't dare to stay there for long. What if he encountered the causal curse killing force of the cosmic aurora? Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Although the cosmic aurora could only curse kill life below 10th rank, and Lin Yuan had left a lot of essence blood in the Xuanwang secret realm. By leveraging the Xuanwang secret realm's ability to isolate causality, even a Supreme Being's curse kill could be easily resisted. But who could clarify the matters of the chaos void? So it was better to leave sooner rather than later. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Don't do that. Sha Qin Supreme Being shook his head. Different species have already tried that, exploding avatars that fell into the white paper. But the result? The Supreme Being paused for a while and continued. We found those exploded avatars can never be restored. Eternally irrecoverable. Lin Yuan was startled. The essence of creating avatars involved severing a part of one's spirit will and then using it as a core to generate a second physical body. For any being, the spirit will is the most crucial part, as only those from the same spirit will can achieve shared memories and consciousness. To maintain the connection between the severed spirit will and the original self. The total amount of spirit will is fixed. For instance, a 10th rank being has a spirit will of 10 points. If they severed 2 points of spirit will to create an avatar, then henceforth the original body's spirit will would be 8 points. The avatar's spirit will would be 2 points. If another 2 points of spirit will are severed to form a second avatar, then the original self's spirit will would be reduced to 6 points. Each of the 2 avatars would have 2 points of spirit will. This is why most powerful beings have only one avatar. The more avatars are formed, the weaker the original self-spirit will becomes. And the weakening of one's spirit will affect everything, from understanding the rules to the functioning of one's own combat power, and so on. The decline is quite severe. If an avatar perishes outside, then the original self-spirit will is restored, and then one could continue to sever the spirit will to create avatars. But did Sha Qin's supreme being mean that the avatar self-destructed within the two-dimensional world inside white paper would be lost forever? Does that mean the spirit will carried by the avatar can't be recovered and the original self permanently loses part of its spirit will? In a flash, Lin Yuan immediately realized what this meant. Devastating. The cost is simply too devastating. Permanently losing a portion of one's spirit will could seriously demote a powerful being's potential and strength by several levels. Although creating an avatar also requires severing a part of the spirit will, as long as the avatar is reclaimed, this portion of the spirit will can be restored. But now, eternally irrecoverable? Lin Yuan thought of himself. If the Taiyang divine spirit dies in the two-dimensional world inside white paper, does that mean he can't recondense this divine spirit either? And the Taiyin primordial spirit and Taiyang primordial spirit are Lin Yuan's foundation in martial Tao, supporting his grand martial Tao. Permanently losing the Taiyang primordial spirit would severely affect Lin Yuan's martial arts evolution system. With only the Taiyin primordial spirit, the martial Tao would become imbalanced between yin and yang, and could potentially collapse. Door to the myriad realms. In the two-dimensional world inside white paper, Lin Yuan's consciousness immediately plunged into his mind, looking toward that majestic door to the myriad realms. If his spirit will enters the door to the myriad realms and arrives in the world of another dimension, waiting for the Taiyang primordial spirit to die in the two-dimensional world so that this spirit will can return to his true self, then could it avoid the permanent loss effect of the Taiyang primordial spirit? Lin Yuan wasn't sure. This method could only be used as a last resort. The best choice, naturally, is to escape from this two-dimensional world, but how to escape? Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. The supreme beings of human civilization know nothing about that white paper. The only certainty is that it's associated with the Taiyuan relic. Right. Ask them. Lin Yuan's thoughts slightly moved. Xuanwang's secret realm. Lin Yuan's consciousness incarnation descended there. Master, a six-armed silhouette bowed slightly to Lin Yuan, respectfully saying, "Do you know about this white paper?" Lin Yuan didn't waste words, simply manifesting the appearance of the white paper. The six-armed silhouette was the spirit of the Xuanwang secret realm, created by Xuanwang, and definitely knew much more than the supreme beings of human civilization. After all, Xuanwang was a powerful being renowned even in the chaos void. This white paper contains a two-dimensional world. Nearby materials will be forcefully reduced in dimension and plunge into the white paper. Lin Yuan tried to convey everything he had learned. Two-dimensional world? White paper? The six-armed silhouette was momentarily taken aback. Is Master talking about low-dimensional space? The six-armed silhouette said immediately. Low-dimensional space? Lin Yuan's spirits lifted. Please explain in detail. Yes. The six-armed silhouette didn't dare to hesitate, perceiving the importance of this to Lin Yuan. Low-dimensional space, according to the few records obtained by His Majesty from a perilous place. The six-armed silhouette hurriedly said, low-dimensional space is an artifact created by beings close to perfect time beings to explore other dimensional spaces. However, later, some powerful beings found out that low-dimensional space allows two lives of different strengths to start from the same beginning. A sliver of spirit will in the form of an avatar descends into the low-dimensional space, needing to start from scratch. Discarding everything, starting fresh, without the influence of lineage, without the influence of secret techniques, without the influence of understanding the rules. Thus, the greatest use of low-dimensional space is to test aptitude. At the same starting point, under the same environment, within a fixed time, whoever's strength improves the fastest indicates who has the strongest aptitude. Eventually, low-dimensional space became a sort of entertainment. Life forms of different levels often divide a sliver of spirit will to engage in a battle within the low-dimensional space. As the six-armed silhouette spoke, it paused and seemed to be recalling something. Of course, there are two types of low-dimensional space. One is a purely recreational low-dimensional space with no restrictions. The other is a gamble-style low-dimensional space. This type of low-dimensional space has many rules, and leaving midway carries a severe penalty. Of course, if you defeat your opponent in the end, you would receive a substantial reward. The six-armed silhouette spoke with a hint of nostalgia. His Majesty once said, the ultimate winner in low-dimensional space would win everything. Low-dimensional space? Lin Yuan looked solemn. According to the six-armed silhouette's description of low-dimensional space, Lin Yuan was almost certain that the white paper was the low-dimensional space. Master, did you encounter the low-dimensional space? The six-armed silhouette asked curiously. Low-dimensional space involves exploring even lower dimensions. Even Xuanwang had not obtained a complete low-dimensional space in the past. The chaos void had gone through several cosmic eras, and too many strange treasures had vanished into the past. Such treasures as low-dimensional spaces might only be found deep within those large perilous places. It was only possible, as Xuanwang had explored many such large perilous places during his time, obtaining only some intelligence regarding low-dimensional space. As for the real low-dimensional space, he had no chance to see it. Not only did I see it, one of my avatars even fell into it. Lin Yuan roughly explained the course of events. He could fully trust the six-armed silhouette and had no need to conceal anything. Master, do you mean that along with you, a large number of other powerhouses fell into the low-dimensional space as well? The six-armed silhouette widened its eyes. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded, the number should be more than 100 million. Battlefield A098, a large alien battlefield, usually hosted a large number of powerhouses during regular periods. Especially since before the arrival of the white paper, various powers were about to trigger intense battlefield activity, continuously mobilizing powerhouses from all quarters. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that the number of 11th-ranked powerhouses in this battlefield would exceed 300. There would be up to 200,000 at 10th rank. The remaining powerhouses of 8th and 9th ranks combined approached 100 million. This was only the actual number of strong beings alone and did not include entities like puppets and so on. For example, the strong beings of the insect race specialized in nurturing a large number of insect race warriors. These warriors lacked independent thought and were not counted as part of the powerhouse numbers. 100 million? How can a mere simplistic space of a low-dimensional world possibly accommodate 100 million lives instantly? The six-armed silhouette was somewhat flabbergasted. According to the intelligence about low-dimensional space that Xuanwang got, a normal low-dimensional space, whether for entertainment or gambling purposes, could accommodate only very limited numbers of lives at the same time. At most, it would not exceed 100. As for 100 million, the heritage and essence of the low-dimensional space were far inferior to the normal chaos void. It simply couldn't support that many lives. Unless, the six-armed silhouette's expression turned grave. Master, I suspect that the low-dimensional space you fell into is one of the earliest generations of low-dimensional spaces, created by beings close to perfect time beings who paid a tremendous price and exhausted infinite resources. The low-dimensional space originated from beings close to perfect time beings exploring dimensions. The low-dimensional spaces that spread later were mere imitations of those original spaces. The earliest generation of low-dimensional spaces? Lin Yuan appeared slightly puzzled. Yes, the six-armed silhouette spoke. Regarding the earliest generation of low-dimensional spaces, His Majesty isn't highly informed. only knowing that they contain opportunities bestowed by beings close to perfect time beings. The life that falls into such a low-dimensional space, as long as it meets the conditions, could receive the bestowed gift. The six-armed silhouette spoke. How to leave? Lin Yuan asked the crucial question. The method to leave shouldn't be hard to discover. You just need to explore the low-dimensional space more and you will probably find out, the six-armed silhouette hesitantly said. Inside the white paper, Lin Yuan still sat cross-legged in that narrow room. Through exchanges with Sha Qin's supreme being, Xuanwang's spirit of the mysterious realm, and stone statue Shenji, he had the most basic judgment of his current situation. First, if the Taiyang divine spirit were to die within this two-dimensional world, then he would completely lose this primordial spirit. Second, there should be a way to leave, but managing to leave smoothly was not an easy task. Leaving this low-dimensional space midway would incur severe penalties, and it was highly likely that one would need to defeat other life forms that had fallen in before being able to leave. Third, as long as certain conditions were met, one could receive the reward from the creator of this two-dimensional world, which is the being close to a perfect time being. Fourth, the flow of time here was different from the main universe, with the rough ratio reaching 100 to 1. In simple terms, as 1 year passed in the main universe, 100 years would go by in this two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan's focus was currently on leaving this two-dimensional world. Whether or not he could retrieve a reward was not within his considerations. Situated in this two-dimensional world, the means of enhancing strength from the main universe are rendered 99% obsolete, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the main universe of the 10,000 universe races, whether it's human civilization or other groups, the enhancement of strength is geared towards the understanding of many rules. Using the power of rules, one could easily unleash strength far beyond one's limits. And once the understanding of rules reached a certain level, one could create an inner world, leveraging the power of the inner world to achieve strength enhancement by hundreds or thousands times. But here, rules? There are no rules. Inner world? Lacking the support of spatial dimensions, there is no semblance of creating an inner world. Lin Yuan's inner world was compressed into a piece of paper. Therefore, in this world, there are only two ways to enhance strength. One is the physical body. The stronger the body, the stronger the strength. This is the most primitive comparison of strength. Secondly, there are skills. Under absolute power, skills are of little use. But if the strength is comparable, or the difference is not significant, the one with superior skills will have a more powerful composite strength. Lin Yuan was unaware of what conditions were needed to leave this two-dimensional world. But improving his strength was definitely the right approach. The martial path evolutionary path is inherently good at strengthening the body, it's just that in this two-dimensional world, the way to enhance the body is starkly different from that in the main universe. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Ever since the perfect time being created, low-dimensional space, such spaces have been widely spread for use in leisure or gambling competitions to test understanding. Since the lives in low-dimensional space find most of their usual cultivation methods useless, if they wish to grow stronger, they must start from scratch and create new cultivation methods suited for this low-dimensional space. I have against heaven's understanding, so creating a cultivation method that suits this world isn't difficult, Lin Yuan thought to himself. However, he didn't underestimate the thoughts of other powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world. Especially those 11th rank lives, on the same level, Lin Yuan believed that no one could match his understanding. But when compared with higher-level lives, under the perspective of looking down from a great height, the gap was bound to shrink. Moreover, having lost the support of the powers of rules, the upper limit of this two-dimensional world was inevitably not high. Take it slow. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. Since he had fallen into this two-dimensional world, he could only take one step at a time. Let's see what's outside the room. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and stood up to push open the wooden door. Outside the door was lush greenery, and at a distance, there was a stream. A dark-skinned middle-aged man was fishing by the stream. Waka-ka. Upon seeing Lin Yuan walk out of the room, the middle-aged man immediately came over with big strides, speaking in a language Lin Yuan couldn't understand. A completely new language? Lin Yuan listened carefully and observed the middle-aged man's facial expressions with each intonation he uttered. After a brief pause, he tried speaking a few sentences tentatively, and continued to watch the middle-aged man's reaction. After 3 or 4 minutes, he was more or less able to communicate normally with the middle-aged man. Although everything about Lin Yuan was suppressed in this two-dimensional world, his original self located in the main universe could share memories. With the thinking speed of a 10th-rank life, and combined with against heaven's understanding, learning the language of this world was child's play for Lin Yuan. In fact, if he wasn't in this two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan could completely read the middle-aged man's every memory silently, a method far more efficient than the current way of language interaction. Are you saying that 2 days ago, countless meteors fell from the sky, and as it happened, one meteor landed nearby, which you went to find, and then you found me? After conversing with the middle-aged man for a while, Lin Yuan appeared to be in deep thought. The so-called meteors should be the same as him, the powerhouses drawn into the battlefield within white paper. After a while, by continuously guiding the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan roughly obtained basic information about this two-dimensional world. From the middle-aged man's perspective, he lived on a vast and boundless continent. This continent's lifestyle was very primitive, with most people gathering in the form of tribes. Occasionally there were some cities, and cities were indeed very powerful forces, supposedly with great witch kings in charge. Witch kings were the strongest entities the middle-aged man knew of, able to easily move mountains and split rocks, infinitely terrifying. My luck isn't too bad. Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. At least the middle-aged man didn't harbor any malicious intentions when he found him. Given the information Lin Yuan had just received from Sha Qin's Supreme Being, many powerhouses had found themselves in dire straits after falling into this two-dimensional world. Some powerhouses were unfortunate enough to fall into hands of the cannibal tribe, where they were directly hung on a roasting spit. To know 9th rank, 10th rank, and 11th rank powerhouses, the moment they fell into this world, all their powers and methods were dimensionally reduced and couldn't be used, rendering them no different from ordinary people in this two-dimensional world. The only thing unchanged was their memory. But relying on memory alone was of no use, especially when encountering those cannibal tribes. With no common language, their fate was predictable. Some of the powerhouses who ended up in the hands of the cannibal tribes, unable to bear the humiliation, chose to self-destruct or eradicate the consciousness that had fallen into this two-dimensional world. Then, there came the discovery that death in the avatar of this two-dimensional world would result in a fundamental loss. Beyond ending up in the cannibal tribes, some fell directly into nests of ferocious beasts and were promptly devoured. Still, some landed in prosperous cities, astonishing some native powerhouses, who then captured them to study slowly. In any case, according to what Lin Yuan knew, a significant portion of the powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world were not in good situations. Of course, there were also those who were in good situations, such as being treated as sacred beings descended from heaven by some tribal forces, or being valued by native powerhouses, and so forth. Lin Yuan's situation was not particularly good, but it was not bad either. At least he was quite satisfied. Pado, where is the nearest gathering place? Lin Yuan looked at the honest middle-aged man before him. From their conversation, Lin Yuan knew that the man's name was Pado, and he lived by fishing and hunting. After finding Lin Yuan, he had brought him back home. That direction, Pado pointed in a certain direction, but it's better to wait for others if you want to go there. Otherwise, encountering a ferocious beast on the way could be deadly. There were other natives living around Pado's dwelling, totaling about dozens of people. On this continent, all sorts of ferocious beasts were rampant, and humans in this world could only survive by sticking together. Of course, those powerful settlements and cities are capable of indiscriminately hunting down those ferocious beasts, and safety need not be mentioned. But to settle in such places comes at a steep price, something ordinary people like Pado wouldn't even dream of. That night, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At this moment, every bone in his body was trembling, and his skin was continuously oozing black impurities. As a 10th rank evolver, even in this two-dimensional world, he could initiate a transformation akin to marrow cleansing by leveraging control over his own body. I now, after all, possess the power to protect myself. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the most dangerous times for powerhouses from the main universe who fall into this two-dimensional world are the first 3 days. The first 2 days were spent in slumber and the third in adaptation. Once those 3 days were endured, one could, to a greater or lesser extent, gain some self-protective abilities based on one's own capabilities. My physical body now, has it reached the level of a witch in this world? Lin Yuan wondered silently to himself. The cultivation in this two-dimensional world was extremely straightforward, being a constant enhancement of one's physical strength, progressing from weak to strong, witch king, witch emperor, witch emperor. It was said that above the witch emperor existed the witch ancestor, but they were so rare that whenever one appeared, all beings across the continent would worship them. According to the information Lin Yuan indirectly obtained from the natives other than Pado, a witch ancestor would be born in this world only every several thousand to tens of thousands of years. Witch ancestor? It's nothing more than having transformed the physical body to the limit. Even 8th layer beings, given enough time, can easily achieve it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, foreseeing that as time went by, and the strong from the various races of the main universe gradually adapted, a group of extremely terrifying powerhouses would emerge on this continent. The witch ancestor is just the beginning. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. A level easily attainable by 8th tier beings, not to mention those of 9th rank, 10th rank, and even 11th rank life. In the following time, Lin Yuan would rest during the day, and at night, he would secretly leave to hunt those terrifying beasts. After one transformation, Lin Yuan realized that in order to continue to develop the potential of his physical body, he needed to consume enough energy. But where could that energy come from? The force of heaven and earth. The concept of heaven and earth's force did not exist in the two-dimensional world. All energy was acquired in the most primitive way, devouring other powerful ferocious beasts. Boom! A 10-meter-tall giant elephant fell to the ground, and Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in front of the giant elephant, taking the most core part of its flesh and blood and eating it raw. Rustling. A great deal of blood energy poured into his body and was quickly absorbed and refined by Lin Yuan, slowly strengthening his physique. Time passed. Before long, over half a month had elapsed. Witch King. Lin Yuan's body underwent a second transformation. His strength and speed greatly improved, far surpassing that of a previous witch. Based on the scarce information from Pado and others, Lin Yuan should now be a witch king. A witch king level powerhouse could already command a region. The strongest in an ordinary settlement was no more than a witch king. Even within city level forces, a witch king carried significant influence and belonged to the ranks of the top powerhouses. Huff, huff. Lin Yuan took a light breath, having become a witch king at the cost of hunting down and devouring all the beasts with a size greater than 10 meters within 10,000 miles. As for those under 10 meters, their contained blood energy was too little. Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to take action, and he left some for Pado and his people anyway. If the nearby ferocious beasts were exterminated, Pado and his group of natives would likely have to migrate to other places to live. And on this continent, migration was very dangerous. However, I can go to the nearest settlement tomorrow, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Every 2 months, Pado and his people would join forces to make a trip to a settlement, to exchange goods they had gathered. Main universe. Virtual world. While over half a month had passed in the two-dimensional world, little more than an hour had gone by in the main universe. Personal space. Lin Yuan and Nolan, the deputy tower master, sat opposite each other. Under the descent of that white paper, an avatar of Nolan, the deputy tower master, was also caught up in battlefield A098. Therefore, it was naturally swept into the two-dimensional world within the white paper. However, Nolan had better luck than Lin Yuan. His landing place was a city, and by chance, he was found by the daughter of the city's master. The city master's daughter immediately took Nolan back for treatment. Here are the cultivation laws I've collected from that two-dimensional world. Take a look. Nolan, the deputy tower master, immediately took out dozens of cultivation laws and passed them to Lin Yuan. Nolan was favored by the city master's daughter and had access to high-level materials, especially the cultivation laws. In that two-dimensional world, cultivation laws were almost monopolized, and ordinary people wouldn't know how much they would have to pay to get their hands on them. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. Through these cultivation laws, Lin Yuan could more directly observe the essence of the power of that world. When Lin Yuan established the martial arts evolution system, he also observed a great deal of other evolution systems, even those from other dimensional worlds. Therefore, observing the cultivation laws of the two-dimensional world would also be of great use to him. "By the way, I've heard some news," Nolan, the deputy tower master, said softly as if he had just thought of something. "What news?" Lin Yuan inquired immediately. "Heaven's Gate," replied Nolan with brevity. "Heaven's Gate?" Lin Yuan's eyebrows rose. "According to the records of the city I was in, every 10,000 years, Heaven's Gate would manifest in the world. At that time, only witch emperor level and witch ancestor level beings could approach Heaven's Gate. In the end, only one individual can stand before Heaven's Gate. If someone could open Heaven's Gate, they would leave this world and head to a higher level one." Nolan spoke with a heavy tone. While he was not certain whether opening the Heaven's Gate meant returning to the main universe, it was the only method he knew of so far that explicitly mentioned leaving this world. "Only one person can approach the Heavenly Gate?" Lin Yuan asked. "Exactly." Nolan nodded affirmatively. The information he received indicated that every time the Heavenly Gate opened, it would be the most bloody and brutal period for the entire continent. At that time, even witch emperor level powerhouses would fall like rain, and everyone would crave entry into the Heavenly Gate. As for the witch ancestor, not every era would give birth to one. But if a witch ancestor existed when the Heavenly Gate opened, there was no doubt that it would be the witch ancestor who eventually stood before the gate. Before many powerhouses from the main universe descended into the two-dimensional world, the witch ancestor was undoubtedly the strongest on the continent. "When was the last time the Heavenly Gate opened?" Lin Yuan immediately inquired. 9,800 years ago, Nolan answered, having taken great interest in such intelligence after hearing about the Heavenly Gate, and made sure to gather clear information. "So, you mean the next time the Heavenly Gate will open is in 200 years? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. This was not good news. If there were no other powerhouses from the main universe, Lin Yuan was very confident in appearing before the Heavenly Gate. But in reality, in that two-dimensional world, there were already over 311th ranked powerhouses from the main universe alone. The 11th ranked powerhouses, with extremely terrifying speed of thought processing, might not have an understanding like Lin Yuan, but with only 200 years remaining. Lin Yuan was not sure about sweeping all the 11th ranked powerhouses. Especially those who had reached the 6th tier of 11th rank peak life. They could strike at the ultimate level anytime, for they had already reached perfection in every aspect. The ability of understanding, no doubt, the longer the time, the greater the advantage it brings. And judging by the timing of the Heavenly Gate's opening, the next time would be in 10,200 years. In the two-dimensional world, one could not comprehend rules or create an inner world, meaning lifespan was significantly shortened. Lin Yuan was not confident about surviving for 10,200 years. And as long as one died in the two-dimensional world, whether killed or due to old age, it would cause a fundamental loss to one's spirit will. "Does the Supreme Being know about this?" Lin Yuan immediately asked. "I have already informed the Supreme Being," Nolan nodded. Regarding the matter of the Heavenly Gate, it was not too secretive. Even if Nolan had not mentioned it, Lin Yuan would have come to know of it soon after. "The Supreme Being's idea is for us to do as much as we can," Nolan spoke. Lin Yuan remained silent. With just a few sentences, he could feel the brutal nature of the competition. The adversaries of human civilization's evolvers are those special beings. Especially those at the 6th tier of 11th rank peak, being special beings with terrifying innate talents. It's tough for other beings to compete under the same starting conditions. Blank paper inner world. The cultivation methods passed to him by Nolan floated in Lin Yuan's mind. There are 13 sets of cultivation methods in total, 6 of which have the greatest potential, capable of cultivating up to the Witch Emperor realm. The remaining 7 can reach the Witch King level. Lin Yuan read carefully. Although he had also reached the Witch King level, the cultivation method he practiced was created temporarily according to the against heaven's understanding of his body. Compared to these methods, which have been handed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, there were inevitably some deficiencies. It's not that the cultivation methods Lin Yuan created on the spot were inferior to those transmitted for tens or hundreds of thousands of years. But rather, they lacked thorough consideration in some minute areas. Crack crack. While reading through the 13 sets of cultivation methods, Lin Yuan's body subtly began to vibrate, making local adjustments according to these 13 methods. Which king-level powerhouses can move mountains and split stones? Which emperors can punch through a mountain range with one fist? Which emperors can tear apart hundreds of miles of land with one foot? As for which ancestor-level powerhouses, there are currently no definitive records. Because which ancestors have never gone all out? While pondering the cultivation methods, Lin Yuan thought about the cultivation system of this world. I wonder how those 11th-ranked powerhouses are doing now. Lin Yuan looked up into the distance, silently thinking. Inside a primitive dense forest, a figure 3 meters tall stood on the treetops, his aura making the fierce beasts in a radius of dozens of miles tremble. I've finally cultivated to the Witch King realm. This 3-meter tall figure had a cold gaze. I am a great ancient god of 11th tier, destined to strike at the ultimate level. If this avatar dies here, causing fundamental damage to my spirit will, the time to strike at the ultimate will be indefinitely postponed. This 3-meter tall figure was unwilling to accept such a consequence. The heavenly gate opens in 200 years? And at last, only one can stand before the gate and leave this world? The eyes of the towering figure narrowed slightly. 200 years, over the next 200 years, all my focus will be submerged in this world, doing everything possible to maximize my strength. The next moment, this 3-meter tall figure vanished into the distance. Within an ordinary gathering place, Tuoba ancient god, disguised as an ordinary human, walked on the street. I should not have agreed to the insect race, Tuoba ancient god regretted inwardly. He discovered that after offending the Galaxy Master, his fortune had never been good, initially standing fully on the opposite side of human civilization. Now he was even trapped in this two-dimensional world. If not for considering a way out, why would he agree to the insect race's invitation to come to the battlefield? If he hadn't been in the battlefield, he wouldn't have been drawn into this two-dimensional world. Regretting now is pointless. The most important thing now is to strengthen myself to the maximum before the heavenly gate opens in 200 years. Tuoba ancient god steadied his mind, thinking to himself. Originally, he had planned to strike at the ultimate within 10 million years. If he fell in this two-dimensional world during this period, causing his spirit will to decline. Don't bother aiming for the ultimate anymore, because it's doomed to fail. I'm just a whisker away from advancing to Witch Emperor. On the calm sea surface, a 4-armed man stood, his aura spreading in all directions like an abyss. Even for a supreme being, killing me won't be easy. How could I possibly fall in this two-dimensional world? The 4-armed man's eyes shone brightly. He was a mighty special being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Mother of the Tree Realm. Long ago, he had met all the prerequisites for aiming towards the ultimate. If not for the fear of failing, he would have already started attempting it. This two-dimensional world, for me, might not be a bad thing. If I can leave smoothly in the end, I have a premonition that my state of mind will greatly improve. The 4-armed man thought to himself. Even he was feeling some pressure at this moment, which was rare. Luo River Gathering Place. Lin Yuan and Pado, among others, entered this large gathering place. Wherever Lin Yuan looked, he saw a multitude of people coming and going, some of whom even exuded the aura of witches. Still, witch kings were rare, at least for now. Apart from a witch king lurking deep within the gathering place, Lin Yuan hadn't discovered a second one yet. Pado, I need to leave for a while. Lin Yuan bid farewell to Pado. This time, Lin Yuan had no plans to return. Settling in the gathering place was very beneficial for Lin Yuan. At least it was easy to obtain the various cultivation resources he needed on a regular basis. And in such gathering places, information was often very well informed, which Lin Yuan greatly needed. As for the cost of settling, for Lin Yuan, who was now a witch king, it couldn't be simpler. Okay. Pado nodded. They had come here to exchange the resources they had obtained and to buy some daily necessities to take back. Lin Yuan parted from Pado. Lin Yuan quickly arrived at a shop. My lord. A charming woman greeted him. Though Lin Yuan was dressed plainly, the subtle aura he emitted was indeed not to be ignored. I want to sell some items, Lin Yuan said calmly. My lord, our shop offers extremely fair acquisition prices. Please feel at ease selling, the charming woman immediately said. Lin Yuan nodded, then took out a bundle of soft white fur. This is, the woman's expression changed slightly, white skyfox's fur? And it's from its most precious part? The woman was internally shocked. White sky fox was a witch-level fierce beast, extremely fast, and even a witch king would find it hard to capture, let alone catch it alive and then skin it. The fur of the white sky fox was quite popular in large cities, not only warm and soft, but also nutritive for women. "How much is it worth?" Lin Yuan asked directly. "My lord, I cannot decide on this. Let me call our manager," the woman said cautiously. "Go ahead." Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Ordinary witch kings might not catch the white sky fox, but Lin Yuan was no ordinary witch king. Before long, a bearded man walked briskly over. "My lord, this batch of white sky fox fur, our shop is willing to offer a price of 30,000 witch crystals for it." The bearded man pondered for a moment and then spoke. "That's acceptable," Lin Yuan nodded. 30,000 witch crystals was indeed a substantial fortune and matched the normal acquisition price for white skyfox fur. Both parties quickly completed the transaction. The bearded man watched Lin Yuan leave. "Manager, why not press down the price?" the charming woman asked, somewhat puzzled. She could see that Lin Yuan was eager to sell the white skyfox fur. This was the best time to press the price. "Press the price?" The bearded manager glanced at the charming woman. "You think a witch king who can capture a white skyfox alive and sell its fur is someone we can pressure?" "Witch king?" The charming woman was startled internally. Was that young man just now a witch king? The strongest in the Luo River gathering place is only a witch king. "I don't know," the bearded manager shook his head, "but since he could offer white skyfox fur, I treated him as a witch king." Leaving the shop, Lin Yuan entered several other shops. He nearly polished off the harvest of his hunting during this period. He gained another 23,000 witch crystals. "Pado, I won't be returning. If you have any issues in the future, you can always come to this place to find me." Lin Yuan still met with Pado one more time. After saying goodbye to Pado, Lin Yuan went to the residence he had purchased. This was a manor that Lin Yuan had spent over 20,000 witch crystals to buy. Owning a property was one of the conditions for settling in the gathering place. "Let's focus on cultivating slowly." Lin Yuan cherished every minute, aware that once the news of the Gate of Heaven's opening spread, all the strong beings of the main universe descending on this two-dimensional world would elevate their own powers at all costs. If the Gate of Heaven opened in 2,000 years, Lin Yuan was confident that he could sweep away all the supreme beings of the main universe. But with only 200 years, time was still too short. Soon, 20 years flickered by. 20 years in the two-dimensional world, but only 2 to 3 months have passed in the main universe. Virtual world. Lin Yuan was exchanging intelligence with Nolan, the Vice Tower Master. In the two-dimensional world, the powerhouses from various major forces had mostly begun to collaborate. Even those unique and exceptional beings were no exception. In the main universe, those 11th rank, 6th tier special lives were terrifying in strength. But in the two-dimensional world, 11th rank peak lives that hadn't fully matured might die at the hands of a 9th or 10th rank life. The power ceiling in the two-dimensional world isn't high, and even 8th layer lives could easily reach it. Under the same power ceiling, an 11th rank peak life, relying on powerful spirit will and skillful insights, might manage to sweep away 10 or 8 existences of the same level. But what about 100 or 8,000? It should be noted that the number of myriad tribes powerhouses who fell into the two-dimensional world exceeded 100 million. 11th rank lives which have not grown to their limits might indeed suffer setbacks if they are careless. Of course, given time, an 11th rank life is destined to surpass those of the 8th layer. An 11th rank powerhouse, through mastery of power, could rise again even if starting from scratch. But they need time to grow. 11th rank peak powerhouses need time, and Lin Yuan also needed time. With Against Heaven's understanding, starting from the same point, Lin Yuan was confident he could reach heights and go further than those 11th rank peak lives. Galaxy Master, as an evolver of our human civilization, I've established a stronghold in the capital of Molin ancient country. Are you interested in coming over? Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, asked with a smile. Although, within the two-dimensional world, every time the heavenly gate opens, only one person can leave. Within the ranks of human civilization's evolvers, there is still much unity before completely clearing out the different species' strong ones. Molin ancient country? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. In the two-dimensional world's vast continent, ancient countries are behemoths surpassing gathering places and cities. So far, Lin Yuan knew of only 12 ancient countries, each established by a witch ancestor and commanding vast territories. My current location is too remote. Molan ancient country is too far. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, casually finding an excuse to brush it off. In reality, Lin Yuan simply did not want to gather where there were many people. As one of the 12 ancient countries, the capital of Molan is exceedingly prosperous, meaning that it was very likely for other myriad tribes' powerhouses to head there. In that place, encountering powerhouses from the main universe was all too likely. That's a pity. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, sighed, not insisting further. The vast continent in the two-dimensional world was too expansive and, without the ability to utilize space rules to leap, traveling became a huge problem. Following that, Lin Yuan continued to chat with Nolan, the Vice Tower Master. The topics were mainly about cultivation and the whereabouts of certain well-known different species strong ones. So far, the Luoxuan gathering place where I am located is still very safe. There is no trace of any different species strong ones, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Although more than 100 million myriad tribes powerhouses had fallen into the two-dimensional world, they seemed exceedingly rare when dispersed across the entire continent. While the Luoxuan gathering place is a major gathering spot, it's far less significant than city-level forces, let alone ancient country-level forces. Truly powerful myriad tribes powerhouses almost always gravitate toward prosperous areas, where resources are plentiful and would greatly enhance their strength. Galaxy Master, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any time. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, finally said. Surely. Lin Yuan nodded. Luoxuan gathering place. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. External forces are still unreliable, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Over the years, he had been waiting for news of the Supreme Beings, for if the Supreme Beings could refine that white paper, they would have the capability to pull him out. But now it seemed, that hope wasn't very strong. My greatest advantage compared to those 11th rank lives is still my understanding. Lin Yuan pondered. Upon realizing he couldn't rely on external forces to leave, he began to assess himself. 11th rank lives, in terms of thought process speed and mastery of basic power, would surely surpass Lin Yuan. But understanding? Even with the lofty perspective it provided, Lin Yuan believed his was far superior to those 11th rank lives. Yet, such an advantage could not directly translate into combat power. Especially in the early stages of cultivation, following the two-dimensional world's cultivation system, which didn't demand much in terms of understanding. The 5 realms, Witch, Witch King, Witch Emperor, Witch Ancestor, follow this two-dimensional world's method of cultivation, and it's feasible just to cultivate step by step. The real need for understanding comes after reaching the Witch Ancestor realm. After the Witch Ancestor realm, when there's no path ahead, to continue to enhance one's strength, one must forge a new path by reliance on oneself. At that moment, Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding would reveal a great advantage. Simply put, before reaching Witch Ancestor, Lin Yuan's cultivation speed couldn't keep up with those 11th rank peak lives. But beyond Witch Ancestor, Lin Yuan would overwhelm those 11th rank peak lives. That was also why Lin Yuan declined Nolan's invitation, hiding in the secluded Luoxuan gathering place. As long as he could get through the initial phases of cultivation, those 11th rank lives should prepare to be crushed by him. For now, Lin Yuan didn't want to interact much with those myriad tribes powerhouses. 20 years' time, and I've also cultivated to the peak of the Witch Emperor realm, Lin Yuan silently thought. In fact, had he not hidden here, but moved to a more prosperous area to utilize vast resources, Lin Yuan might have already stepped into the Witch Emperor realm. But the risk of such behavior was encountering the myriad tribes powerhouses prematurely. Shooting the leading bird exposes oneself too early and is very likely to be targeted by ill-intentioned people. At the Witch Emperor peak realm, my true combat power should be no weaker than the Witch Emperor, Lin Yuan was confident. Compared to native powerhouses, Lin Yuan, as an outsider, had a broader perspective and a more profound mastery and application of power, vastly outstripping the local witch emperors. Over the years, Lin Yuan had utilized his against heaven's understanding to create various techniques and combat methods, bringing his killing tactics to an astonishing level. The upcoming Witch Emperor realm. by deduction, is a critical phase related to unlocking all my potential once stepping into the witch ancestor realm, Lin Yuan thought silently. In the beginning of his cultivation, Lin Yuan had started calculating the path beyond the witch ancestor realm due to his against heaven's understanding, aware of the importance of the witch emperor realm. Indeed, starting from the witch emperor realm, Lin Yuan had gradually discarded the original cultivation system of this world and began creating a cultivation method completely suited to himself and adaptable to this world. Still, I need to reference a large number of cultivation methods from this world. Otherwise stepping into the witch emperor could waste a lot of time, Lin Yuan thought. The martial path evolutionary path was also developed by observing and integrating various other evolutionary paths. While Lin Yuan was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came. "My lord, come in." Lin Yuan glanced at the door. Soon, a skinny man walked in. This skinny man, named Zhao Ranjiyu, was the controller of the Luoxuan gathering area, a Witch King-level powerhouse. 12 years ago, as Lin Yuan stepped into the Witch Emperor realm, he conveniently subdued Zhao Ranjiyu, becoming the true master of this large gathering area. Of course, Lin Yuan's identity was unknown to outsiders, all maneuvers remained clandestine. Master, Zhao Ranjiyu was respectfully poised. Only he knew how terrifying Lin Yuan's strength truly was. When Lin Yuan first appeared before him and expressed his desire to take over the gathering area, Zhao Ranjiyu was skeptical, but everything that happened afterwards still made him tremble with fear. The strength Lin Yuan displayed had far surpassed that of a Witch King, and many years ago, Zhao Ranjiyu had fortuitously seen a Witch Emperor-level powerhouse, but even that seemed inferior to Lin Yuan. "Did you find out what I asked you to investigate?" Lin Yuan asked with a calm tone. Since he was in hiding in the Luoxuan gathering area, the entire area must be under his control, which was why Lin Yuan had subdued Zhao Ranjiyu. After becoming the true master of the Luoxuan gathering area, at least during the Witch Emperor stage, the cultivation resources were somewhat alleviated. But that was just an alleviation. Stepping into the Witch Emperor realm would require a vast amount of resources that the Luoxuan gathering area could not provide. Thus, not long ago, Lin Yuan had Zhao Ranjiyu keep an eye on the surrounding information. "My lord, the whereabouts of the Yunshan 18 robbers have been confirmed," Zhao Ranjiyu spoke softly. The Yunshan 18 robbers, notorious as 18 utterly vile Witch Kings. These 18 Witch Kings, all at the peak of Witch King level, were nefarious and carried many bounties and warrants on their heads. Adding up the bounties, each Witch King could fetch over 2 million witch crystals, making up nearly 40 million witch crystals in total, a tremendous price. Lin Yuan needed a massive amount of resources for cultivation, but how to obtain them? The quickest method was raiding, but that bore great risks and was too high profile. Thus, accepting the bounties from the ancient country and hunting down those high bounty fugitives seemed like the safest method Lin Yuan could think of. Firstly, killing these desperados wouldn't lead to future accountability, and by responding to the ancient country's warrants, his identity would definitely be kept confidential. In such a scenario, earning a sizable bounty perfectly matched Lin Yuan's expectations. This didn't even include the personal wealth carried by the Yunshan 18 robbers themselves. "I understand," Lin Yuan nodded. The Yunshan 18 robbers, having recently perpetrated a major crime, were pursued by Witch Emperor-level powerhouses and had since fled to nearby areas. As the kingpin of the Luoxuan gathering place, having operated here for many years, Zhao Ranjiyu had quickly pinpointed the general area where the Yunshan 18 robbers were likely hiding. "My lord, if you intend to handle the Yunshan 18 robbers, please be extremely cautious. They have trained in a combined attack technique that even witch emperors have to avoid." Zhao Ranjiyu cautioned softly. The bounty on the Yunshan 18 robbers, nearly 40 million witch crystals, was a fortune even witch emperors coveted deeply. Yet, over the years, the Yunshan 18 robbers had roamed freely, pursued by many witch emperors, all of whom returned empty-handed. Even a few witch emperors had been injured by these 18 robbers, suffering considerable losses. Zhao Ranjiyu revered Lin Yuan's power, but faced with such fierce foes as the Yunshan 18 robbers, abundant caution was never excessive. Dongyuan City. This was the closest city to the Luoxuan gathering area and was a rare large city. On its bustling and lively streets, Lin Yuan walked leisurely, his appearance and physique significantly altered. Since he planned to kill the Yunshan 18 robbers, Lin Yuan naturally had accepted the bounty in advance. If he killed first and then accepted the bounty, disputes might arise. Shuiyu Tavern. This was an official reward issuing point established by the Shuiyu ancient country. It was specifically used to pursue those utterly evil criminals, and anyone could also issue a bounty targeting someone here. When Lin Yuan entered Shuiyu Tavern, someone promptly appeared to serve him. "Are you here to accept a bounty, or to issue one?" The person serving Lin Yuan was a hunchbacked old man who watched Lin Yuan with a deep, steady gaze. Accepting the bounty, Lin Yuan glanced at the hunchbacked old man. Although this man made great efforts to conceal his strength, Lin Yuan saw at a glance that the opponent was a witch emperor. Of course, not a witch emperor in his prime, but an old, physically weakened one at the later stage of his life. In this two-dimensional world, there was no understanding of rules, and the foundation of strength was the physical body. Thus, once one entered old age and their vitality waned, their strength would rapidly decline. It was said that after advancing to witch ancestor, one's vitality would congeal as one, maintaining its peak until the moment of death. "Whose bounty are you accepting?" the hunchbacked old man asked. "The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits," Lin Yuan said. Only here in Shuiyu Tavern and by taking on the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits could Lin Yuan complete the goal and smoothly collect the reward. The reward was directly issued by Shuiyu Tavern in witch crystals, recognized currency in the 12 ancient countries, and there would be no issues. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked old man looked at Lin Yuan with slight surprise and could not help asking, "Whose bounty are you accepting?" The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, each of them at the peak of Witch King, and their combined skills could even shake a witch emperor. To accept the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, one must at least possess the strength of a witch emperor. But was this young man in front of him a witch emperor? "The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits," Lin Yuan repeated. "The current bounty amount for the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits has reached 60 million witch crystals. To accept their bounty, you need to submit 10,000 witch crystals as a deposit," the hunchbacked old man said. It wasn't that you could just accept any bounty you wanted. Otherwise, if someone were to take on all the bounties at once, wouldn't that affect those real powerhouses who truly wished to accept bounties? So, Shuiyu Tavern had long established a rule. Those accepting bounties must submit an amount of witch crystals equal to a fraction of the reward as a deposit. If you successfully kill the bounty target afterward, the deposit will be fully returned. If not able to kill, a portion of the witch crystals deposit will also be returned. This measure was to raise the threshold for accepting bounties. 60 million? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. He remembered that previously, the total bounty amount for the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits did not add up to 40 million. Averaging just over 2 million witch crystals per person. But now? 60 million in rewards? Half a year ago, the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits plundered a treasury of the prince of the northern town of Shuiyu ancient country. Out of sheer rage, the prince personally contributed witch crystals, raising the bounty of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits to 60 million. The hunchbacked old man said, giving Lin Yuan a meaningful glance. The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits were able to break into the prince's treasury so smoothly, their strength must be higher than imagined. Are you sure you still want to accept their bounty? Certain, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The strength of the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits higher than imagined? Even if all 18 of them collectively ascended to Witch Emperor, with Lin Yuan's strength comparable to that of a Witch Emperor, he could easily break through. This is the bounty order. After killing the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, bring their critical parts here to collect the reward. The hunchbacked old man did not continue to persuade and stated the tavern's rules. Lin Yuan pocketed the bounty order and turned to leave Shuiyu Tavern. He appeared in a vast primitive jungle. Based on the information obtained from Zhaoran Jiyu, the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits were last seen entering this jungle. Lin Yuan looked at the lush expanse of ancient trees in front of him and thought silently. Even for ordinary Witch Emperor powerhouses, let alone those at the level of Witch Emperor, finding the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits in such a vast jungle is no easy task. The Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, being fugitives for many years, must be incredibly cautious, attentive to any slight movement. But Lin Yuan was different. As a 10th rank evolver, Although many of his abilities were suppressed, his keen sense of presence remained. Even from a great distance, he could still faintly sense them. An advantage held by all strong fighters in this two-dimensional world. At most, it will take half a day to search through. Lin Yuan disappeared from the spot and began moving silently at a stealthy speed toward various locations in the primitive jungle. In a certain valley of the primitive jungle, the 18 thieves of Yunshan were gathering here. Ha ha ha, plundering the treasury of the prince of the northern town was a real boon for us brothers. An exhilarated smile broke out on the faces of the 18. The prince of the northern town of the Shuiyu ancient country, a major figure among the 12 ancient countries, owned a treasury that could make even witch kings, let alone witch emperors, envious. Brother, with the resources from the treasury, at least 3 to 5 witch emperors can emerge among us brothers. By then, the renown of Yunshan 18 thieves will significantly increase, said the sixth thief, unable to hold back, glancing at a burly man beside him. The burly man's expression betrayed a hint of a fierce temper, which he seemed quite pleased with at the moment. Just 18 witch kings forming the Yunshan 18 thieves had already left many witch emperors of the Shuiyu Empire helplessly unable to interfere, and if 3 to 5 more witch emperors were born, the whole Shuiyu Empire, as long as they didn't provoke those few beings, wouldn't they be free to run rampant? Alright. We were only able to escape from under the hands of the prince of the northern town by completely relying on the unusual item brother has. Without that unusual item, even if we were 10 times stronger, we wouldn't have been able to make it out, said the second oldest among the 18, shaking his head. Indeed, it's all thanks to brother. Without brother's unusual item, we would have died long ago, said the rest of the group immediately. Was the treasury of the prince of the northern town that easy to take? If not for the boss's unusual compass, which could point out a way to survive at critical moments, they would have been killed under the chase of the prince's subordinates long ago. Not to mention escaping to here? Ha 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 ha. The boss, a brawny man, laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. What is the prince of the northern town anyway? From now on, following me, even the treasury of the Shuiyu Empire's imperial clan can be entered and exited 7 times without any issue. Boss is mighty. I have never regretted following boss. The 18 thieves immediately sang his praises. Right, big brother. What should our next move be? Although we are now far from the power of the prince of the northern town, we cannot let our guard down, said the second oldest at this time. Let me see. The burly man nodded, approving of this idea. The Yunshan 18 thieves have survived to this day not by strength, but by being cautious. Having said that, the burly man then took out a bronze compass from his bosom. At the center of the compass, a bronze needle was suspended. Whenever the burly man faced a desperate chase, he would take out this bronze compass. Then follow the directions indicated by the needle on the compass to escape a dire situation. Compass, oh compass. Which direction should we brothers head in next to continue our carefree journey? The burly man held the compass in his hand, dripping a drop of fresh blood onto it. Suddenly, the suspended needle in the center of the compass began spinning rapidly. The burly man waited patiently. They were very familiar with this. Usually, within a moment, the needle on the compass would stop. Then they would follow the direction it pointed, which was guaranteed to be safe. However, as time passed, half an hour had gone by in the blink of an eye. And the burly man and the other 17 were somewhat baffled. Because the bronze compass in front of them was still spinning non-stop. What's going on? Why hasn't the compass stopped yet? The 18 thieves of Yunshan looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. According to habit, the needle on the compass should have stopped quickly. Even when facing the pursuit of the forces under the prince of the northern town, it usually stopped after just a dozen breaths at most. But now, it had been spinning for nearly half an hour? Had it not been for their previous experience with the miraculous nature of the bronze compass, the 18 thieves of Yunshan probably would have grown impatient by now. Let's wait a bit longer. Exercising patience, the 18 thieves of Yunshan continued to wait. Another half an hour passed. The bronze compass in front of the 18 people, with its copper needle suspended in the central position, was still rotating rapidly. Is there a problem with the compass? The burly leader stood up, scrutinizing the bronze compass closely. Compass, oh compass. In which direction should we brothers head to ensure our safety? The burly man, seeking an alternative approach, posed another question. Buzz, buzz, buzz. No sooner had he spoken than the copper needle in the center of the bronze compass began to spin even faster. What does this mean? This scene left everyone somewhat baffled. What was the compass trying to convey? The burly man's brows were tightly furrowed as he vaguely grasped at a possibility. But that possibility was too bizarre, wasn't it? Even when trapped in an assassination plot by the prince of the northern town, they had been able to escape unscathed, but in this desolate place. We need to scatter and retreat immediately. The burly man put away the compass and said to the other 17 people in a deep voice. Yes. All right, boss. Although the 17 men did not understand why the burly man gave such an order. They had absolute trust in him after so many years. It was this trust that enabled them to turn danger into safety time after time. Whoosh! The next moment, old 18, the slowest among the thieves, was the first to pick a direction and sprint away. The remaining group also planned to choose directions to flee. Suddenly, rustle, rustle. A figure quietly appeared behind old 18 as he fled. Then, with ease, the figure snapped old 18's neck and casually tossed the body of this evil Witch King Peak expert to the side. This scene instantly made the remaining 17 look pale. And a sense of indescribable horror rose within them. Old 18's strength was not much weaker than theirs. They were all Witch King Peak powerhouses. Yet before this suddenly appearing figure, not even a struggle was possible, and his neck was snapped just like that. Finally found you. Lin Yuan looked toward the 17 thieves of Yunshan. Well, it should now be the 17 thieves, and said with a smile. With his current strength, he could have turned old 18 into a pulp with a single slap. But doing so would have made it difficult to confirm the identity of old 18 as one of the Yunshan thieves, so Lin Yuan merely broke his neck, leaving the body intact. Are you sent by the prince of the northern town? The burly man steadied himself and asked in a low voice. The other 16 were dry-throated, staring intently at Lin Yuan. Prince of the northern town? Don't know him. Lin Yuan shook his head, but I'm quite interested in the bounty on you all. Bounty? The 17 thieves of Yunshan were slightly startled. To them, a powerhouse like Lin Yuan, even if not a witch emperor, was estimated to be close, ranking among the peak of the witch emperor peak realm. And he was interested in a mere tens of millions of magic crystals as bounty? My lord. If you do not harm us, we are willing to offer 60 million. No, 90 million magic crystals as compensation. At that moment, the old 10 of the 17 thieves of Yunshan spoke up cautiously. As he did, he produced a box of purple magic crystals. In the two-dimensional world, magic crystals were a special metal, and the purple ones were of the highest quality. This box of purple magic crystals was estimated to be worth close to 100 million. So many magic crystals? Lin Yuan's eyes brightened slightly. He had already been overjoyed by the 60 million bounty on the Yunshan thieves. But now there seemed to be an even greater gain. If you're not satisfied, we can add more. Although the remaining 17 thieves of the Cloud Mountain were bleeding inside, they still forced a smile and said. 90 million witch crystals were indeed a staggering number for them, but they had no choice, the situation was pressing. As long as they could convince Lin Yuan, they were willing to pay an even greater price. What do you think, sir? It's only 60 million witch crystals, we can offer more. Old 10 took a deep breath and continued to ask. However, snap. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared once again. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing beside old 10. With a casual reach, he took the box of purple witch crystals and casually twisted old 10's neck. If I kill you, won't all this be mine? Lin Yuan closed the box and solemnly put it away. Let's go. Seeing this, the burly man didn't hesitate to burst away towards the back. The other 15 did the same, each choosing a direction to flee. Think you can escape? Lin Yuan opened his mouth and took a light breath. Rumble. Terrifying air currents surged from all around, entering Lin Yuan's mouth as if he was the eye of a storm. Trees within miles were uprooted and flew toward him. The 16 fleeing thieves were also restrained in place, unable to move. What? The halted thieves of Cloud Mountain felt their scalps explode at this sight. Is this still a human? Is this still a human? Could a mere breath cause such terror? At this moment, these peak Witch King experts felt their understanding of the world shattering. Die. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared, and in an instant, he had twisted the necks of 6 Cloud Mountain thieves. Explode for me. The burly man, who was the furthest away, didn't hesitate to start burning his essence blood. His aura soared as he stepped into the domain of the Witch Emperor. As the leader of the Cloud Mountain Thieves, the burly man had many cards up his sleeve, and this method of exploding strength was one of them. Instantly skyrocketing in strength and stepping into the domain of the Witch Emperor. Although there would be a price to pay afterward, as long as he could survive, it was all worth it. Run! After entering the Witch Emperor realm, the burly man didn't stay to cover for his brothers or restrain Lin Yuan, instead fleeing without hesitation. Although he didn't know the extent of Lin Yuan's power, after the burly man forcibly entered the Witch Emperor realm, he still felt a certain terrifying pressure facing Lin Yuan. This pressure was no different from when he was at the peak of the Witch King. Escape, escape, escape. At this moment, this was the only thought in the burly man's mind. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally, the burly man stopped. Because Lin Yuan was standing silently not far ahead, looking at him. My lord. Trembling inside, the burly man thought to himself that he had burned his essence blood and entered the domain of the Witch Emperor. Yet he couldn't even get far away from Lin Yuan. Without thinking, the burly man knew that the rest of the Cloud Mountain Thieves were dead. At that moment, many thoughts flashed through the burly man's mind, recalling the scene when the bronze compass spun incessantly earlier. So, the compass wasn't malfunctioning, the burly man realized with terror. The reason why the needle of the bronze compass didn't stop for a long time was because none of the 18 brothers had any avenue of survival. No matter which direction they went, death was certain, and they couldn't escape Lin Yuan's pursuit. Realizing this, the burly man couldn't help but kneel down and plead, My lord, we should never have dealt with you. Just spare my life, and I will listen to everything you say, serving you for the rest of my life. The burly man wanted to live. If he could survive, he was willing to become a servant. Serve me? Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, no need. Lin Yuan had killed 17 of the 18 thieves of Cloud Mountain, who were said to be as close as brothers. Wouldn't the remaining burly man harbor any thoughts? Even now, the burly man might be daunted by Lin Yuan's power and dare not harbor any thoughts, but what about the future? Naturally, Lin Yuan didn't want to leave such a hidden danger by his side. It was simpler to kill him for peace of mind. As for subordinates, there were so many natives in this world, was there a lack of people to serve under him? All 18 of you should go together. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and effortlessly twisted the burly man's neck. The burly man's eyes bulged as his breath rapidly faded. Cloud Mountain's 18 thieves, all dead here. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand. 60 million witch crystals, plus that box worth 90 million witch crystals of purple witch crystals, 150 million witch crystals in total. Along with the savings of these 18 men, the resources needed to break through to the Witch Emperor realm are all gathered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This outing had fully met his expectations. He had thought he would need to take several more bounties to gather enough, but it turned out to be one-shot success. Lin Yuan began to search the belongings of the burly man. Suddenly, a bronze compass fell out. Lin Yuan looked at the bronze compass, and he felt a peculiar aura from it. This compass? Lin Yuan's expression revealed a hint of surprise. In the two-dimensional world, any supernatural power would be diminished, leaving only the purest physical form. But this bronze compass emitted a certain mysterious aura to Lin Yuan. This barely detectable feeling of surpassing the suppression of the two-dimensional world made Lin Yuan slightly more solemn. As far as he knew, so far, no level of life or treasure had been able to withstand the dimensional suppression. Except ultimate existences. How'd I use it? Lin Yuan keenly noticed the fresh blood remaining on the bronze compass. Is it with fresh blood? Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. I'll study it slowly when I get back. Lin Yuan pocketed the bronze compass, checked the bodies of Yunshan's 18 thieves several times to ensure nothing was overlooked, and then left with their vital organs. To claim the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves, one must prove that they had indeed killed the other party. And here, the proof generally consisted of the opponent's vital organs. Although Lin Yuan reaped great benefits from the bodies of the Yunshan 18 thieves, he did not forget the bounty witch crystals on them. These were handed out for free, naturally not to be wasted. Dongyuan City. Shuiyu Tavern. The hunchbacked old man was dozing off, as a peak powerhouse from the ancient capital of Shuiyu ancient country, To avoid the enticements of many powers, he specially took the job as the tavern keeper in Shuiyu Tavern of Dongyuan City. Although Dongyuan City was a large city, it was far from the capital and the convergence of powers. Here, there weren't as many troubles, and the hunched old man had already decided to retire in this place. He was already very old, his vitality waning, and no longer suited to compete with those peak power witch emperors in their prime. Due to the Yunshan 18 thieves moving to the surroundings, a large number of powerhouses from the ancient country have already gradually converged here. The hunched old man shook his head slightly, feeling quite helpless. The bounty alone for the Yunshan 18 thieves reached 60 million witch crystals. Plus their original possessions and the accumulations over many years. Even peak witch emperors were extremely eager. However, peak witch emperors were ultimately a minority. Most of those who came to hunt the Yunshan 18 thieves were teams formed by many strong individuals. That young man is here again? The hunched old man's gaze shifted and saw Lin Yuan entering the tavern again. The hunched old man had a deep impression of Lin Yuan. First, because Lin Yuan dared to accept the bounty for the Yunshan 18 on his own. Second, because Lin Yuan was not any of the strong individuals the hunched old man knew. Third, because the time Lin Yuan had been away was too short, less than a day. Inside a private room of the tavern, Lin Yuan sat opposite the hunched old man. "How is it? Are you planning to give up on the bounty mission?" the old man asked without any hint of mockery. The Yunshan 18 thieves were powerful and possessed numerous trump cards. Even in his peak period, he wasn't sure of defeating them, let alone Lin Yuan, who seemed very young. The hunched old man speculated that Lin Yuan must be a scion out for experience from some major family? On a whim, he wanted to take on the bounty for the Yunshan 18, but after a day's journey, he found he couldn't even trace the Yunshan 18. So he returned to the tavern intending to give up the quest. "No, I'm here to claim the bounty," Lin Yuan said. "To claim the bounty?" The hunched old man looked at Lin Yuan, not reacting for a moment. "Claim the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves? This is their skulls." Lin Yuan opened the bag he carried, and 18 skulls rolled out. The proof of killing the Yunshan 18 thieves required vital organs like skulls, not just any body part. Only such vital organs like skulls could be recognized by Shuiyu Tavern. Lin Yuan had, of course, figured all this out before accepting the bounty, so there wouldn't be any issues at this time. As for how to substantiate that these skulls came from the Yunshan 18, Shuiyu Tavern had its own methods to verify this. Skulls? The hunched old man's expression became grave. Although he was not sure at the moment if these 18 skulls belonged to the Yunshan 18. With his insight, he could directly judge whether these 18 skulls came from powerhouses close to the level of a witch emperor. Witch king, witch emperor, and even witch emperor showed great difference in the degree to which they fortified their bodies, which affected the hardness and texture of their bones. This was evident to anyone with a bit of experience. "Please, wait a moment." The hunched old man's tone changed immediately. He swiftly called his subordinates to take the 18 skulls out. A moment later, the hunched old man walked into the private room quickly and spoke with a bit of respect. "My lord, the skulls have been confirmed to belong to the Yunshan 18. Lin Yuan nodded. The reputation of Shuiyu Tavern was indeed reliable. Lin Yuan chose to accept the bounty at Shuiyu Tavern precisely because of its leniency. Anybody could post and accept bounty missions at Shuiyu Tavern without declaring their identity. Though Shuiyu Tavern originated from Shuiyu ancient country, over the long years, it had already become independent, serving all witches or stronger beings from all 12 ancient nations. This is blood rain tea, which only the imperial clan members of Shuiyu ancient country can enjoy. The hunched old man waved his hand, and immediately a cup of tea was brought forward. The tea was the color of blood red. Lin Yuan was not planning to drink it, but casually glanced at it and noticed mysterious auras flowing within. "This tea?" Lin Yuan's brow twitched. The mysterious fluctuation in the tea gave him a similar feeling to the bronze compass, though far less intense and mysterious. Had he not just encountered the bronze compass, Lin Yuan would probably have just thought the tea unique, not considering a direction of breaking free from the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. "I'll take it back to drink." Lin Yuan packed the tea along with the cup into his bundle. The hunchbacked old man was taken aback upon seeing this but dared not say more. If Lin Yuan could kill the Yunshan 18 thieves with such ease, even if he was not at the level of the Witch Emperor, he must be close to it. Even in a place like the capital where strong figures were many, he would be capable of commanding respect. Blood rain tea comes from the blood rain tea tree, which is a heritage object of the Shuiyu ancient country, existing ever since the ancient country was founded. Drinking blood rain tea can slowly improve one's physique, and it's also beneficial for cultivation over a long period. Thinking Lin Yuan was interested in the blood rain tea, the hunchbacked old man immediately began to introduce it. Blood rain tea tree. Lin Yuan memorized this name, considering that if its leaves contained a mysterious aura, then the blood rain tea tree as the source must be similar to the bronze compass, an oddity capable of resisting the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Here is the 70 million witch crystals reward. The hunchbacked old man swiftly produced a witch crystal note, issued by the 12 Kingdoms Bank and universally accepted. We're even. Lin Yuan nodded and took the witch crystal note. Would you be interested in joining us at the Shuiyu Tavern? With your strength, just by joining, you would become a grade A member of the tavern, enjoying priority in taking on bounties, and even higher commission rewards, the hunchbacked old man said immediately. The Shuiyu Tavern could issue any bounty, taking a cut from the bounty to sustain its daily operations. For example, the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves was as high as 70 million, but in reality, the Shuiyu Tavern took at least 20 million witch crystals as its cut. That is to say, by joining the Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan would receive a reward of 90 million witch crystals. I'll think about it. Lin Yuan had no intention of joining the tavern but did not reject the offer outright. The hunchbacked old man stood up to see Lin Yuan off. Only after Lin Yuan's figure had disappeared did he return and sit down again. Just then, a man with white hair and beard appeared beside the hunchbacked old man. Master of the tavern, the man with white hair exclaimed, "The bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves has been claimed?" Yes, the hunchbacked old man nodded. Who killed them? The white-haired man was curious. The Yunshan 18 thieves were cautious and crafty. There had been Witch Emperor-level figures who tried to catch them in the past, but often they would escape before the Witch Emperor-level figures even arrived. To the outside world, the Yunshan 18 thieves seemed to have almost a terrifying intuition, often able to sense danger ahead of time and take the most prudent escape route. Unclear, the hunchbacked old man shook his head. Unclear? The white-haired man was even more astonished. Such a strong individual, and even the well-informed hunchbacked old man had no idea? Is it not very normal that I don't know, given how vast this world is? The hunchbacked old man glanced at the white-haired man and, after a moment of thought, continued. I guess he must be a strong figure from outside the Shuiyu ancient country. Inside the Shuiyu ancient country, the hunchbacked old man considered himself quite knowledgeable, but he knew nothing about Lin Yuan. The only possibility was that Lin Yuan came from outside the Shuiyu ancient country. The bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves could be taken up not only by the strong figures within the Shuiyu ancient country but also by those from other ancient countries, triggering widespread attention. All right. Let's stop here with this matter. Do not mention that strong figure any further. The hunchbacked old man stood up and said, also, take down the bounty for the Yunshan 18 thieves. Since the Yunshan 18 thieves were already dead, there was no need for the bounty to remain. Yes. The white-haired man was startled inside but responded with respect immediately. Several days later, deep in the primordial jungle, the valley where the Yunshan 18 thieves had once holed up, over a dozen figures appeared there. According to the information, the Yunshan 18 thieves should have made a brief stop here, said one of the sharp-eyed men in a low voice. They were bounty hunters who roamed among the 12 ancient countries, specializing in hunting those with lucrative bounties. They were recently focused on the Yunshan 18 thieves because, after all, a bounty of 70 million, plus the treasures that the 18 thieves had looted from the prince of the northern town's treasury. Such a huge fortune was enough to attract their pursuit. A battle took place here. At that moment, a chubby man, after observing carefully for a while, suddenly spoke up. A battle? The others were slightly stunned. Could it be that someone had beaten them to it? Not a battle, the chubby man corrected, a slaughter. At this revelation, everyone exchanged looks of puzzlement. A battle and a slaughter, although only one word apart, meant entirely different things. And, who slaughtered whom? The Yunshan 18 thieves should be almost all dead. The chubby man continued to scrutinize the subtle traces left at the scene, finally coming to a conclusion. Among the 18, one fled in that direction, while the other 17 are dead. The attack must have been carried out by a single person. The chubby man said in a calm tone, but the brutality and terror he implied were palpable. Everyone imagined a fearsome scene. A strong figure suddenly appearing just outside this valley. Then one by one, the Yunshan 18 thieves fell dead. Despite any resistance they might have attempted along the way, escape from death was unlikely. In the end, one of the Yunshan 18 thieves managed to flee in that direction while the rest were being slaughtered. The chubby man glanced in that direction and set off after the trail. Before long, at the base of an ancient tree, the chubby man came to a stop. "The one who escaped has also died," the chubby man solemnly reported. Upon hearing this, a chill rose in the hearts of the others around him. Even though they had planned to target the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they had never considered capturing all 18 at once. That was not realistic. The 18 bandits of Yunshan were not fools. Once they realized they were overmatched, they would definitely scatter and flee. With 18 men scattering, how could one capture them all at once? Moreover, according to the intelligence they had gathered, the 18 bandits of Yunshan possessed astonishing intuition, able to elude those stronger than them who often hadn't even arrived before they had fled. "Really dead?" Just then, the leading man spoke. This man's skin was black and he stood solid like a mountain, his gaze cold and steady. "According to the traces left behind, all 18 bandits of Yunshan should be dead," the chubby man said. "Can you tell anything about the background of the one who made the move?" the leader continued to inquire. "I can't tell. The 18 bandits of Yunshan died quickly, without even managing to struggle," the chubby man explained. "If there had been a struggle, the traces of the fight might have given them some clues about the background of the attacker. But with no struggle, the 18 bandits of Yunshan were slaughtered by that powerful being, one slap per person. How could they discern the attacker's background from that?" Just then, a slim figure sprinted over. "Shuiyu Tavern has withdrawn the bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan," the slim figure immediately declared. Shuiyu Tavern had withdrawn the bounty several days ago, but the spread of the news was delayed, and the group only received the message just now. "It seems the 18 bandits of Yunshan are indeed dead." The leading man nodded. Shuiyu Tavern would only withdraw the bounty when absolutely certain that all of the 18 bandits of Yunshan were dead. "What a pity. We crossed 6 or 7 ancient countries, only to return empty-handed." Everyone glanced at each other, unsure whether to feel regret or relief. Although it was frustrating that another powerful being had intercepted their target, when they saw the traces of that being's slaughter of the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they actually felt relieved to have been preempted. Otherwise, wouldn't they have had to face that mysterious powerful foe? Given how easily this person had slaughtered the 18 bandits of Yunshan, they had no confidence in resisting. While the others had their complicated thoughts. The leading black-skinned man was lost in deep thought. The one who could kill the 18 bandits of Yunshan so effortlessly must be at least a witch emperor. Yet a witch emperor, the black-skinned man pondered with a hint of doubt. How have witch emperor-level beings become so numerous in the last 2 decades? Having traveled through many ancient countries, he faintly realized that in the last 20 years, witch emperors, who usually took hundreds or even thousands of years to emerge, have started appearing frequently. Especially in the capitals of the great ancient countries, witch emperors who had never been heard of before, one after the other, seemed to appear like they were free. If not for the heritage left by the witch ancestor in these ancient countries, the current 12 ancient countries would likely have seen major upheavals already. Luo River gather site. Deepest part of the cave dwelling. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This operation should have been perfect. Lin Yuan began to reflect, from taking on the bounty at Shuiyu Tavern to the killing of the 18 bandits of Yunshan, he had left no traces that could potentially expose his identity. The bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan was rich, attracting the attention of the majority of bounty hunters from the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan's intervention at this time would only be considered the act of a strong being from the 12 ancient countries. That broadened the range. The only oversight was that Lin Yuan had once sent Zhao Ranjiyu to investigate the traces of the 18 bandits of Yunshan. It was not that Zhao Ranjiyu would betray him. Lin Yuan had conquered Zhao Ranjiyu, leaving a trace of blood essence in his mind. With a thought, he could detonate it, controlling Zhao Rangu's life and death, leaving no room for betrayal. But the act of Zhao Rangu investigating the tracks of the 18 bandits of Yunshan for Lin Yuan was not foolproof. Lin Yuan thought about it and realized that this couldn't really be considered a hidden danger. Zhao Rangu, as the acknowledged leader of the Luo River gathering site, became aware that the 18 bandits of Yunshan had scattered to nearby areas. Taking a slight interest by investigating the bandits' traces, everything made sense. After much pondering, Lin Yuan flipped his right hand. A teacup appeared before him. The teacup was crafted from expensive jade. Just this teacup alone was worth a witch crystal. But Lin Yuan's attention was not on the teacup, but rather on the blood-red tea inside it. Blood rain tea? Lin Yuan observed carefully. At Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan had not dared to drink this tea, worrying it might contain something tricky. Though the likelihood was low, Shuiyu Tavern was renowned, and if they were to engage in underhanded tactics just because Lin Yuan took a bounty on the 18 bandits of Yunshan, how could they possibly have grown to such a scale? There's no poison. After repeated testing, Lin Yuan cautiously took a sip. The cold tea flowed down his throat, infusing his limbs and bones. Throughout this time, Lin Yuan remained extremely alert, ready at any moment to isolate all the tea in his stomach should anything unusual occur. It indeed has a slight beneficial effect on the body. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It must be because Lin Yuan's physical body was too strong at this moment. If a Witch King level being drank this cup of blood rain tea, it would probably not be a slight benefit but a significant boost to their physique. Blood rain tea water? Lin Yuan pondered, eventually taking out that bronze compass. Still exhibiting a distinct mystical aura despite the dimensional suppression of the two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan's mind fluctuated, his suspicions growing. Even the most powerful Tier 11 life forms could not manifest any extraordinary powers in this two-dimensional world. Yet this bronze compass did, which meant, this bronze compass could very possibly be one of the supreme weapons. In fact, it's not entirely accurate to call it a supreme weapon. But at the very least, it is a 12-star level rare treasure. Only entities that transcend the 11 stars can withstand the rules of the two-dimensional world. Has this bronze compass been in this two-dimensional world for a very long time, a relic that was lost here from the past? Lin Yuan speculated. The two-dimensional world he was currently in was essentially a piece of white paper that had been ejected from the Taiyuan relic, far beyond the universe. After traversing the vast distances through the chaos void, it ultimately squeezed into the universe of human civilization. It was unknown through what places this sheet of white paper had passed, such as inhaling lives like Lin Yuan, how many powerhouses and treasures it had absorbed. But one thing was certain. Only 12th rank lives that have stepped out of the river of time could rid themselves of becoming two-dimensional. As for the treasures and rare weapons at the 12th rank level, without a master in control, once they fully fall into the two-dimensional world, they might end up like the current bronze compass, its divine power unrevealed, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. Even the supreme beings, if they did not resist and allowed themselves to be absorbed into the two-dimensional world by the white paper, would probably have their strength suppressed substantially. This bronze compass? A 12-star strange treasure? Or even a supreme weapon? Lin Yuan found it hard to believe. In the main world, how precious 12-star strange treasures are, especially supreme weapons, which are the foundation of peak clans. Wielding a supreme weapon, one could unleash attacks at the supreme level. The eternal spatial rifts in the small and medium-sized battlefields of different races were created in this manner. So far, the only chance Lin Yuan had to come into contact with a 12-star rared treasure weapon was through passing the 5th floor of the demonic Jade Space Black Tower. Lin Yuan, who had reached the 9th rank and thoroughly understood the rule of time, was rewarded with a selection of 12-star treasures upon passing the 5th floor of the Black Tower. Lin Yuan could choose one from among them. Even so, Lin Yuan hadn't made his decision up to now because the opportunity was too precious. And now, a bronze compass, which was highly likely to be a supreme weapon, just appeared so easily before him? Lin Yuan believed this bronze compass was most likely a supreme weapon because it was clearly not naturally formed. It obviously had been refined later, otherwise it wouldn't have such a distinct shape as a compass. And a supreme weapon is often refined from several, or even dozens, of 12-star treasures. If I can leave this world smoothly, can't I take this bronze compass with me? Lin Yuan's heart pounded with excitement. This was a weapon of 12-star level rare treasures, right? In the two-dimensional world, it was ordinary, merely with a faint mysterious aura circulating. But once it left the two-dimensional world and appeared in the main universe, it would be a weapon of infinite divine power. In the main universe, because of that cosmic aurora, the supreme beings of human civilization and other peak clans nearly came to blows. One could imagine how precious treasures of this level were. Not just this bronze compass, the blood rain tea tree from the Shuiyu ancient country should also be a 12-star treasure. Lin Yuan suddenly thought. Merely some tea leaves could possess a slight mysterious aura. The blood rain tea tree, as the parent body, must be no less significant than the bronze compass. Do the myriad tribes' powerhouses know about this? Lin Yuan wondered to himself, at least he hadn't heard of it from Nolan. In fact, Lin Yuan's acquisition of this bronze compass was a very coincidental event. If the powerhouses of the myriad clans had similar encounters, they would surely keep it secret. As for the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the blood rain tea tree from the Shuiyu ancient country, so far, the strongest among the myriad tribes' powerhouses was the Witch Emperor, with none stepping into the realm of the Witch Ancestor yet. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to directly challenge the authority of the ancient countries. But Lin Yuan speculated that day would not be far off. As time passed, there would be a large number of powerhouses from the myriad clans becoming Witch Ancestors. Even those at Tier 11, through their mastery of power, could force their way well beyond the Witch Ancestor. By then, treasures like the bronze compass would definitely not be able to be kept secret. In this two-dimensional world, there should be a considerable number of similar 12-star treasures, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just the 12 ancient countries alone each had their own national treasures, not to mention those scattered about, like the bronze compass in Lin Yuan's possession. Forget it. At least I've obtained one for now. Lin Yuan didn't have much interest in other 12-star treasures. At the moment, his attention was entirely focused on the bronze compass before him. Does using this compass require blood? Lin Yuan pondered. When he first discovered the compass, he had noticed blood stains on it. Let's try. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and squeezed out over a dozen drops of blood, letting them fall onto the compass. Hum hum hum. At the same time, the copper needle suspended in the center of the compass began to spin rapidly. Soon, the copper needle stopped, and information suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. No dangers have been detected so far. Detect dangers? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Can this compass capture the dangers that are about to come, and then point out a way to survive? The conclusion that Lin Yuan drew was not solely based on the information transmitted by the compass itself. It was also based on the past performance of the Yunshan 18 thieves. Outsiders believed that the Yunshan 18 thieves had an astonishing intuition. They could often leave in advance before the arrival of overwhelming powerhouses. Lin Yuan used to think this was the intuition of the Yunshan 18 thieves. But now, seeing this bronze compass, it must be that the intuition of the Yunshan 18 thieves came from this compass. It's a good thing, indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although the use of the bronze compass was not that of those direct combat power-enhancing lethal weapons. But detecting dangers in advance was certainly a rare ability. The most important point was, this ability basically matched the main goals that Lin Yuan had set after landing in this two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding. His limit in this world was far beyond those of Tier 11 lives. Given time, Lin Yuan would sooner or later sweep through this two-dimensional world. Before that, the ability to detect dangers in advance and strive for growth time was crucial. This compass should be a premonitory-type exotic treasure and weapon. Lin Yuan thought silently. The premonition of impending dangers was just the ability of the compass suppressed by the two-dimensional world. If it escaped the two-dimensional world, the full potential of the bronze compass would likely involve various premonitions of future timelines. Such treasures, not even within human civilization or the main universe, had Lin Yuan heard of. But in the Xuanwang secret realm and the Demon Jade space, they were well known. Starting from Tier 12, the goal of ultimate beings was to transform into perfect time beings. And perfect time beings, existing in the past, present, and future, could easily see each timeline's beginning and end if they so desired. This type of premonitory exotic treasure and weapon was a product that replicated the minor abilities of perfect time beings. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had gone by. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his body surging with vital energy like an ocean, the temperature around him soaring so rapidly that even ordinary Witch King-level powerhouses couldn't come close. After spending 5 years, I have finally devised a Witch Emperor-level cultivation method and successfully advanced to the Witch Emperor tier. Lin Yuan reigned in his aura, nodding in satisfaction. With my against heaven's understanding to deduce and enlighten the Tao, the Witch Emperor-level cultivation method I've created is superior to all Witch Emperors in this world. In simple terms, Lin Yuan was now a Witch Emperor, but he was already invincible at that tier, and even those myriad tribes powerhouses and 11th rank peak lives that fell into this world, as long as they were within the Witch Emperor's domain, couldn't defeat Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had stayed in the Witch King realm for more than a decade and had only recently advanced to the Witch Emperor tier, nearly exhausting every bit of potential at the Witch King level. However, to create my own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill, it would be best to review the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills compiled by the 12 ancient countries. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Each of the founders of the 12 ancient countries in this world was an Ancestor Witch. And the Ancestor Witch cultivation skills they passed down were the foundation of the royal families of the great ancient countries. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, even without those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills for reference, he could create his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. But it would undoubtedly take much longer. Ancestor Witch cultivation skills were essentially the Ancestor Witch's exploration and enlightenment of the essence of the world. Lin Yuan reviewing those Ancestor Witch cultivation skills was akin to standing on the shoulders of past giants, greatly benefiting the creation of his own Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. It would at least save a lot of time. Currently, my power rivals the unconquered Witch King and is comparable to an Ancestor Witch. Lin Yuan made a clear assessment of himself. Purely in terms of combat power, he was no weaker than any Ancestor Witch of ancient and modern times. Of course, here, the term Ancestor Witch refers to native Ancestor Witches and doesn't include those powerhouses from myriad tribes. Some special 11th rank peak lives in the main universe. Once they become Ancestor Witches, leveraging their mastery of power, are definitely much stronger than those native Ancestor Witches of the past. But for those special 11th rank peak lives, once they step into the Ancestor Witch tier, their cultivation speed plummets, as there is no path forward. Now, quite a few myriad tribes powerhouses have successively become Ancestor Witches. Lin Yuan thought of the information he had learned over the years. The cultivation paths of those myriad tribes powerhouses completely follow this world's cultivation system, so their speed is extremely fast, and there are no bottlenecks, as the realm of their true bodies sets the stage. Lin Yuan's understanding was too profound. He ventured on his own path at the Witch King tier and even created his unique Witch Emperor's cultivation method, so in terms of pure cultivation speed, he definitely couldn't compare with those myriad tribes powerhouses. However, Lin Yuan was not worried at all. Now as a Witch Emperor he matched an Ancestor Witch, and once he stepped into the Ancestor Witch tier, he might directly rival the few strongest 11th rank lives. In the main universe, Lin Yuan's strength was far from matching any of those 11th rank peak lives. The gap between them was as vast as a chasm. But this two-dimensional world seemed tailor-made for Lin Yuan. Provided enough time, those 11th rank peak lives couldn't catch up to Lin Yuan, even if they tried. Deep in the cosmic starry skies, the vast scrolls slowly unraveled. All the supreme beings, ultimate existences, stood outside the scroll, carefully observing every little detail of the massive painting. Ever since that white paper squeezed into this universe, and then was fixed here, unfolding in the form of a scroll. All the 12th stage powerhouses within the universe descended to this place. This white paper was truly too mysterious, too inconceivable, containing an entire two-dimensional world. Any being below the 12th rank that approached would be automatically dimensionally reduced. There's no way, even if we joined forces and tried refining for hundreds of thousands, millions of years, it would still be impossible to refine this scroll. Correct, this scroll gives me the feeling of the vast universe itself. How could we refine it? Perhaps we can't refine it from the outside, but if we descend into the scroll, there might be a chance to refine it? The ultimate existences quickly exchanged thoughts. In this period, they had basically used every method at their disposal. Not to mention refining the scroll, they couldn't even manage to shake it. What's more, that the scroll eventually came to a stop was largely not because of the many supreme beings' interference, but because the scroll itself grew tired of flying. Descend into the scroll, the unicorn supreme being glanced at the other many supreme beings. Indeed, this method was the most promising one they had deduced. Yet no supreme being was willing to try it. Supreme beings could resist the automatic dimensional reduction of the scroll. But if they gave up resisting, they would naturally fall into the two-dimensional world within the scroll. It's easy to fall in, but it won't be so easy to get out. If an accident occurred inside, leading to the demise of the descended avatar, the foundational loss would still synchronize with the supreme being's main body. For those 10th and 11th ranked powerhouses who fell into the scroll, even if their avatars died within, it wouldn't have a significant impact on the forces behind them. The great alliance of peak clans would definitely not be shaken by the loss of a few 11th rank lives. But it was different for the supreme beings. If they suffered a drastic drop in strength or were seriously injured, the impact would be extremely far-reaching, and could even change the current situation of the starry sky races. Let's wait and see. So many strong members of my clan have fallen in. Let's wait for the next opening of the heavenly gate to see if they can come out. Each supreme being, each ultimate existence, was very cautious. They all realized the extreme importance of this scroll. Whoever could refine it would be akin to gaining the combat power of 2 or 3 more supreme beings. But now, they couldn't rush the two-dimensional world. In Dongyuan City, at Shuiyu Tavern, a hunchbacked old man was dozing off. Suddenly, just at that moment, the hunchbacked old man seemed to sense something, and abruptly opened his eyes, only to see that a young man had taken a seat not far away at some point in time. "My lord," the hunchbacked elder's heart trembled, and he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "I've come here to make a deal with your Shuiyu Tavern." Lin Yuan spoke, his tone calm and steady. Over the years, he had gradually acquired many cultivation resources through Shuiyu Tavern, and the two of them had become quite familiar. Although Shuiyu Tavern originated from Shuiyu ancient country, it operated independently of the ancient country, with branches spread throughout the 12 ancient countries, maintaining an excellent reputation. Of course, to be completely safe, Lin Yuan would always use the bronze compass to confirm that there was no danger in this area before each visit. Upon descending to this two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan didn't really trust anyone. "Please, speak," the hunchbacked elder immediately said in a low voice. The more he interacted with Lin Yuan, the more he could sense Lin Yuan's terror. Initially, the hunchbacked elder thought that Lin Yuan was a powerhouse approaching the level of the Witch Emperor. But today, the Tuoba elder understood how ridiculous his original thought was. Approaching the Witch Emperor, with Lin Yuan's strength, he would be considered incredibly strong even among the Witch Emperors. As for Lin Yuan's youthful appearance, in this world, there were some miraculous items, such as the Blood Rain Tea Tree from the Shuiyu ancient country and other relics capable of maintaining eternal youth. In the hunchbacked elder's mind, Lin Yuan must be some ancient monster who had remained hidden from the world for who knows how many years, and his youthful appearance was merely a facade. "I want some cultivation techniques, ancestor witch cultivation skills," Lin Yuan said directly. "Ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills?" The hunchbacked elder was shocked but also felt it made sense. With Lin Yuan's strength, it was probably only the ancestor witch cultivation skills, symbolic of the highest level in this world, that could catch his interest. "My lord, any ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skill comes with a significant origin, if not from some ancient country, then from certain supreme forces." The hunchbacked elder was somewhat troubled. With the influence and power of Shuiyu Tavern, they were indeed capable of obtaining ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills. But obtaining those skills was one thing. Whether they dared to sell them openly was another matter entirely. Ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills had characteristics that were very distinct and were monopolized by the great ancient countries. Without the permission of these countries, anyone who spread ancestral sorcerer-level cultivation skills privately would be hunted by all 12 ancient countries. Rest assured, The ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills I acquire will have nothing to do with Shuiyu Tavern, Lin Yuan assured. Since the Lord has said so, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to decline further. The hunchbacked elder's tone softened. There were some things he dared not say bluntly, but Lin Yuan picked up the implications in his words and promptly made assurances, making it easier for him to act. So far, my Shuiyu Tavern has collected a total of 8 ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills. Does the Lord plan to take all of them? The hunchbacked elder tentatively asked. All of them. Lin Yuan nodded. The most significant meaning of the ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skill for him was not for cultivation, but to glimpse into the essence of cultivation in this world based on its principles. If we were to talk about strength, Lin Yuan, who had only descended into this world for slightly more than 20 years, had already surpassed all past ancestral sorcerers. Very well. The hunched old man respectfully turned and left. A moment later, he brought in a box. My lord, all 8 ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills are inside here. The hunched old man, using a specific technique, opened the box, which neatly contained a stack of booklets. Without the specific technique, even if someone else acquired the box, it would be useless, as forcing it open would only trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. How many witch crystals? Lin Yuan glanced at it and casually asked. 1 billion witch crystals for 1 ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skill. A total of 80 billion for all 8, the hunched old man immediately replied. To obtain these ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills, the Shuiyu Tavern had paid a considerable price. The key point was that the Shuiyu Tavern, in selling these ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills, had to bear the risk of leakage. Put it on my tab. Lin Yuan casually picked up one of the ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills, glanced through it in just a few looks, then moved on to the next one. With the thought processing speed of a 10th rank being from the outside world, memorizing these brief text descriptions of the cultivation skills could not be simpler. Alright. The hunched old man nodded. Through years of interaction, he had come to trust Lin Yuan somewhat. Such a sorcerer emperor peak powerhouse wouldn't stoop to defaulting on a debt of less than 100 billion witch crystals. By the way, my lord, the ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills obtained by Shuiyu Tavern are all somewhat incomplete. The core and crucial parts are traditionally passed down orally, making them very difficult to obtain, said the hunched old man as if he had just thought of something. Without the most crucial core parts, it is difficult to practice these ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills deeply, and lacking certain key pieces of information could even lead to deviation, disasters. I know. Lin Yuan continued to rapidly flip through the booklets. He wasn't watching these ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills to cultivate them, but merely for reference. He just needed to grasp the overall concept behind each of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques. A moment later, Lin Yuan had finished looking through all ancestral sorcerer level cultivation skills. He then stood up and left. The hunched old man bowed to see him off. Once Lin Yuan had disappeared, the hunched old man pondered with a thoughtful expression. The Lord purchasing so many ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, could it be that? The hunched old man swallowed hard, faintly suspecting something. At the peak of a mountain, Lin Yuan's figure appeared, and he sat down cross-legged. These 8 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques' exposition of the essence of power is still not perfect, however, the represented direction does have many merits, Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. Especially the Chongqing cultivation skill from the mysterious Chongqing ancient country. This particular cultivation technique provided Lin Yuan with the greatest enlightenment, which was longevity. Those who stepped into the ancestral sorcerer realm with this technique lived twice as long as other sorcerers at the same level. Of course, the Chongqing cultivation skill had its drawbacks as well. It wasn't effective in direct combat. Although Chongqing ancestral sorcerer lived the longest, his combat strength ranked at the very bottom amongst all the ancestors in history. But with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he could completely extract its essence and enhance the longevity aspect of his own cultivation body. He could even greatly boost the longevity effect and shatter the theoretical limits of the Chongqing cultivation skill. Longevity. For all the myriad tribes powerhouses that have fallen into the two-dimensional world, it is far more critical than one might imagine, and for Lin Yuan, it is an avenue of retreat. If after 300 years, when the heavenly gate opens, Lin Yuan cannot sweep across all the 11th rank peak life forms and reach the gate, then he can only hope for the next opening of the heavenly gate. And each opening of the heavenly gate occurs at intervals of 10,000 years. Of course, that's the worst case scenario. With Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, with an equal starting point, after more than 300 years of cultivation, those 11th rank peak life forms couldn't possibly be his opponents. If I can fully integrate this Chongqing cultivation skill into my own, I can extend my life by at least 20 to 30,000 years, Lin Yuan silently mused. Here, the extension of life refers to the extension within this two-dimensional world. Living for 20 to 30,000 more years, he could almost experience 3 to 4 heavenly gate openings. With such an extended period, even if a supreme being descended, Lin Yuan was confident he could thoroughly overpower and crush them. Then there are the other 7 ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, which can enrich my ancestral sorcerer level Dao path in exploring the essence of power. Lin Yuan's mind swiftly processed the details and specifics of the ancestral sorcerer cultivation techniques, eventually assimilating them into his own and integrating them into the perfection of his ancestral sorcerer realm. Main universe. Virtual world. Lin Yuan and Nolan, the deputy tower master, exchanged information regularly. Nolan and the human evolvers had carved out a stronghold in the capital of an ancient country, using it to continuously develop and strengthen. When it came to gathering intelligence, they far surpassed Lin Yuan. Galaxy Master, among the myriad tribes powerhouses present in the two-dimensional world, 98 have definitively stepped into the ancestral witch realm, and among them, 9 ancestral sorcerers possess much stronger abilities, creating a noticeable gap from other ancestral sorcerers, reported Nolan in a serious tone. 98 ancestral sorcerers? Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. In the history of the two-dimensional world, the birth of all ancestral sorcerers put together might not even total to 98. Moreover, these 98 ancestral sorcerers, although they belong to the ancestral sorcerer realm, undoubtedly have combat power far surpassing those native ancestral sorcerers from history. After all, the realm of his true self was there. This is the most powerful collection of war videos from 9 ancestor witches I have gathered, Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, thought slightly, and an illusory screen appeared in front of him, beginning to play the video. The sources of these videos were the memories of powerhouses who had witnessed the battles of those 9 ancestor witches. Lin Yuan immediately looked towards the video. The first video displayed a 4-armed figure walking on a flat wasteland, with numerous presences lurking around him in all directions. "You ants, dared to surround and attack me?" The tone of the 4-armed figure was contemptuous as he stepped forward, his right foot stomping violently on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying power spread out in all directions, tearing the ground apart as if the sky had collapsed, and every one of the ambushing myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy injuries. Just one stomping unleashed such fearsome power that the surrounding myriad tribes' powerhouses suffered heavy casualties. The 4-armed figure took another step forward and arrived in front of a powerhouse with 16 pairs of wings on his back. This 16-winged powerhouse was also at the ancestral witch realm, desperately defending against the 4-armed figure. But in the end, the 4-armed figure just extended his 4 arms and with a gentle rip, the 16-winged powerhouse was torn apart, blood splattering the ground. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, explained, this battle stemmed from the Tianyu clan powerhouse's ambush plan. The one being ambushed was one of the 4 divine kings of the Star Alliance, a unique life in the universe, a tier 11 of the 6th tier, on the same level as the Mother of the Tree Realm. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, expressed a hint of astonishment in his tone. Although he was also at 11th rank, he was still far from the perfection of the 4 divine kings at the 11th rank. Indeed very strong, Lin Yuan nodded. This 4 divine king had obviously become an ancestor witch for some time, and his grasp and use of his own power had reached an inconceivable extent. This 4 divine king is, so far, the strongest among the myriad tribes powerhouses that have descended, Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, sighed. He continued playing the second video. It was a fight between 2 ancestral witch-level powerhouses. Both sides unleashed immense terrifying auras. One was burly like a small hill, whereas the other was slender but wielded a blood-colored long knife. From the auras, it was obvious that the burly figure was stronger, but the actual battle was incredibly fast. As soon as they clashed, the slender figure holding the blood-colored long knife sliced through the air, and the burly figure was cut in half. This, Lin Yuan's pupils slightly constricted. A one-hit kill? How could this be? Even the four divine king, when killing the Tianyu clan's ancestor witch, had to make several moves. But now, the slender figure had killed his opponent in a second? Is it the knife? Lin Yuan instantly noticed the blood-colored long knife in the hands of the slender figure. The knife was so sharp it seemed to tear through the void. Is it an oddity? A supreme weapon? Lin Yuan immediately thought of the bronze compass he had acquired. Despite the distance of the video, the bronze compass gave him a similar aura. Yes, it's the knife, confirmed Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, nodding. The wielder is called Hu Zhu, an 11th rank powerhouse of the prison tribe, who was at about the 4th layer of tier 11 before falling into the two-dimensional world. Hu Zhu's strength was not outstanding among the many 11th rank beings, but because of this knife, he soared to become the strongest next to the four divine kings. Nolan, the Vice Tower Master, paused for a moment and continued, in the two-dimensional world, there are many oddities. These oddities are likely at the 12-star level, capable of exerting some extraordinary power under the suppression of the two-dimensional world. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan whispered. In fact, he had known about the existence of these special artifacts for quite some time, and he even still had one on hand. The effects of these artifacts vary, but they all have significant uses. Many ancestral witches are now searching for them everywhere, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, said. Take the Hu Zhu of the prison tribe as an example, who soared to the heavens with the help of a blood-colored long knife. Next, Lin Yuan continued to watch the 3rd, 4th, 5th videos. So far, the strongest 9 ancestral witches recognized in the two-dimensional world include 6 special life forms. The remaining 3 are one from the prison tribe, one from the Yu clan, and one from human civilization. The Yu clan, among the peak clans, is arguably the most powerful, with 9 supreme beings like human civilization, but with a history far more ancient. They are a terrifying clan that was born at the dawn of the universe. Our human civilization's ancestral witch barely ranks 9th, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, said with a shake of his head. That's still not bad, as other peak clans like the insect race and the Tianyu clan didn't even make it into the top 9. Are there more videos? Lin Yuan wanted to see the battle videos of other ancestral witch-level powerhouses. There are, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, nodded. Lin Yuan continued to watch for a while. Sure enough. Starting with the 10th ancestral witch, there was a significant gap in strength compared to the previous 9. Tuoba Ancient God? Lin Yuan looked at the 12th video. It meant that the powerhouse in this video was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of the myriad tribes. Tuoba Ancient God is also a special life form with a great innate talent, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, commented on the side. This time, the two-dimensional world is definitely the home turf for these special life forms. In terms of talent, they are unquestionably the strongest. By the way, Galaxy Master, what realm have you cultivated to now? Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, asked with curiosity. Just entered the Witch Emperor realm, Lin Yuan shook his head. That is very impressive, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, said in praise. Although Lin Yuan is known as the greatest evolutionary genius in the history of human civilization, he has just entered Tier 10, which is fundamentally different from those at Tier 11. Even so, to have stepped into the Witch Emperor realm after just over 20 years is on par with the cultivation speed of ordinary 11th rank life. Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, had also only recently entered the Witch Emperor realm. In fact, of the more than 311th rank lives that fell into the two-dimensional world, the majority are still at the Witch Emperor level. What Nolan didn't know was that Lin Yuan's so-called entry into the Witch Emperor realm already allowed him to match an ancestral witch. And in terms of potential development, even the 4 divine kings, who are the strongest, are far from comparable to Lin Yuan. The 4 divine kings have already reached the ancestral witch realm, and their rate of cultivation will definitely slow down substantially, but Lin Yuan, who is just a witch emperor, still has a vast space for improvement. And the closer to the limit, the greater Lin Yuan's advantage becomes. After finishing his conversation with Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in refining and developing the ancestor witch cultivation skill. Time flew by, and 100 years passed. Luo River Gathering Place. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Compared to over 100 years ago, the Luo River Gathering Place had prospered many times over. Lin Yuan sat in front of a tavern, devouring the beast leg meat before him. In this two-dimensional world, there was no natural force or earth energy. The only way to replenish what was spent was to eat. The changes in these 100 years are indeed significant. After eating for a while and swallowing all the meat, Lin Yuan felt quite emotional. 100 or 200 years ago, the 12 ancient countries ruled vast territories as the absolute dominions. But ever since the powerhouses from the myriad tribes descended, the ruling status of the 12 ancient countries had been continuously shaken. Until 94 years ago, when a powerhouse from the myriad tribes of the main universe breached into the capital of one of the ancient countries, managing 7 in and out strikes, leaving many powerhouses of the ancient country helpless. Since then, the other ancient countries had been much lower key. And the powerhouses from the myriad tribes hadn't taken any excessive actions. They merely took the national treasures of the ancient countries, such as the likes of bronze compasses and blood-red long knives. The powerhouses of myriad tribes had no interest in ruling this two-dimensional world. Their goal was clearly to increase their strength, using various methods to enhance their power in order to reach the end when Heaven's Gate opens and return to the main universe. 123 years ago, the powerhouses from the myriad tribes who descended to this world exceeded 100 million. But now, even though there's no exact count, the surviving powerhouses from the myriad tribes should not exceed 1 million. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The descended powerhouses from the myriad clans suffered immense losses in the first wave and, faced with such circumstances, as well as the mutual killings among the powerhouses of the myriad tribes in recent decades, had drastically reduced their real numbers. 100 years of cultivation, without attending to external matters, my strength has long since entered the witch ancestor level. Lin Yuan had already broken through to the witch ancestor 87 years ago. As for his current realm, following the explorations of the myriad clans' powerhouses of the realms beyond the witch ancestor, they had divided the levels of the witch ancestor realm into the first realm, the second realm, and the third realm, corresponding to the early, middle, and peak periods of the witch ancestor. Then Lin Yuan's true realm would be the witch ancestor 18th realm. According to the standard of 3 realms per great realm, Lin Yuan has exceeded the witch ancestor realm by 5 great realms. My current strength, even if not comparable to the 4 divine kings, is not far off. Another 100 years and I could catch up, and there are almost 200 years left until Heaven's Gate opens. Lin Yuan thought to himself, theoretically, 200 years later, his strength should surpass that of the 4 divine kings by a substantial margin. However, Lin Yuan hadn't completely let down his guard. To this day, nearly 1 million powerhouses from the myriad tribes had survived. Who knew if there were any among them who had surpassed the 4 divine kings? The 4 divine kings were only the strongest known powerhouses among the myriad tribes, but in secret, could there be others like Lin Yuan, stealthily increasing their strength, just waiting for the final battle when Heaven's Gate opens? And besides this possibility, one must also consider the influence of rare treasures. A single offensive rare treasure could elevate a powerhouse from the myriad tribes by several levels, like Hu Zhu of the prison tribe, who was not outstanding among rank 11 lives. But with a blood-red long knife, he became a supreme powerhouse second only to the 4 divine kings. Take it slow, even if I can't make it this time, there's always next time. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. His comprehension of the Chongqing cultivation skill had extended his lifespan to a tremendous extent. If not this time, then the next. Not taking even a slight risk. But in the recent decades, there have often been events in which groups of powerhouses from myriad tribes ally and search all around for the rare treasures scattered in various corners. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If they encounter other powerhouses from myriad tribes, they take the opportunity to eliminate them. This was quite normal, a clearing of the field, since every powerhouse from the myriad tribes was essentially in competition for a slot in Heaven's Gate 200 years later. Eliminating unrelated competitors early on was only too normal. Indeed, 10,200 years later, there would be a second opening of Heaven's Gate, but most of the powerhouses from the myriad tribes likely wouldn't withstand the millennia. Not every powerhouse from the myriad tribes could easily deduce a method to extend life like Lin Yuan. And even if one could last until the second opening of Heaven's Gate, would the competition cease to exist? Of course, clearing the field was only incidental. The real goal of these powerhouses was still the rare treasures. In the two-dimensional world, rare treasures that could only manifest minute powers, when placed in the main universe, were 12-star treasure weapons. Even for someone like the four divine kings, a rank 11 perfect life, touching such a level of treasure was very rare. And now, such treasures were within reach even for 6th rank and 9th rank powerhouses. How could the powerhouses from the myriad tribes not be driven mad? And the rare treasures obtained not only served great purposes when brought back to the main universe but also significantly boosted their capabilities within this two-dimensional world. Over the past 100 years, it was common to see a powerhouse from the myriad tribes, leveraging an offensive, rare treasure, slaying dozens of peers at the same level. Even if I can't make it out in the end, as long as a fellow tribesman makes it, I can hand over all the rare treasures to be taken out by them, Lin Yuan secretly thought. This way, even if his avatar perished here and his true self suffered fundamental losses, it wouldn't be too bad, as ultimately, a 12-star level treasure weapon would be taken out. The supreme beings among his tribe would not mistreat them. Rare treasures? Lin Yuan pondered internally. For over 100 years, he had been deeply immersed in seclusion. The furthest he had been was Dongyuan City, with little progress in collecting rare treasures. The only mystical object he had on hand was still the bronze compass. I could also find time to acquire some mystical objects for protection. Lin Yuan thought to himself, even with mystical objects, the enhancement to his own strength was limited. With Lin Yuan's current strength, even those powerhouses from the witch ancestor 13th and 15th realm wielding mystical objects were no match for him. Shaoyu Evolution Tower. An avatar of Lin Yuan was sitting here, perceiving the cosmic aurora not far away. More than a year ago, Lin Yuan Taiyan primordial spirit had rushed here, and shortly after he left an avatar behind before departing. Perceiving the cosmic aurora with an avatar was enough, as there was no danger involved. As for the Taiyan primordial spirit, Lin Yuan immediately had it proceed to other large alien battlefields to maintain the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of light rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, your understanding of causality rules deepened. Your perception is extraordinary. By watching the unknown aurora, you've comprehended and fully grasped the causality fluctuation rules. Causality fluctuation rules? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This fusion rule encompassed the space rules, light rules, causality rules among 4 different rules, and though it wasn't strong in direct combat, it possessed unimaginably powerful supportive effects. Causality fluctuation? Causality line? As long as I'm willing to pay the price, and erase someone's cause, then the ensuing effect will also disappear? Lin Yuan said in awe. Does this disappearance mean complete eradication, to the extent that even supreme beings can't resurrect? However, the cost is quite substantial, and it requires enough medium, too. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Everything that deals with causality rules starts with paying a price. Causal curse killing requires a price, and now the causality fluctuation line does too. With my current life level, can I erase the causality of 6th rank or lower lives? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. Continue the perception. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan continued observing that cosmic aurora in the distance. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan was cultivating. Just at this moment, Zhaoran Jiyu rushed over in a hurry. Master, I received a message from Shuiyu Tavern. There have been frequent traces of brutal killings inside the Shuiyu ancient country recently, Zhaoran Jiyu quickly reported. Traces of brutal killings? A slight shift occurred in Lin Yuan's heart. If it was something that alarmed Shuiyu Tavern and was directly relayed to him through Zhaoran Jiyu, the brutality of the situation was certainly not ordinary. Could it be those powerful beings from myriad clans have begun to search within the Shuiyu ancient country, scouring everywhere for treasures, and incidentally killing the common myriad clan's powerhouses hiding within, to clear the ground for the heavenly gates opening 200 years later? Lin Yuan roughly speculated. Thinking of this, the true body of Lin Yuan in the main universe quickly connected to the virtual world, entering the shared information network world established for those who fell into the two-dimensional world of human civilization evolution. He began searching for information. This shared information network world provided timely intelligence about many affairs in the two-dimensional world, and was also a major source of information for human civilization evolvers. Not long after, Lin Yuan found some relevant information. 6 months ago in the two-dimensional world, led by Tuoba Ancient God, a group of special beings began to collaborate and enter the territory of Shuiyu Ancient Country, searching everywhere for treasures. The human civilization evolver who posted this information also specifically warned that Tuoba Ancient God was very powerful, and the special beings cooperating with him were all at least from the witch ancestors' 10th realm. If any human evolvers were hiding inside Shuiyu Ancient Country, they must escape early. Otherwise, once discovered by Tuoba Ancient God and his group of special beings, it would be too late to escape. So far, Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings have allied with the Star Alliance and won't stop because of human civilization's deterrence. Tuoba Ancient God? Lin Yuan continued to look for the latest information about this ancient god. Tuoba Ancient God, who was ranked 12th among the powerhouses of myriad tribes 100 years ago, even if his ranking has slightly fallen, still maintained a position within the top 20. His true realm is approximately in the witch ancestor 12th realm. It's worth mentioning that Tuoba Ancient God possesses a defensive treasure, which is also his greatest confidence booster. Defensive treasure? Lin Yuan was somewhat intrigued. Not to mention bringing this defensive treasure back to the main universe, where it would be a defensive 12-star rare weapon. Just in this two-dimensional world alone, a defensive treasure could significantly enhance Lin Yuan's survivability, greatly increasing his margin for error. Tuoba Ancient God, an excellent opportunity to settle new and old scores together. Lin Yuan stood up and vanished from the spot. The master has left. Zhao Ranjiyu looked up and discovered that the figure sitting in meditation not far away had disappeared. It seems that the master doesn't care much about this matter. Zhao Ranjiyu thought to himself, while simultaneously a hint of concern arose in his heart. Shuiyu Tavern had passed on the information as soon as possible to him, which surely meant they had sensed something different. But Lin Yuan didn't even ask several detailed questions about it, which in Zhao Rangu's view, was perhaps a bit too complacent? Zhao Ranjiyu had no idea that Lin Yuan had already thoroughly understood the whole story through the information-sharing channels established by the external human civilization. He even knew who was behind it all, in the northwestern region of Shuiyu Ancient Country. It was a wasteland as far as the eye could see, filled with desolate gobi everywhere. On a sand dune, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his gaze fixed on a certain spot 100 miles away. Compared to the native witch ancestors, the powerhouses from the myriad tribes not only possessed even more formidable combat power and near-perfect application of power, but they also had one more advantage. That was perception. When the myriad tribes' powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, although all means were suppressed and they had to start over according to the rules of the two-dimensional world, the spirit will power originating from their true body still brought with it powerful perception. When Lin Yuan was at the peak of the Witch Emperor, he accepted the bounty of the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves, and with his perception, it only took him less than half a day in a vast primitive forest to lock onto the location of the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves. For the native powerhouses, this was something inconceivable. Even the formidable witch ancestor would find it difficult to locate the Yun Mountain 18 Thieves in such a short time. Of course, the perception of the myriad tribes' powerhouses depended on the strength they possessed in that world. Now, as a witch ancestor of the 18th realm, Lin Yuan's perception enveloped everything within 100 miles. At the edge of the 100 miles, Lin Yuan detected several massive auras lurking, at least all existing in the witch ancestor's 10th realm, a domain that native powerhouses could never reach in their entire lives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A total of 6. According to the intelligence, the Tuoba Ancient God formed a group with 5 Tier 11 special lives to hunt and search for rare items. Lin Yuan thought to himself, naturally, he had collected all the information about the Tuoba Ancient God and his group before making a move. In this small group, Tuoba Ancient God and another special life named Pei Shen were the strongest. They were probably at the level of the 12th realm of the witch ancestor, while the other 4 were between the 10th and 11th realm of the witch ancestor. And Tuoba ancient god possessed a defensive, rare item, while that Pei Shen had an offensive, rare item. The latter was a pitch-black iron rod which, in terms of pure killing power, was not as strong as the blood-colored long knife of the Huzu from the prison tribe, but it was still considerable. Just to be safe, let's take a look first. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and he produced a bronze compass. Although from the intelligence, the group led by Tuoba ancient god would not be a match for him. What can a witch ancestor of the 12th realm do against a witch ancestor of the 18th realm? Even with rare items, that, too, depends on the strength of the user. But Lin Yuan still decided to use the bronze compass to play it safe. It's always right to be cautious in everything. The use of the bronze compass was to premonition the danger that was about to come and to point out a path of survival for the user. This ability, which appeared to be passive, had been discovered by Lin Yuan after research to also have a proactive effect. For instance, at this moment, Lin Yuan was using the bronze compass. As long as the results showed that all was safe, it meant that the group led by Tuoba ancient god wouldn't pose any threat to him. The copper needle suspended in the center of the compass quickly came to a stop. At the same time, a piece of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. No danger has been detected at present. After glancing at the copper needle, Lin Yuan put away the compass. In a devastated Gobi, 6 figures were either standing or sitting, their postures casual. As Tier 11 special lives, they were powerful ancient gods from the deep cosmic starry skies. Even after falling into this 2-dimensional world and lying dormant for the first few years, they quickly rose to prominence. At the beginning of their descent, those 9th and 10th ranked powerhouses from the myriad tribes might have had a chance to encircle and kill an 11th ranked powerhouse with sheer numbers. But now, after more than 100 years of adaptation, the 11th ranked powerhouses had long since created a massive gap between themselves and the 9th and 10th ranked powerhouses from the myriad tribes. Over 100 years, those 9th and 10th ranked powerhouses might just be entering the witch ancestor realm. But the 11th rank had at least cultivated to the 7th or 8th realm of witch ancestor. In this search of Shuiyu ancient country, for over half a year, we have eliminated more than a dozen powerhouses from the myriad tribes and have also obtained a rare item. One of the special lives spoke, the tone quite pleased. In the main universe, the value of a rare item could provoke a supreme being to act, like the cosmic aurora for instance. But in this 2-dimensional world, they, as Tier 11 lives, also had the chance to acquire it? It's just that we don't know what use this rare item has. Pei Shen, holding the pitch-black iron rod, shook his head slightly. That Ice Clan life would rather blow itself up than honestly disclose it. The Ice Clan is a powerful clan belonging to the Peak Clans and the Yu Clan Grand Alliance, and that Ice Clan life only had 10th rank strength in the outside world. But his luck was extremely good, having fortuitously obtained a rare item. Originally, this Ice Clan life intended to hide in Shuiyu ancient country and slowly study the capabilities of the rare item. However, he hadn't expected to be discovered by the group of special lives led by Tuoba ancient god, and upon being killed, it was revealed that he carried a rare item. With the power of Tuoba ancient god, a witch ancestor of the 12th realm, his perception covered a range of 50 miles. The Ice Clan life only realized that he had been targeted when Tuoba ancient god approached within 10 miles range. But by then, it was already too late. Until the very end, the life from the Ice Clan had never bowed their head. This being from the Ice Clan understood that the only hope for escaping from this 2-dimensional world lay in the exotic treasure they held in their hand. Now that the Tuoba ancient god had taken the treasure, even if they promised to spare their life, there was no way they could leave successfully. Rather than that, it was better to detonate themselves and leave the stage. These weaklings boast about their good luck and chance discovery of exotic treasures. Little do they know that these exotic treasures can only exhibit their true power in our hands. The Tuoba ancient god spoke, his gaze frosty. In the coming time, let us comb through the Shuiyu ancient country thoroughly. If we can obtain any additional exotic treasures, you will also have a share. Good. The other unique beings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Exotic treasures are naturally reclusive. Even if they are within their perception range, they could not be detected. So, directly searching for exotic treasures is very difficult because you fundamentally don't know what they look like. But for over 100 years, as information about the exotic treasures spread among the myriad tribes' powerhouses, many of them searched for these treasures. The myriad tribes' powerhouses spread throughout the two-dimensional world. Widely searching for exotic treasures was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but searching for myriad tribes' powerhouses was not. Most powerhouses couldn't catch the eye of Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings, but it must be admitted that even the weakest from the main universe possessed good insight. If they were lucky, even a Tier 8 life has the hope of obtaining an exotic treasure. This was also why the Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings hunted the myriad tribes' powerhouses, first, to clear the field, and second, for the exotic treasures. As to whether they would encounter an iron wall by meeting stronger myriad tribes' powerhouses than themselves, the probability was very, very small. With the Tuoba, ancient god, and other special beings joining forces, the only myriad tribes' powerhouses that could threaten them were the top 9 ranks among them. But these 9 strong beings were heavily watched by many other myriad tribes' powerhouses. They only needed to avoid those few areas, and they could be described as completely safe. Calculating the time, in at most 2 years, we would have searched through most of the Shuiyu ancient country. Pei Shen, who was carrying a pitch-black iron staff, was about to continue speaking when suddenly, his complexion slightly changed. He abruptly looked in one direction. 10 miles away, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Boom! 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 The owner of this aura seemed to rip through the air, approaching at nearly 10 times the speed of sound, causing a rolling, thunderous boom in its wake. Did a powerhouse discover us prematurely? Pei Shen's expression turned solemn as the owner of the aura headed straight for their location, the only possibility being that they knew of their presence here. Discovering them beforehand meant that the opponent's perceptual range was broader than theirs. The perceptual range generally correlates with one's strength and realm. Of course, Pei Shen wasn't worried. There were 6 in total, and both he and Tuoba possessed exotic treasures. Even if they really encountered myriad tribes' powerhouses stronger than them, as long as it wasn't at the level of the top 9 powerhouses, they feared nothing. The distance of 10 miles was very short, especially at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. In just the span of a breath, that figure had already arrived in front of Tuoba, ancient god, and the group. Tuoba, ancient god, and the other 5 special beings did not scatter to escape. Doing so would have given this myriad tribes powerhouse the chance to defeat them one by one. Lin Yuan stopped, looking warily at the 6 special beings scrutinizing him. When the myriad tribes powerhouses fell into the two-dimensional world, not only were all their powers downgraded, but even their body shapes and sizes conformed to the appearance of mainstream humans in this world. Boom! Lin Yuan didn't waste words, he directly made a move, sweeping down with a palm strike. The air subtly became viscous. Lin Yuan did not attack the strongest, Tuoba, ancient god, and Pei Shen, but aimed at the other 4 slightly weaker special beings instead. It wasn't that he feared Tuoba, ancient god, and Pei Shen. Rather, he planned to leave all 6 behind. First to take out the weaker ones, preventing them from scattering and escaping later. Not good. The 4 special beings only felt their scalps tingle. Under Lin Yuan's palm strike, although no extraordinary phenomena appeared and no cosmic rules were manipulated, in their eyes, it was as if the heavens were falling. Although these 4 special beings were of the 10th realm and the 11th realm, being Tier 11 lifeforms in the outside world, they still had the most basic awareness. The moment Lin Yuan attacked them, they realized that facing him head-on meant certain death. Retreat. The 4 special beings hesitated not a moment and scattered in all directions, but Lin Yuan's palm strike was far faster than their retreat. Shra! The special being on the far left was directly hit by the palm. Bang! This special being felt as if all his internal organs had been shattered. His body, refined over 100 years or more, under that palm strike, was as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Lin Yuan's palm strike penetrated one special being and did not stop, continuing at undiminished speed toward the 2nd and 3rd special beings. Take action. Pei Shen next to him decisively rushed out, wielding the pitch-black iron staff, aiming it at Lin Yuan. The pitch-black iron staff faintly radiated black light. In this two-dimensional world, Only these inherently 12-star strange treasures weapons could somewhat break free from the world's oppressive downgrading. Boom! The next moment, the iron staff vibrated continuously, nearly flying out of Pei Shen's grasp. Pei Shen looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Under his full-force strike, Lin Yuan had not even stepped back, only slightly hindered in his assault. But he himself had only sustained minor injuries, and he almost lost control of the iron rod, strange artifact, in his hand. So be it. First, I'll kill you. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards Pei Shen, and his figure silently disappeared. Not good. Pei Shen's heart raced, and before he could react, a figure materialized beside him. Die! Lin Yuan raised his right hand and reached out to grab Pei Shen. Get away! Pei Shen, in a mix of shock and anger, swung his pitch-black iron rod, desperately resisting. Clang! 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 Lin Yuan forcefully grabbed the iron rod glowing with pitch-black light. It abruptly stopped, then with a gentle tap, the iron rod smashed into Pei Shen's chest. No! Pei Shen's eyes bulged, understanding the might of the pitch-black iron rod all too well. But in the next moment, the rod smashed into his chest. In a daze, Pei Shen felt his heart rupture and many other internal organs turned to dust, and even his consciousness quickly began to slip away. In the main world, Pei Shen was a powerful ancient god of 11th rank 5th tier, and even with his physical body shattered, he could easily recover. But in the two-dimensional world, where everything was ordinary, his injuries such as organ dust were fatal, let alone a ruptured heart, he wouldn't survive long. The only reason he was not yet dead was because of the strong support of his spirit will. I possess an attacking, strange artifact. Pei Shen could not comprehend. The attack of the strange artifact was unparalleled, yet each strike with the pitch-black iron rod was effortlessly blocked by Lin Yuan. What kind of monster was this powerhouse of the myriad tribes' powerhouses? Pei Shen could not continue his thoughts as the brilliance in his eyes quickly faded, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Strange artifacts are not invincible. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, casually stowing away the pitch-black iron rod. 100 years ago, strange artifacts were decisive for the powerhouses of the myriad tribes. At that time, Hu Zhu, who was ranked second among the 9 powerhouses, relied on a blood-colored long knife artifact. But 100 years later, while Hu Zhu, still ranked among the 9 powerhouses, he had fallen to 9th place. The stronger the strength, the higher the tier, the weaker the effect of the strange artifacts becomes. Of course, in a battle of the same tier, the one with a strange artifact would definitely have a greater advantage. Not far away, Tuoba ancient god couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Lin Yuan with some trepidation. Pei Shen's strength was not inferior to his, and with the pitch-black iron rod, his combat ability was downright terrifying. But in the hands of Lin Yuan, he couldn't even last 2 breaths. This scene made the originally planning to rescue Tuoba ancient god tremble inside. He hadn't even made his move, and Pei Shen was already dead? Run! Tuoba ancient god did not hesitate to turn around and run. The remaining 3 special beings also reacted, but they were quickly killed by Lin Yuan with a slap. You can't escape, Lin Yuan said as he chased after Tuoba ancient god. In terms of sensory coverage, he was twice as large as Tuoba ancient god, and in terms of full burst speed, he far exceeded Tuoba ancient god. Soon, Lin Yuan approached Tuoba ancient god from behind and slapped him directly. This slap, if placed on Pei Shen earlier, would have left him either dead or incapacitated. But it landed on Tuoba ancient god's back, causing the latter's figure to tremble, and then, using the force of the slap, he escaped even faster into the distance. That defensive artifact? Lin Yuan was not surprised, having first dealt with those 4 special beings in Pei Shen. Putting Tuoba ancient god last was because of the defensive artifact that Tuoba ancient god possessed. Tuoba ancient god, with his defensive artifact, was definitely the hardest to kill out of the 6 special beings. My lord, there is no deep hatred between us. As long as you let me go, I am willing to pay any price, Tuoba ancient god pleaded while continuing his frantic flight. The any price here referred to what the true body of Tuoba ancient god in the main universe was willing to pay. Any price? Lin Yuan was unmoved. Could any price be comparable to the defensive artifact on Tuoba ancient god? Once this defensive artifact returned to the main universe, even supreme beings would envy it. If your honor is not satisfied, the terms are negotiable, Tuoba ancient god said, anxiety filling his heart. In his eyes, Lin Yuan, bursting forth with such strength, was definitely a powerhouse on the level of Mother of the Tree Realm, or the four divine kings in the cosmic starry skies. Tuoba ancient god frantically fled, occasionally taking a hit from Lin Yuan, flying away like a rubber ball. The chase between the two quickly drew the attention of other powerhouses from myriad clans, as Tuoba ancient god and the other special beings searched the Shuiyu ancient country. Powerhouses from myriad clans within the ancient country, having received the news, naturally steered clear well in advance, but the commotion from the chase was too great. The aura, far surpassing that of which ancestor, rippled out in all directions. Moreover, with the death of the four special beings in Pei Shen, when their true bodies in the main universe went public with this incident, it sparked extensive discussions among many powerhouses of the myriad clans. Tuoba ancient god, that's an 11th rank 5th tier special being. Pei Shen is also of the same level, and the two together, along with 4 other 11th rank beings, were chased by an unseen powerhouse from myriad clans? Not chased. Out of the 6 special beings, Pei Shen and the other 4 are already dead, only Tuoba ancient god remains. Right, Tuoba ancient god's survival till now is probably due to that defensive artifact, otherwise, he would have probably died just like Pei Shen at the hands of that mysterious powerhouse. Many powerhouses of myriad clans exchanged words and couldn't help feeling schadenfreude. The vast majority of powerhouses from myriad clans were 8th, 9th, or 10th rank, and they were extremely afraid of being hunted by special beings like Tuoba ancient god. But now, Tuoba ancient god and his peers were being overwhelmingly chased by that mysterious powerhouse from myriad clans. These slightly weaker powerhouses from myriad clans felt a sense of relief. Boom! 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 Tuoba ancient god frantically fled, constantly under attack by Lin Yuan along the way. Even with a defensive artifact protecting him, it was somewhat hard to bear. Lin Yuan's each hit, though blocked by the defensive artifact by 99%, still had a slight impact force infiltrating. Here, slight refers to what would be a full force hit from Lin Yuan. For Tuoba ancient god, that slight impact still caused his internal organs to churn. Accumulating hit after hit, Tuoba ancient god was actually dragged to the verge of severe injury. This monster, who in the cosmic starry skies is an 11th rank perfect life, Tuoba ancient god felt extremely aggrieved. Facing Lin Yuan, he had no ability to resist. If not for depending on the defensive artifact, he would have already collapsed. Being able to possess such strength in this two-dimensional world in just 100+ years, to Tuoba ancient god, only those legendary beings at the extreme limit of level 11 perfection seemed possible. But Tuoba ancient god was puzzled. He had lived through long ages, born since the beginning of the cosmos, and he was somewhat aware of any considerably strong 11th rank life within the universe. Just Lin Yuan, Tuoba ancient god was merely puzzled since the powerhouses of the myriad clans in the two-dimensional world, unless they spoke up themselves, were hard for outsiders to recognize. The top-ranked 4 divine kings were easily identified due to their extremely distinctive features and terrifying strength. As for other powerhouses, they came from various major peak clans and had interactions among themselves, which made it difficult to hide. Indeed, there were myriad clans powerhouses who truly secluded themselves away from worldly affairs, but it was rare for someone like Lin Yuan to cultivate to such strength without ever showing themselves. Behind Tuoba ancient god, Lin Yuan was in close pursuit. If it weren't for this two-dimensional world, how much time would I need to grow to my current state, to the extent of chasing down Tuoba ancient god? Lin Yuan felt slightly sentimental. In the two-dimensional world, even an 11th rank peak life was forcibly brought down in starting point. This allowed Lin Yuan, with just over 100 years, to surpass Tuoba ancient god, a special life at the 11th rank 5th tier. You should know, every life that could step into tier 11 was an extraordinary genius, far beyond the strong ones Lin Yuan had previously encountered in other dimensional worlds. It's time to end this. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. The pursuit along the way, every hit Lin Yuan landed on Tuoba ancient god was slowly accumulating, with the residual force all hiding deep within Tuoba ancient god's body. directly through the defensive artifact to attack Tuoba Ancient God. Although it could exhaust the opponent to death, it would inevitably take a lot of time. But bursting from inside was much faster. Since the first hit landed on that defensive artifact, Lin Yuan had been preparing for this moment. Break! Lin Yuan struck again, his blood boiling, like a heaven-reversing seal pressing down on Tuoba Ancient God. Again, Tuoba Ancient God's heart trembled. The residual waves from the attacks along the way that had penetrated the defensive artifact had already severely injured him. And now facing Lin Yuan's attack, he actually felt an instinctual fear. But to completely kill me will not be easy. Tuoba Ancient God steadied himself. He was only severely injured now, still a distance from death, and according to the current path, if he could endure for another 2 days, he would be able to reach a base of the Star Alliance. By then, with the support of the Star Alliance powerhouses, he would certainly be much more relaxed. However, boom! This strike landed on Tuoba Ancient God, hitting that defensive artifact. The next moment, Tuoba Ancient God's expression drastically changed. The strike Lin Yuan made was almost the same as the previous attacks. But with this strike as the catalyst, the residual forces hidden within his body all began to erupt. In an instant, Tuoba Ancient God felt like his body was enduring a catastrophic flood. It's over. Despair filled Tuoba Ancient God's heart. Following that, as the bursts of residual forces gathered within his body, his flesh suddenly exploded and blood spattered. Whoosh! Lin Yuan stopped, reaching out with his right hand. A seemingly ordinary inner armor appeared in his hand. Is this the defensive artifact? Lin Yuan's eyes slightly heated up. With a powerhouse like Pei Shen at the same level as Tuoba Ancient God lasting only a few breaths in Lin Yuan's hands, even while holding an offensive artifact. But Tuoba Ancient God, he had resisted under Lin Yuan's pursuit for half a day. What was the reason? Naturally, it was this defensive artifact. Unlike offensive artifacts, defensive artifacts are far more valuable. This was particularly true in the two-dimensional world. Pei Shen, with an offensive artifact, had killing power that was shocking, but if it didn't hit, it was all in vain. But a defensive artifact? It was almost destined to block most of Lin Yuan's attacks. Lin Yuan stowed away the inner armor, his expression suddenly shifting. In the exploded flesh of Tuoba Ancient God, under the tens of thousands of residual impacts from Lin Yuan, almost all items turned into dust. Except for the inner armor, and a silver-white mirror. Is this mirror also an artifact? Lin Yuan picked up the mirror. To discern whether an item was an artifact, there was a very simple method. That was to attack. In this two-dimensional world, very few things could withstand a full-powered hit from one of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, an artifact being one of them. Thinking this, Lin Yuan squeezed hard with his right hand. The silver mirror remained unscathed. It is an artifact. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart and likewise stored the silver mirror away. It's time to leave. Lin Yuan glanced around. Having chased the Tuoba Ancient God for half the day, he noticed other myriad tribes' powerhouses were cautiously spying from hundreds of miles away. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot. Main universe. Deep within the cosmic starry skies. Inside a secret realm. The Tuoba Ancient God's face paled. His originally near-perfect aura suddenly plummeted. With the avatar in the two-dimensional world falling, the Tuoba Ancient God's true self was affected, suffering a permanent loss of that avatar's spirit will. Why? Why is my luck so bad? Tuoba Ancient God fumed internally. They were a group of 6 special beings, who together, apart from the 9 most powerful warriors of the myriad tribes, could nearly sweep through the two-dimensional world. And out of the whole two-dimensional world, how many were at the level of the 9 most powerful warriors of the myriad tribes? Yet, why did he have to encounter one? My defensive artifact. Tuoba Ancient God's heart was bleeding. In his original plan, even if his avatar could not leave the two-dimensional world, he had hoped to entrust a departing powerhouse to take the defensive artifact out. Although it would definitely cost him greatly, even if Tuoba Ancient God only obtained 1% of the artifact's value, it would still be greatly beneficial to him. At least, the loss of spirit will caused by the fall of his avatar would be partially compensated. But now, the avatar had fallen, and the defensive artifact was gone too. Tuoba ancient god might as well have fetched water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. However, from beginning to end, Tuoba ancient god never considered retaliating against the myriad tribes powerhouse who had killed him. What a joke! Retaliate, in the two-dimensional world, without relying on artifacts. That mysterious myriad tribes powerhouse could easily slaughter him. Tuoba ancient god instinctively believed that in the cosmic starry skies, that mysterious myriad tribes powerhouse's true self was certainly a formidable 11th rank perfect strong one. To seek revenge against such a powerful being was hopeless unless Tuoba ancient god himself reached the ultimate realm. Meanwhile, as time passed, the battles fought by Lin Yuan, who had slain those 4 special beings as well as Pei Shen, Tuoba ancient god, and others, were being gradually circulated among the myriad tribes powerhouses through recreated memory battle recordings. Over a serene lake, a 4-armed man sat on the surface of the lake. 4 divine kings. A few figures stood respectfully on the nearby shore. Facing the 4 divine kings, the despair of the 11th rank life, whether inside or outside the two-dimensional world, was profound. The 4 divine kings were too strong. 100 years ago, the Tianyu clan had concentrated all of its strong ones who had fallen into the two-dimensional world, trying to eliminate the 4 divine kings ahead of time. But they failed. Not just failed, the entire Tianyu clan was almost destroyed, causing the strong ones of the Tianyu clan in this two-dimensional world to never recover. A peak clan had prematurely lost its right to leave through the heavenly gate after 200 or 300 years. That mysterious strong one, who killed Tuoba ancient god and Pei Shen among other special beings, these special beings had already allied with our Star Alliance. A tall man on the shore cautiously spoke. "What, you want me to fight that mysterious strong one?" The 4 divine kings opened their eyes, their tone icy. "Let's forget about this matter." The 4 divine kings glanced at the few figures on the shore. "I have seen that mysterious strong one's battle recording. His strength is not much weaker than mine. Now that he has gained the defensive and offensive artifacts, even if I put forth all my effort, I might not be able to kill him." The 4 divine kings paused for a moment and then continued, "There are 200 years left until the heavenly gate opens. For these 200 years, I need to seize all the time to practice and break through. As for everything else, do not disturb me." Yes. The figures on the shore were startled. Even the 4 divine kings were not confident in killing that mysterious strong one? Also, if you encounter that mysterious strong one, remember to keep your distance, the 4 divine kings warned, then closed their eyes again. Inside a volcano, next to boiling lava, a thin old man sat. Wonder which old friend this strong one might be, the thin old man mused after watching Lin Yuan's battle video, his face showing contemplation. Combat in the two-dimensional world was completely different from the main universe, so identifying the real identity of a strong one based on their battle style was challenging. But the strength Lin Yuan displayed obviously gained the thin old man's approval, determining that Lin Yuan was a legendary 11th rank perfect being, akin to himself. Well then, it's been a long time, and I might as well go out and show myself, maybe collect a few artifacts for fun? With his mind made up, the thin old man stood up and left the volcano. Deep underground, after Lin Yuan killed Tuoba ancient god and the group of special beings, he didn't immediately return to the Luoxuan gathering area. Instead, he hid in this place, starting to take stock of his gains. This mirror? Lin Yuan flipped his right hand, and the silver mirror appeared. The mirror was wholly silver, with a faint mysterious aura flowing throughout. This? Lin Yuan closely observed it, his expression subtly changing. The silver mirror appeared quite ordinary, imprisoned within the two-dimensional world, where even weapons that were 12-star strange treasures were subject to suppression. They could only display an insignificant trace of spirituality. Lin Yuan's bronze compass was like this, the protective inner armor of Tuoba ancient god was the same, and Pei Shen's pitch-black iron staff was no exception. Yet this silver mirror. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan discovered the vast spatial fluctuations it contained internally. Space? Lin Yuan's expression became grave. The ability to contain such a degree of spatial fluctuations within this two-dimensional world. What would happen if it were in the main universe? This mirror is extraordinary, Lin Yuan thought to himself. But what is the use of this mirror? Lin Yuan had tried various methods for a good part of the day, blood among others, but still hadn't discovered anything. Tuoba ancient god. Probably only got this mirror not long before. Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. He had pursued Tuoba ancient god for so long, and the latter had desperately fled, never utilizing the mirror throughout. From this, one could infer that Tuoba ancient god didn't know the capabilities of the mirror. Otherwise, in a life or death situation, any means would be used if it could save one's life. Take it slow, even if I can't figure it out here. Once I take it out, I'll eventually understand. The powers of the silver mirror were restrained within the two-dimensional world, and its many marvels could not be revealed. As long as Lin Yuan could take it out, all problems would naturally be solved. Even if Lin Yuan couldn't understand it, he could consult with the spirit of the Xuanwang secret realm, as well as the stone statue Shenji in the demon jade space. With this thought, Lin Yuan solemnly stored away the silver mirror and then took out the inner armor of Tuoba ancient god. This inner armor was extremely lightweight. When Lin Yuan wore it, he faintly felt his limbs and torso protected by a certain power. Any attack that bombarded Lin Yuan's body would be blocked by the inner armor itself, and even the residual force that infiltrated was dispersed and diluted. No wonder Tuoba ancient god was so difficult to kill. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Wearing this inner armor virtually bolstered his defensive capability to its maximum. If I were to take this inner armor out into the outside world, I wonder what kind of might it would possess. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with vigor. Among all types of weapons and equipment, defensive gear is much more valuable than offensive gear. After all, survival is always the top priority no matter the circumstance. The only drawback is that the head is not within the protected range. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The coverage of the inner armor only extended to the limbs and torso, but the head, unless matched with the corresponding helmet, it might as well be exposed. And in this two-dimensional world, there was no such thing as regenerating from a beheading. Once the head was exploded, even the strong perished. Of course, the head, being a vital point, is something that every powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes would surely guard well. Tuoba ancient god had protected his head thoroughly when fleeing from Lin Yuan's pursuit. Moreover, while the head is indeed a critical point, the skull is also the hardest bone in the body. The myriad tribes' powerhouses pay extra attention to the tempering of their bones during body refinement. To directly shatter the skull of the head, at least someone of the same level would find it very difficult to accomplish. Penetrative power is unavoidable though, Lin Yuan thought to himself. When he killed Tuoba ancient god, it was by relying on blows that penetrated into the body, before finally erupting. This silver mirror could act as a heart protection mirror. Lin Yuan took out the mirror and placed it against his chest. Although he hadn't figured out the use of the silver mirror, the mirror itself was incredibly hard and impossible to destroy, a commonality shared by all rare treasures in this two-dimensional world. With the silver mirror as a secondary defense, at least Lin Yuan's cardiac protection was significantly stronger than other areas. With the results of Lin Yuan's cultivation of the evergreen technique, as long as it wasn't the heart, head, or other fatal organs, even if other organs were damaged, they would be able to recover. Iron Staff. After equipping the inner armor and the heart protection mirror, Lin Yuan turned his attention to the pitch-black iron staff. The pitch-black iron staff boasted a simple ability, strength. The same blow, once amplified by the pitch-black iron staff, would see its might skyrocket 2 to 3 times. One might not think much of this amplification, but this was the two-dimensional world, where enhancing one's strength was incredibly arduous. An amplification of 2 to 3 times was enough to elevate a powerhouse amongst the myriad tribes several levels. It's just too big, too conspicuous, Lin Yuan remarked as he caressed the pitch-black iron staff. Compared to the compactness of the inner armor and the silver mirror, the pitch-black iron staff couldn't stay hidden. Its nearly 2-meter length was exceedingly conspicuous wherever it was placed. This was also due to the inability of any of the exotic treasures within this two-dimensional world to be refined. Otherwise, given the properties of exotic treasures, variable size it would be the most basic capability. Its size doesn't really matter, Lin Yuan thought after consideration. After all, the staff offered the most direct enhancement to his strength. What about the inner armor? Unless faced with an absolute crisis, Lin Yuan didn't think he would need to use it. The inner armor was meant to boost Lin Yuan's survivability, but in this world, there were very, very few who could force Lin Yuan to retreat for the sake of his life. Furthermore, as time passed, Lin Yuan's rate of increasing strength grew ever faster, and such powerful adversaries would quickly diminish. This move has been quite profitable, Lin Yuan concluded as he summarized the gains of this endeavor. First and foremost was avenging a grudge, causing Tuoba Ancient God to lose a part of his spirit will. Tuoba Ancient God was already an 11th rank 5th tier special being, with a minuscule chance of forcibly breaking through to the ultimate level. Now, with a portion of his spirit will gone. One could say that, barring any surprises, Tuoba Ancient God had completely cut off any opportunity to reach ultimate. It wasn't that he couldn't push forward, but that pushing forward equated to death, leaving almost no hope of reaching the ultimate level. This act of severing Tuoba Ancient God's future path was Lin Yuan's way of settling the score from being wronged before. Fang Qian, his good friend, also virtually died at the hands of Tuoba Ancient God. Even though revived by a supreme being, the animosity was established. If Lin Yuan had the capability, naturally, he wouldn't let the other party off. Next were the 3 strange items acquired, which enhanced Lin Yuan's strength in all aspects. Defense, attack, coupled with the premonition from the bronze compass, almost made Lin Yuan a hexagon warrior with no weaknesses. If he could develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, employing spatial strategies, then Lin Yuan could completely traverse this 2-dimensional world with ease. And the gains here were not limited to the 2-dimensional world. As long as Lin Yuan could successfully return to the main universe, the gains would increase countless times over. The 3 items were equivalent to 3 12-star strange treasuries weapons. Just thinking about it exhilarated Lin Yuan. Continued training. I can feel that the witch ancestor 19th realm is close. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He had been in the witch ancestor 18th realm for a while now and had a lot of premonitions about the 19th realm. Virtual world. Nolan, the deputy tower master, promptly contacted Lin Yuan to inform him of major events occurring in the 2-dimensional world. This was also per Lin Yuan's request. Having hidden for a long time in the gathering places of Luoxuan, distant from the core circles of the 2-dimensional world, he didn't know much about many intelligence messages. That was why he requested this of Deputy Tower Master Nolan. Although Lin Yuan was confident that with his Against Heaven's understanding, he could surpass those Tier 11 perfection legendary beings, he wasn't so arrogant as to disregard everything entirely. Major events, major events. Deputy Tower Master Nolan's expression was grave. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he quickly started. Shuiyu Ancient Country has given birth to a mysterious strong being who is not weaker than the 9 major powerhouses. Shuiyu Ancient Country wasn't very noticeable among the 12 ancient countries, although it also had many myriad tribes powerhouses dispersed throughout. It never produced any particularly impressive strong beings. That was why Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings set their sights on Shuiyu Ancient Country. A soft persimmon needs to be pinched, and in the 12 ancient countries, Shuiyu Ancient Country undoubtedly belonged to the category of soft persimmons. Little did they expect that this time, Tuoba Ancient God and other special beings would suffer a major setback. That mysterious strong being from Shuiyu Ancient Country is too terrifying, Deputy Tower Master Nolan said in awe. Bare-handed, he killed both Tuoba Ancient God and Pei Shen, both of whom were strong beings wielding strange artifacts. Deputy Tower Master Nolan spoke with considerable surprise. Being at Tier 11 himself, he had a significant gap compared to Tuoba Ancient God and Pei Shen. If he encountered them in the 2-dimensional world, it was uncertain whether he could even escape. Lin Yuan listened quietly on the side. He was the mysterious strong being mentioned by Deputy Tower Master Nolan, but he did not plan to publicly reveal this yet. There was no benefit in doing so, it would only attract countless attention. Besides, many of the strong beings that fell into the 2-dimensional world are still hidden, practicing in the dark. The 4 divine kings and the other 9 major powerhouses are just a part of them, Deputy Tower Master Nolan said with emotion. Having witnessed the 4 divine kings and other major powerhouses over the past 100 years, and the recent battle from Shuiyu Ancient Country. Deputy Tower Master Nolan had almost given up the idea of his avatar leaving the 2-dimensional world. What a joke, to leave the 2-dimensional world, He would have to compete with the 4 divine kings and that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country. But what could he, Nolan, the deputy tower master, use to compete with those monsters? Indeed, there are many strong beings hidden in the shadows. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Many of the strong beings that had fallen into the two-dimensional world shared his thoughts. These strong beings refrained from doing anything during the early stages, only making a move after the gates to heaven opened. However, even if some strong beings are hiding, the presence of the 4 divine kings, mysterious strong beings, and others definitely constitute the strongest circle inside the two-dimensional world, Deputy Tower Master Nolan said. Revealing one's identity early on wasn't necessarily weaker than those who hid their identities, it was just a difference in approach. Where does that mysterious strong being currently rank among the openly powerful in the two-dimensional world? Lin Yuan suddenly became curious, wanting to know his own strength positioning. I knew you would ask this, Deputy Tower Master Nolan said with a smile on his face. He wasn't puzzled by the question Lin Yuan posed. In fact, most of the strong beings from the myriad clans in the two-dimensional world were curious about that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country. Who wouldn't be curious about a being who remained unnoticed before striking and then overwhelmed everything with his power? According to the latest rankings of the strong, this mysterious being is currently ranked 6th, Deputy Tower Master Nolan said as a holographic screen appeared before him, which he then pushed towards Lin Yuan. 6th? Lin Yuan looked down. Yes, Deputy Tower Master Nolan nodded. Actually, I think this mysterious being could rank even higher because he has made so few moves. And having never clashed with other major power level beings, just overpowering Tuoba ancient god and other special beings in one fight isn't enough to fully demonstrate his strength, Deputy Tower Master Nolan explained. The rankings of the strong in the two-dimensional world were based on many factors. Many strong beings had gone through countless battles, and their personal strength could be very well demonstrated, so their rankings were much more precise. But for that mysterious strong being from Shuiyu ancient country, having only chased and killed Tuoba ancient god and other special beings in that one battle, the ranking based on that was bound to be a bit lower. Even so, the fact that this mysterious strong being was ranked 6th already illustrated the impact of that one battle. 4 divine kings? Lin Yuan scanned the rankings briefly, and the number 1 among the myriad tribes' powerhouses still belonged to the 4 divine kings. The myriad tribes' powerhouses ranking had been out for over 100 years now, with significant differences between the top 9 powerhouses of the early days and those of the present, almost a complete turnover. Only the 4 divine kings had always held the first place since the ranking's inception, never wavering. The most famous battle involving the 4 divine kings was undoubtedly the one where they swept through the Tianyu clan, a formidable peak clan that was actually breached. That battle laid the foundation for the 4 divine kings' revered reputation, which had a more significant impact on the outside world, almost causing a rampage among several ancestors of the Tianyu clan. The 4 divine kings are indeed very, very strong, Nolan, the tower deputy master, said, and what's more, the 4 divine kings are different from us. Different? Lin Yuan was somewhat curious. He knew very little about the 4 divine kings. This legend of a level 11 perfect life from the Star Alliance, who was considered the most likely to become one of the ultimate 11th rank lives in the contemporary universe. I just heard about this myself, Nolan, the tower deputy master, pondered. All of his powerhouses, whether human evolvers or powerhouses from different species. Once we fall into the two-dimensional world, our forms and sizes are downscaled and we take on the appearance of the mainstream humanoids of that world. That's right, Lin Yuan nodded. Some special beings, originally tens of thousands to millions of miles in size, but when falling into the two-dimensional world, are directly reduced to the range of 1 to 3 meters. The shape follows suit too. No bizarre or grotesque forms would appear. Did you know why the 4 divine kings have 4 arms? Nolan, the tower deputy master, said. 4 arms? Lin Yuan looked at Nolan, the tower deputy master. All myriad tribes' powerhouses, after plunging into the two-dimensional world, will converge towards the standard humanoid form of the world. 1 head, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. But the 4 divine kings, they have 4 arms, continued Nolan, the tower deputy master. Could it be? Lin Yuan had a vague guess in his mind. The extra two arms of the four divine kings are in fact supreme weapons, which have merged with the body of the four divine kings. Even the two-dimensional world cannot fully suppress the spirit of the weapons, hence the four divine kings can have four arms, explained Nolan, the tower deputy master. I see, Lin Yuan realized. When Lin Yuan first saw that the four divine kings possessed four arms, he had his doubts but did not give it further thought, assuming that the additional limbs were an anomaly. So, the four divine kings are different from us. Their strength not only stems from their own powers but is also augmented by the supreme weapons, Nolan, the tower deputy master, disclosed. The key difference between Lin Yuan's pitch-black iron rod and the weapons of the four divine kings was that the latter's weapons were a perfect fit for them. After all, the four divine kings' supreme weapons originated from the outside world, not randomly obtained within the two-dimensional world. A supreme weapon that perfectly suits oneself could exert a power beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. That was why, besides breaking through the Tianyu clan, the four divine kings had not made another move in the past 100 years, yet still occupied the top spot in the rankings. No wonder, Lin Yuan now also felt some pressure. With 200 years left before the heavenly gates opening, could he truly surpass the four divine kings who had a perfect match with their supreme weapons? More than 100 years ago, the Tianyu clan must have realized this and sought desperately to eliminate the four divine kings in their weaker days, Lin Yuan thought. That great battle involved not only the Tianyu clan but also the covert support of other peak clans, Nolan, the tower deputy master, said. In fact, some of the supreme beings of human civilization had also watched secretly, ready to seize the chance to kill the four divine kings if possible. But the unfortunate defeat of the Tianyu clan turned the hearts of the powerhouses of human civilization cold. And they decided not to continue their attack. In this new ranking, that mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country has moved up to 6th, and the Hu Zhu from the prison tribe has fallen to 10th, said Nolan, the tower deputy master, after glancing at the new rankings and shaking his head slightly. Hu Zhu, of the prison tribe, merely a normal 11th rank life, managed to remain in the top 9 powerhouse positions for over 100 years, thanks to a crimson greatsword. Two-dimensional world. In a desolate desert, a man wielding a crimson greatsword sat alone. My ranking has fallen to 10th, clearly, I'm no longer first tier in terms of publicized combat power. The man was Hu Zhu, of the prison tribe. Everyone outside thinks my position among the top 9 powerhouses is based on luck, entirely due to the light of this wondrous artifact, thought Hu Zhu of the prison tribe quietly. The four divine kings also relied on a supreme weapon, but no one questioned their strength. Without the supreme weapon, the four divine kings would still be level 11 perfect legendary lives. And the weapon of the four divine kings did not come from the two-dimensional world. It was brought from the Star Alliance. What about him, Hu Zhu? He was just a lucky fellow. Without this crimson greatsword, Hu Zhu was nothing. Therefore, he had always been the most gossiped among the top 9 powerhouses. Now that Hu Zhu had fallen out of the top 9, it was almost predictable that he would face a lot of ridicule. Over the years, I've given up everything and concentrated solely on the comprehension of this crimson greatsword, delving into 9 major killing techniques within it, Hu Zhu sneered. The profound mystery and the terrifying murderous intent contained in the greatsword even made Hu Zhu tremble. Just wait, 200 years later, when the heavenly gate opens, I will show you all the true might of Hu Zhu. Hu Zhu took a deep breath. As an 11th rank life, he certainly understood the principle of restraint. All myriad tribes powerhouses who have fallen into this two-dimensional world had one ultimate goal, the opening of the heavenly gate. And Hu Zhu was no exception, he too awaited that day. Virtual world. Nolan curiously asked, Galaxy Master, in the two-dimensional world, you must have entered the witch ancestor realm, right? Lin Yuan was the greatest genius in human civilization history, with an undisputedly brilliant aptitude. Thus, Nolan was almost certain Lin Yuan had become a witch ancestor. It is known that in the two-dimensional world for over 100 years, a significant number of 10th rank lives have only just entered the witch ancestor realm. At the initial advent in the two-dimensional world, 8th layer life, 9th rank life, 10th rank life, and 11th rank life all started at the same point. But as time elapsed, the disparities between them began to widen, and the gaps continued to grow. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Witch ancestor 18th realm, that is still a witch ancestor. In that case, our human civilization's 11th rank evolvers have compiled 17 methods of cultivation for stages beyond the witch ancestor realm. I'll send them to you to see. Nolan immediately sent them to Lin Yuan. In the two-dimensional world, where special life forms prevail, and human civilization is relatively weak, it is crucial to stay united. Sharing cultivation methods with each other is a norm, and as for the competition when the sky gate opens, as long as the majority of those who leave the two-dimensional world are human evolvers, then human civilization would be considered victorious. However, the prospect doesn't look great at the moment. Not to mention those hidden figures like the mysterious powerhouse from Xueyu ancient country. Just the 4 divine kings alone have almost guaranteed their spots for leaving during the first skygate opening. Thank you. Lin Yuan glanced at the cultivation methods Nolan had sent over, his expression pensive. The creators of these post-witch ancestor cultivation methods were essentially 11th rank beings of human civilization, each an outstanding genius of their era, and their explored cultivation methods significantly moved Lin Yuan. They moved him more than those native witch ancestor cultivation methods from the two-dimensional world. It's just that my cultivation method might not suit you guys. Lin Yuan looked up at Nolan after skimming through the texts, his voice hesitant. The witch ancestor cultivation skill Lin Yuan was practicing was developed using his against heaven's understanding, tailored to his conditions. The advantage is that it could tap into the potential of every stage of his physical development, but the downside? It was uniquely suited to Lin Yuan himself. Other powerhouses could not emulate it even if they wanted to. In fact, the multiple post-witch ancestor cultivation methods that Nolan had compiled were also explored and developed by many Tier 11 evolvers based on their conditions. They also didn't have any universal applicability, but Lin Yuan, with his against heaven's understanding, could observe these methods from the most fundamental perspective. Don't worry. Nolan shook his head. Although Lin Yuan, you're the greatest genius in human civilization history, you're still just a 10th rank life. Compared to 11th rank evolvers, your perspective is narrower and closer. Once this sky gate opens, I will specifically organize some cultivation methods for you all, Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. For now, the most important task for him was to enhance his strength as much as possible before the sky gate opened in 200 years. Creating specialized cultivation methods for other human evolvers would be a deviation from his goals. Such a task could wait till 200 years later. By then, Lin Yuan should have more free time, deep underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his presence undulating like a fathomless abyss. At a certain moment, Lin Yuan, like a steadfast rock emitting no aura, then suddenly erupted like a tsunami, horrifying fluctuations of vital energy spreading in all directions. If not for being underground, the disturbance could have alarmed countless myriad tribes' powerhouses within thousands of miles. Witch ancestor 19th realm. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his face breaking into a slight smile. After reviewing other 11th rank evolvers' explored paths in witch ancestor cultivation from human civilization, Lin Yuan's own accumulation had finally reached a qualitative breakthrough, advancing into the witch ancestor's 19th realm. My current power is 60% stronger than in the witch ancestor 18th realm. To hunt down Tuoba ancient god again, it would take no more than 2 hours to penetrate his mystical inner armor and kill him. Lin Yuan felt the surged strength within his body, satisfied with the result. I wonder how strong the 4 divine kings are now? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The 4 divine kings possessed supreme weapons perfectly suited to them. Under such circumstances, utilizing these supreme weapons to comprehend the force of this world would likely far surpass other myriad tribes' powerhouses. It's time to go back. Lin Yuan stood up and left the depths of the underground, heading back to the Luoxuan gathering area. Luoxuan gathering area. Zhao Ranjiyu stood there respectfully. Master, Zhao Ranjiyu spoke respectfully. Just now, Zhao Ranjiyu had again received news from Xueyu Tavern, and the source of the rampant bloody traces within Xueyu ancient country had been completely resolved. According to Xueyu Tavern, a certain supreme powerhouse within Xueyu ancient country had acted to suppress a group of powerhouses causing slaughter within the country. Xueyu Tavern knew nothing about this supreme powerhouse, but Zhao Ranjiyu faintly realized, could this be related to Lin Yuan? especially since this great battle coincided with Lin Yuan's disappearance. And the matter had occurred after he had discussed it with Lin Yuan? Thinking of the terrifying traces on the battleground reported by Shuiyu Tavern, Zhao Ranjiyu couldn't help but shiver. Could that truly be the power a person could possess? I need to continue my closed-door cultivation. Unless it's something important, there's no need to disturb me. Lin Yuan glanced at Zhao Ranjiyu, instructing him. The changes in Zhao Rangu's emotions were clear as daylight in Lin Yuan's eyes. But Lin Yuan didn't care. Even if the identity of that mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country were exposed, how would it matter if it were revealed to be him? Currently, his identity in the Luoxuan gathering place has no connection whatsoever with his identity as the Milky Way galaxy master in the main universe. If it's exposed, so be it. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not believe Zhao Ranjiyu would dare to spread their suspicions. In a world where phantasm reality alternated, 9 breaths surged out, forming 9 towering figures, precisely the 9 supreme beings of human civilization. With our human civilization's heritage treasure, Void Realm World, to replicate that 2-dimensional world, even if it's only 10 to 20% similar, it's enough for us to deduce the cultivation methods, said the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The sheet from the Taiyuan relic was unfathomable, and even a supreme being dared not let themselves be drawn into it, risking a plunge into that 2-dimensional world. But it doesn't mean there are no methods if supreme beings dare not risk it personally. For instance, human civilization could use the Void Realm World, simulate the 2-dimensional world within the sheet, which allows supreme beings to enter and perceive its fundamental power. Void Realm World is one of the heritages of human civilization, capable of replicating and simulating the myriad rules of the main universe. Indeed, the 2-dimensional world within the sheet completely retracted without giving away much aura. However, the treasure of human civilization, Void Realm World, can still replicate it through the little aura available. The 2-dimensional world replicated by Void Realm World naturally can't compare to the real one, with a similarity of only about 10 to 20%. But that's enough. Supreme beings can enter at will, and from the height of ultimate beings, even a 1% degree of similarity can help deduce many things. HMPH. That old monster from the Star Alliance has merged a supreme weapon into that youngster of the 4 divine kings, rendering him nearly invincible in the 2-dimensional world. Now we have utilized the Void Realm World to deduce the cultivation methods for our human civilization's evolvers. So far, we have conclusively deduced up to the Witch Ancestor 16th Realm cultivation methods, said the Void God Supreme Being with a smile. The cultivation methods they deduced were not restricted in any way and should offer considerable aid to human evolvers in the 2-dimensional world. At the very least, they can serve as a guiding light, accelerating the cultivation pace of human civilization evolvers. Alright, I need to go back to instruct those juniors. The Sha Qin Supreme Being's form disappeared. The other Supreme Beings exchanged glances and gradually vanished as well. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Sha Qin Supreme Being wants me to meet him? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, slightly surprised. In this past century, Sha Qin Supreme Being should have been entangled by some matter and would not usually contact him. There must be something, he thought. Lin Yuan immediately connected his consciousness to the virtual world and entered Sha Qin Supreme Being's personal world. Supreme Being. Lin Yuan bowed to Sha Qin Supreme Being, who was sitting on the throne. Lin Yuan. Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, a smile emerging on his face. How's your cultivation in the 2-dimensional world? Not bad, Lin Yuan replied. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan had caught up with those at the peak of Tier 11 legendaries, which was indeed impressive. Indeed, those who could step into Tier 11 perfection were beings with heavenly defying talents and attributes, unique and unparalleled in the vast universe. Next, I will explain to you the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor. Sha Qin Supreme Being got straight to the point. The Supreme Being explaining the subsequent cultivation methods of the Witch Ancestor? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned, his face filled with anticipation. Although unaware of how the Supreme Being deduced the following Witch Ancestor cultivation methods, without entering the 2-dimensional world himself and perceiving the essence of the power inside, it was nearly impossible to decipher the specific cultivation methods. But since Sha Qin Supreme Being said so, he must be very confident. The cultivation of the witch ancestor period starts from the first realm. Sha Qin Supreme Being quickly outlined the cultivation methods from the first to the sixth realm. How about this? Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan. Could you delve deeper? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The methods from the first to the sixth realm Sha Qin Supreme Being outlined had indeed given Lin Yuan some insight. But the impact was not significant, especially since Lin Yuan was already at the 19th realm of the witch ancestor. The cultivation methods arranged by Deputy Tower Master Nolan had allowed Lin Yuan to break through smoothly to the 19th realm because of the accumulation of experience, needing only that final push. Even without the cultivation methods arranged by Nolan, Lin Yuan would have breakthrough to the 19th realm very soon. Delve deeper? Sha Qin Supreme Being was slightly surprised but did not hesitate and continued to explain the cultivation methods from the 7th to the 14th realm of the witch ancestor. Even deeper, please, said Lin Yuan after listening, his expression serious, as the methods from the 7th to the 14th realm indeed provided him with great insights. But it was still not enough. Deeper still? Sha Qin Supreme Being's eyebrows twitched. Already at the 14th realm of the witch ancestor, and yet that wasn't deep enough? However, since Lin Yuan wanted to hear more in-depth, Sha Qin Supreme Being said nothing further and laid out the ultimate essence of power from the 15th to the 16th realm of the witch ancestor. Could we continue a bit deeper? Lin Yuan, upon hearing this, had some revelations. Deeper still? Sha Qin Supreme Being couldn't help but say, what level of cultivation methods are you looking to hear? What level of cultivation methods? Lin Yuan looked at Sha Qin Supreme Being. Do you have those of the witch ancestor's 20th realm? The witch ancestor's 20th realm? Sha Qin Supreme Being was filled with surprise and doubt, examining Lin Yuan for a while before falling into a deep silence. Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, his mind racing with thoughts. As a 12th rank life, how fast could Sha Qin Supreme Being's cognitive speed possibly be? In just an instant, he deduced the many possible reasons why Lin Yuan would inquire about the witch ancestor's 20th realm. The most likely reason he came up with was that Lin Yuan had already reached the witch ancestor 19th realm. It would be normal for someone at the witch ancestor 19th realm to want to learn about the mysteries of the witch ancestor's 20th realm. But that reason seemed too incredible to believe. Witch ancestor 19th realm? In the two-dimensional world, it was debatable whether any of those mythic perfect level 11 beings had reached that level. Lin Yuan was merely a 10th rank life. No matter how heaven-defying he was, surely there had to be some limits. Beyond that possibility, Sha Qin Supreme Being also deduced many other potential reasons. For example, Lin Yuan might want to see further ahead, know the general idea of the witch ancestor's 20th realm, or he could just be asking out of pure curiosity, among others. What level of witch ancestor are you now? Sha Qin Supreme Being, after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask. The two-dimensional world within white paper could block a Supreme Being's probing. So even Sha Qin Supreme Being couldn't determine Lin Yuan's specific realm level. I am now. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and didn't hide the truth, 19th realm. When facing a Supreme Being from his clan, instances like the door to the myriad realms and the mysterious gourd, which were opportunities far surpassing 12th rank, Lin Yuan would choose to conceal them. As for everything else, there was no need for concealment. In the world of the two-dimensional, one must accurately reveal their strength to receive guidance from Sha Qin Supreme Being. Lin Yuan held great admiration for Supreme Beings. Every life form that had become a Supreme Being was extremely resolute. Merely relying on innate talent was not enough to reach the ultimate level. Really at the witch ancestor 19th realm? Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan, although he had already anticipated it in his mind. But when Lin Yuan personally confirmed it, Sha Qin Supreme Being was still somewhat shocked. The 9 supreme beings of human civilization had joined hands to replicate a two-dimensional world within Void Realm world, descending within it to carry out deductions for nearly 100 years, before they finally arrived at the cultivation methods spanning from the 1st to the 16th realm of witch ancestor. And here was Lin Yuan who had, on his own, stepped into the witch ancestor 19th realm? Admittedly, the two-dimensional world that the 9 supreme beings of human civilization descended into, created forcibly by Void Realm world, was only somewhat similar to the actual one. And the cultivation methods they deduced were not limited to any single being but could be popularized to some extent. In terms of difficulty, it was definitely higher than the cultivation methods figured out by the powerhouses within the actual two-dimensional world. But they were supreme beings. They were ultimate beings. They were 12th rank lives. The insight and eyesight of a supreme being were far superior to those of a tier 11 being, let alone Lin Yuan, who was merely 10th rank. Under these circumstances, it was understandable that those perfect level 11 legendary beings would explore up to the Witch Ancestor 18th realm and 19th realm, but Lin Yuan? You? Sha Qin Supreme Being sighed, you really surprised me. Initially, when one of Lin Yuan's avatars fell into the two-dimensional world, Sha Qin Supreme Being was extremely worried that it might affect Lin Yuan's prospects of reaching the ultimate level. The collaboration of human civilization's 9 supreme beings to stimulate Void Realm world and replicate the two-dimensional world was not without great cost. Nevertheless, Sha Qin Supreme Being insisted on acting out of concern that Lin Yuan's avatar might actually be lost in the two-dimensional world. But now it seemed that Sha Qin Supreme Being's concerns were completely unnecessary. If Lin Yuan truly possessed the strength of Witch Ancestor 19th realm, his life in that two-dimensional world must be quite comfortable. Indeed, it was not long ago that I barely stepped into the Witch Ancestor 19th realm, Lin Yuan said immediately. Not long ago? Barely? Sha Qin Supreme Being glanced at Lin Yuan. If you could cultivate to the Witch Ancestor 19th realm in such a short period of time, there was no need for our human civilization to actively seek the Star Alliance, Sha Qin Supreme Being stated with a smile on his face. Seek the Star Alliance? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. The Star Alliance was a coalition of many unique lifeforms within the cosmic starry skies, counted among the same level of power as the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization. Without seeking the Star Alliance, it will be quite difficult to take out the treasures from the two-dimensional world, Sha Qin Supreme Being said. So far, the 4 divine kings of the Star Alliance are the ones most likely to go through the heavenly gate and return to the cosmic starry sky. The treasures attained by the evolvers of our human civilization in the two-dimensional world can be brought out only with the help of the 4 divine kings, explained Sha Qin Supreme Being. Those treasures would only show their greatest value once out of the two-dimensional world. However, human civilization's evolvers were not dominant in the two-dimensional world. At least based on the current situation, they were unable to compete with formidable beings like the 4 divine kings for a chance to enter the heavenly gate. But now, upon learning of Lin Yuan's strength, hope suddenly rose in Sha Qin Supreme Being's heart. Given Lin Yuan's current realm, even if he still wasn't a match for the 4 divine kings, he could completely set his sights on the opening of the heavenly gate after the next one. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan nodded. To beg the Star Alliance, to ask the 4 divine kings, would surely come with a greater price, as it was a plea after all. But human civilization had no other choice, given that in the two-dimensional world, the advantages of special lifeforms were infinitely amplified. Not just human civilization, but the insect race, the Tianyu clan, and other peak clans, were similarly unable to compete with the special lifeforms of the Star Alliance in the two-dimensional world. Of course, if you can leave the two-dimensional world through the heavenly gate later on and take out those treasures from our human civilization, you certainly won't be doing it for nothing. For each treasure, based on its value, you will get a 50% share. Sha Qin Supreme Being immediately said, just taking out the extraordinary object and giving away 50% of its value does seem extravagant. But we must understand that if the extraordinary object isn't taken out, it's essentially a zero gain for human civilization. And this 50% value is not for the Star Alliance. It's still for our own people. Sha Qin Supreme Being is quite willing to do so. No problem, Lin Yuan immediately said. This is practically a giveaway. It's just that I don't know if I can actually enter the heavenly gate. Lin Yuan said with some hesitation. With your cultivation speed, as long as you avoid the 4 divine kings and focus on the second and third openings of the heavenly gate, there's still a great chance. Sha Qin Supreme Being said, avoid the 4 divine kings? Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Whether in the two-dimensional world or the main universe, the might of the 4 divine kings was immense. Yes, the supreme weapon of the 4 divine kings suits him perfectly. Even if your realm is higher and your strength greater, the overall combat power is another matter. With your potential and speed of cultivation, there's no need to compete with the 4 divine kings. The risk would be too great. Sha Qin Supreme Being said, shaking his head. Understood. Lin Yuan's thoughts were already in alignment with Sha Qin Supreme Being's. Unless he was absolutely certain, Lin Yuan would not take risks to compete for a spot in the first opening of the Heavenly Gate. Time was on Lin Yuan's side. The longer the time, the greater the advantage his against heaven's understanding would bring. In just over 100 years, Lin Yuan was close to catching up to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. In another 10,000 years, Lin Yuan himself didn't know to what extent he could reach. Right, since you've already reached the Witch Ancestor 19th realm, our derived cultivation method won't mean much to you. However, you can try to comprehend the essence of the power that was captured from the Void Realm world, a replica of the 2-dimensional world. Sha Qin Supreme Being said. The essence of the power captured through the Void Realm world was the basis for the 9 Supreme Beings to derive the Ancestor Witch cultivation skill. Usually, such an essence of power wouldn't yield much insight even to those at the 10th or 11th rank of life. But after seeing Lin Yuan's performance, Sha Qin Supreme Being had a different opinion. After all, letting Lin Yuan comprehend it wouldn't be a loss anyway. The essence of power? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. In the 2-dimensional world, understanding the essence of its power was slow due to the world's inherent suppression. But outside, without the constraints of the 2-dimensional world, observing the essence of power could yield significant benefits. Right, your true body is on the Milky Way main star, yes? I will get Yudi to guide a thread of Void Realm world power for your enlightenment. Sha Qin Supreme Being said. Thank you, Supreme Being, Lin Yuan said with great appreciation. Having the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being run an errand like this was probably an honor few in human civilization's history had received. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, a mysterious scroll slowly unfurled. Numerous towering figures stood in the vicinity. Sha Qin, how is it? Have you given it some thought? A colossal figure, stretching billions of miles high, transmitted a message to Sha Qin Supreme Being. Your human civilization has a decent relationship with our star alliance. For the opening of the Heavenly Gate within the 2-dimensional world, as long as you're willing to give up 60% of the extraordinary objects, I can have the 4 divine kings bring out the extraordinary objects found by your civilization's evolvers. How about it? This deal is very lucrative. For the insect race and the Tianyu clan, I demand 70 to 80% of the extraordinary objects. The colossal figure looked at Sha Qin Supreme Being, himself a 12th rank life leading countless special beings and rivaling several peak clan forces. I'll give it some thought, Sha Qin Supreme Being said calmly. Give it some thought? The colossal figure was slightly startled. Sha Qin, you weren't like this before. The figure was somewhat puzzled. He had just negotiated with the Sha Qin Supreme Being not long ago, who had appeared quite enthusiastic. But now? The colossal figure clearly sensed a change in attitude. Your asking price is too high, Sha Qin Supreme Being, now knowing Lin Yuan's true strength, was much more confident and was only stalling the other party. If the price is high, we can negotiate, the colossal figure immediately said. Then I'll give it some thought, Sha Qin Supreme Being repeated, bringing the conversation back to square one. Alright, you think about it, the colossal figure said no more. But time is limited, and if you wait too long, it won't be just 60% of the extraordinary objects. The extraordinary objects within the 2-dimensional world had extremely concealed auras. Even for beings as powerful as the 4 divine kings, they could only recognize them when they got close and used many methods. Therefore, as long as the human civilization's evolvers hid their harvested extraordinary objects in secluded places, even if the 4 divine kings slaughtered them all, they still wouldn't be able to obtain the extraordinary objects. Outside the Milky Way main star, an ephemeral presence coalesced, taking the form of the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. This youngster, he actually cultivated to the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being looked towards the distant Milky Way main star, still pondering the matters Sha Qin Supreme Being had told her. How exactly did he cultivate? Without the high-level perspective and understanding of power of an 11th rank life, how could he possibly have such a rapid cultivation speed? Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was astounded yet soon smiled, but this is good. At least in that two-dimensional world, my human civilization now has its own peak combat power. Void Realm World. With a slight thought from Feather Butterfly's supreme being, strands of ethereal power, crossing infinite light years, descended upon the Milky Way main star, more precisely in the Star-Lord's Great Hall. Star-Lord's Great Hall. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Suddenly, wisps of ethereal power began to converge. What is this? Lin Yuan quickly opened his eyes. The clan suppression weapon of our human civilization. The power of the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World, famed for being able to replicate anything, capable of mimicking the countless rules of the universe, combined with the land beyond, significantly boosted the cultivation speed of 10th rank evolvers of human civilization. It was said that one of the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, the Feather Butterfly's supreme being, acquired her supreme evolution path from the Void Realm World. The Void Realm World originated before human civilization's long period of dormant years, during that unprecedented greatest opportunity, when countless treasures and heritages fell like rain into the universe. Threads of illusory power continued to gather and swirl, faintly outlining the complete image of a miniature two-dimensional world before Lin Yuan. So this is the true appearance of that two-dimensional world? Lin Yuan observed carefully. The Taiyang divine spirit of Lin Yuan delved into that two-dimensional world, and for him, it was difficult to fully sense the entirety of the two-dimensional world. It was akin to the illusion of being deep in the mountains, unaware of the surroundings. However, Lin Yuan now had a concrete concept of this two-dimensional world. The fundamental power of the two-dimensional world, so this is what it's like. Lin Yuan observed closely, as the Taiyang divine spirit felt the true breath of the two-dimensional world within it, the direct experience reflecting off the complete two-dimensional world itself. Your aptitude is against the heavens, sensing the essence of the mysterious world's power, your own accumulation is slowly growing. Compared to the supreme beings of human civilization, who could only sense the overall aura of the two-dimensional world individually, Lin Yuan's Tao primordial spirit was within the two-dimensional world. Comparing the two, his gains were much greater than those of the supreme beings. No, that's not right. How come I feel that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm world is incomplete, as if it's just a portion? Lin Yuan was slightly startled in his heart. With the Taiyang divine spirit as a reference in the real two-dimensional world, Lin Yuan immediately realized that the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm world was vaguely incomplete. This was somewhat unbelievable to Lin Yuan. Given the depth of the two-dimensional world, it was normal for the Void Realm world to be unable to replicate it completely. The Sha Qin Supreme Being also specifically mentioned to Lin Yuan that the fidelity of the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm world was only 1/10 to 1/20 that of the true two-dimensional world. But fidelity and completeness were two different matters. For example, when trying to replicate a famous painting, the copy might come nowhere close to the original in terms of the details of the artistry. But at least in terms of size, the copy should not be much different from the real painting. Yet now, the two-dimensional world replicated by the Void Realm world seemed much smaller than the true two-dimensional world. There are two possibilities. One is that I perceived it incorrectly. The other is that within the two-dimensional world, there are vast hidden spaces that the Void Realm world cannot detect and thus cannot replicate. Lin Yuan thought to himself. That two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan looked up in a certain direction, precisely the final resting place of the white paper. Around the white paper, any matter would dematerialize on its own. If not for the intervention of a supreme being, likely 1% of this universe would turn into a scroll. Forget it. What kind of secrets are hidden within that two-dimensional world, and what does it have to do with me? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, no longer dwelling on it. His most urgent task was to enhance his strength as much as possible. Then, when the heavenly gate opens, defeat the other competitors, step out of the two-dimensional world, and return to the main universe. Two-dimensional world. Lin Yuan, while sensing the essence of heaven and earth, took out a silver mirror and gently stroked it. How exactly is this mirror used? Lin Yuan scrutinized it carefully. According to the information he had obtained, this silver mirror had belonged to a powerful member of the Ice Clan before it fell into the hands of the Tuoba ancient god. That Ice Clan powerhouse had possessed the mirror for decades and may have discovered some of its functions. However, after dying at the hands of the Tuoba ancient god, the true body of that Ice Clan member went into seclusion, and even Lin Yuan, concealing his identity, could not make contact. If blood doesn't work, let's try mental power. Lin Yuan carefully extended a wisp of mental energy. Within the two-dimensional world, even though all extraordinary powers were suppressed, mental energy, being the most fundamental force of life, stands apart from the physical strength and blood. Even in this two-dimensional world, the presence of mental power was still allowed. It was just like other extraordinary powers, mental energy was also greatly suppressed. As a practitioner at the Witch Ancestor 19th Realm, Lin Yuan had accumulated a fair amount of mental energy, allowing him the confidence to expend some on the mirror. If it were other myriad tribes' powerhouses, the loss of a wisp of mental energy might lead to a decline in condition and a considerable reduction in strength. Is this mirror absorbing mental energy? Lin Yuan's spirit was lifted as his mental energy came into contact with the mirror's surface, experiencing a slight pull. Just as Lin Yuan was about to expend part of his mental energy to figure out the purpose of the silver mirror once and for all, Zhaoran Jiyu appeared outside, wanting to see Lin Yuan. "Come in." Lin Yuan put away the silver mirror and said, "Master." Zhaoran Jiyu spoke respectfully. "What's the matter?" Lin Yuan looked at Zhaoran Jiyu. Before going into seclusion, he had instructed that he should not be disturbed unless it was important. "The royal family of Shuiyu ancient country wants to meet with the master," Zhaoran Jiyu quickly said. "The royal family of Shuiyu ancient country?" Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm not interested." If it had been at the beginning when he first arrived, Lin Yuan might have been quite wary of the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country. But now? Not to mention the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country, even if the royal families of the 12 ancient countries stood together, Lin Yuan wouldn't bat an eyelid. "The royal family of Shuiyu ancient country says they have a precious treasure to present," Zhaoran Jiyu added. "A precious treasure?" Lin Yuan's heart suddenly stirred. For a myriad tribes powerhouse like Lin Yuan, the only treasure of value in the two-dimensional world is an exotic item. Of course, the most precious is certainly the two-dimensional world itself, that is, the white paper. But even supreme beings cannot refine that white paper. The powerhouses trapped within naturally wouldn't harbor any thoughts about it. As for the exotic item owned by Shuiyu ancient country, according to Lin Yuan, it was a blood rain tea tree. However, that blood rain tea tree had been taken away by several powerhouses who had stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm nearly 100 years ago. The miraculous aspect of the blood rain tea tree is no secret among the upper echelons of Shuiyu ancient country. Upon realization of the value of exotic items within the two-dimensional world, the blood rain tea tree would definitely not have been overlooked and was eyed by powerhouses early on. It was simply beyond Shuiyu ancient country's ability to retain. Could it be that Shuiyu ancient country still hides other exotic items? Lin Yuan grew interested. When the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country declared they had a treasure to offer, Lin Yuan naturally thought along these lines. So be it. Let's meet then. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan thought it was only appropriate to see for himself since it concerned an exotic item. Yes. Zhaoran Jiyu immediately responded. Since the master has agreed to meet, I shall notify them at once. Zhaoran Jiyu respectfully withdrew. Without Lin Yuan's permission, even the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country would not dare to enter the vicinity of Luoxuan gathering place uninvited. Over the years, even though Lin Yuan rarely took action, just the occasional demonstration was enough to deter Shuiyu ancient country. After Zhaoran Jiyu went to notify the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country, there was some time before their audience. Lin Yuan continued to take out the silver mirror and pour his spirit will into it. Hum, accompanied by Lin Yuan using up a great amount of spirit will. The silver mirror in front of him gradually revealed its extraordinary nature. Faint silver radiance began to emerge. At the same time, Lin Yuan actually felt an extremely familiar fluctuation. Spatial fluctuation. It was purely spatial fluctuation, not involving any space rules. This is promising. Seeing this, Lin Yuan continued to maintain the infusion of his spirit will. Only a powerhouse in the Witch Ancestor 19th realm could possess such abundant spirit will. If it were someone in the 15th or 16th realm, they wouldn't even meet the prerequisite to activate this silver mirror. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, most of the day had gone by. Lin Yuan's brows slightly furrowed. Maintaining the infusion of spirit will, even Lin Yuan was feeling the strain. If this were to continue, it would likely impact his own strength. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to proceed, swoosh! The silver mirror seemed to undergo a qualitative change. It began to float up slowly. The surface of the mirror rippled like mercury, creating gentle waves. What? Lin Yuan looked at the silver mirror floating up before him, a look of shock on his face. The fact that the mirror was floating did not surprise him. With his current strength, a full-force burst could also achieve brief levitation. It was simply a matter of letting one's blood and qi boil, unleashing a strong life magnetic field, thereby counteracting the force of gravity. What truly shocked Lin Yuan was the sensation of an independent space contained within the mirror. The space was not large, just about 10 square meters. But bear in mind, within the two-dimensional world, there is no concept of spatial depth. Everything is two-dimensional, everything is flat. And now, the space inside the mirror was akin to opening up a three-dimensional space within a two-dimensional plane, a notion utterly inconceivable, right? The direct size of my inner world has reached 2.331 billion miles in radius, and the number of layers in spatial layers exceeds 3 billion. Yet despite this, upon falling into this two-dimensional world, my inner world was instantly compressed into a sheet of paper, its existence nullified. Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. And now, within the silver mirror, there actually existed a standalone space being maintained. Should this standalone space return to the main universe, and be completely unfolded, how vast would it become? Having the space in the mirror certainly does make things more convenient, Lin Yuan thought to himself, caressing the silver mirror over and over again. Although the space in the mirror was not large, it was more than enough to hold Lin Yuan's daily items, especially that pitch-black iron rod which was far too conspicuous to carry on his back. Now, he could place the iron rod inside it. Whenever he wanted to use it, he could take it out in an instant. Furthermore, for Lin Yuan, the silver mirror possessed a crucial ability for safeguarding his life. If he ever encountered an attack he could not withstand, he could completely hide inside the silver mirror. As for the silver mirror's body exposed to the outside, the silver mirror being an exotic item, a 12-star strange treasures weapon, within this two-dimensional world, equates to an indestructible existence. Even if supreme beings were to fall in here, limited by the suppression of the two-dimensional world, unable to exert their full power, they still could not shake the silver mirror. Not bad at all. Lin Yuan's heart felt elated. With this silver mirror in his possession, his means had once again become much richer. First, I will place the iron rod inside. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the nearly 2-meter-long pitch-black iron rod disappeared on the spot, being stored in the spatial area within the silver mirror. He then also put the bronze compass into it, a strange object that was of great use to Lin Yuan. Normally, he had to constantly pay attention to it when carrying it on his person. But once it was placed in the space within the silver mirror, he felt much more at ease. It didn't take long for Lin Yuan to understand the capabilities of the silver mirror. Members of the imperial family of Shuiyu ancient country hurriedly arrived. Coming to pay respects to Lin Yuan was the current emperor of the Shuiyu ancient country, a middle-aged man with an air of great dignity. "Greetings to your excellency," said the Shuiyu emperor, followed by several princes and ministers, with profound respect. The young man seated cross-legged in front of them. His mere presence imposed an almost invisible pressure that came from the essence of life itself, causing the group to bear an immense burden as sweat continuously beaded on their foreheads. "Is this the mysterious powerhouse hidden within our Shuiyu ancient country?" The Shuiyu emperor swallowed nervously. The recently concluded battle in the desolate northwestern region of the Shuiyu ancient country not only spread widely among the powerhouses of the myriad clans but also reached the ears of the local power, the Shuiyu ancient country. Moreover, the royal family of Shuiyu ancient country, based on numerous clues, had vaguely inferred that this mysterious powerhouse was none other than this young man before them. For over 100 years, a succession of unparalleled powerhouses emerged from the 12 ancient countries, causing the traditional ruling royal families to tremble with fear. If it were not utterly necessary, the Shuiyu emperor truly did not wish to approach Lin Yuan because the pressure was too great to bear. "You may rise." Lin Yuan glanced at the respectful figures standing below, pausing slightly on one of them. That person was the prince of the northern town of Shuiyu ancient country. Initially, Lin Yuan's acquisition of the bronze compass could be considered somewhat fated due to the prince's involvement. Had the northern town prince not been pursuing the Cloud Mountain 18 bandits, they would not have fled around the Luoxuan gathering area. Even if Lin Yuan had set out to claim the bounty, he wouldn't have ventured too far from the Luoxuan gathering area, and it was very likely he would have missed out on acquiring the bronze compass. Even in this two-dimensional world, cause and effect exist, it's just almost imperceptible, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the Xiaoyu Evolution Tower, Lin Yuan had created an incarnation that was comprehending the cosmic aurora, rapidly enhancing his understanding of the law of causality. Now, meeting the northern town prince in such a manner could be considered a manifestation of karma. "Excellency, these are the treasured items we wish to present." The Shuiyu emperor took out 2 wooden boxes. One box was large, the other small. The large one was half a meter long, while the small box was only 10 centimeters in size. Zhao Ranjiyu swiftly approached, taking the 2 wooden boxes and respectfully placing them in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan opened the 2 wooden boxes with interest. Inside the large box was an axe, carved entirely from jade, small and exquisite. A faint sharp aura circulated between the edges of the axe blade. Inside the small box was a piece of wood. Even without touching it, Lin Yuan could feel a tremendous vitality emanating from within the wood. These 2 treasures. Lin Yuan's expression was unchanged, but his heart was slightly excited. The small and exquisite jade axe was likely a supreme weapon, similar to the pitch-black iron rod. And that piece of wood was probably some 12-star rare treasures material which, if placed in the main universe, would likely provoke a supreme being to compete for it. Shuiyu ancient country. Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuiyu emperor and his retinue below. Over the past century, the Shuiyu ancient country must have been scoured by numerous myriad tribes powerhouses. Even so, they had still managed to retain these 2 treasures, clearly possessing some means. "Speak, what do you want me to do?" Lin Yuan asked indifferently. If the Shuiyu emperor and his entourage had traveled thousands of miles to see him and even presented valuable exotic items, they definitely had a request to make. "May I ask if your excellency is related to the chase that occurred a while back in the northwestern region of the ancient country?" the Shuiyu emperor asked cautiously. "It was me," Lin Yuan answered directly. Now, with his power, there was no need to hide the truth, he simply admitted it outright. "Your excellency's power is truly heaven-reaching," the Shuiyu emperor said with genuine amazement. The traces left by the Great Pursuit in the northwestern region had shattered the perceptions of the powerhouses within the Shuiyu royal family time and again. "Just state your business," Lin Yuan said with a calm voice. "Yes," the Shuiyu emperor composed himself. "I hope your excellency will provide protection for our Shuiyu ancient country." "Protection?" Lin Yuan glanced at the Shuiyu emperor. He had anticipated this request. For indigenous ancient countries in the two-dimensional world, there was bound to be a pervasive sense of panic facing the countless powerful beings descending upon them. "This is what you'll do, from now on, you can simply announce to the outside world that I am your protector," Lin Yuan stated. Just like that? The Shuiyu emperor was somewhat stunned. "With such an announcement, other powerhouses won't dare to take any undue action," Lin Yuan said softly. Among the myriad tribes' powerhouses, news traveled astoundingly fast. Once they learned that the mysterious powerhouse ranked 6th in the standings was protecting the Shuiyu ancient country, no one with 1,000 lives would dare to cause trouble. Yes, the Shuiyu emperor, though puzzled, dared not show any sign of objection. 1 month later, after the Shuiyu emperor returned to the capital and made the announcement, the Shuiyu empire indeed became much calmer, with the previously unruly powerhouses of the myriad clans now significantly subdued. Many among the myriad clans' powerhouses unanimously considered Lin Yuan to be a legendary being at Tier 11 perfection from the main universe. Who would dare to misbehave within the protective scope of such an entity? Time flew swiftly, and Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Nearly 200 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. Only 2 months remained until the once-in-10,000 years opening of the Heavenly Gate. On the clear azure surface of the lake, stood a four-armed man in silence. He was only 1.67 meters tall, yet his invisible aura was vast and immeasurable, his four arms hinting at a disharmony with the surrounding world. Four divine canes. Four divine canes. Four divine canes. At the edge of the lake, dozens of figures whispered in a frenzied tone. 200 years ago, the power of the four divine canes had already far surpassed theirs. Another 200 years had passed, and the gap had only widened further. Is the celestial gate about to open? The four divine canes, the four-armed man, slowly opened his eyes, which were profound as he spoke calmly. According to the time in this two-dimensional world, in 2 months the celestial gate will open. The leading figure at the shore immediately responded. The celestial gate opens every 10,000 years, which is the grandest event in this two-dimensional world. Countless powerhouses will go to witness it. Before the arrival of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, only those at the Witch Emperor level were qualified to vie for entry. And only the Witch Ancestor level would dare to ensure they could reach the celestial gate. Now, with the intervention of the myriad tribes' powerhouses, the threshold has been raised infinitely. Understood. We will set off for the Heavenly Mountain in 1 day, the four divine kings said slowly. The Heavenly Mountain is the most towering peak in this known two-dimensional world. Every time the celestial gate opens, it appears above the Heavenly Mountain, which eventually led to its name. Yes. The dozens of figures at the lake's edge nodded immediately. Four divine kings. The leading figure suddenly hesitated. Don't worry, you have handled so many trifles for me in this two-dimensional world. As long as I can leave, I will have a supreme being make a move and compensate you for your fundamental losses as much as possible, the four divine kings assured, looking at the many figures on the shore. These figures were all powerful and special beings, ancient gods who could dominate any part of the cosmic starry skies. Many thanks, four divine kings. We are in your debt, four divine kings. It is our honor to handle trifles for the four divine kings. The dozens of figures felt a slight relief in their hearts. Fundamental losses were irrevocable, but they could be compensated. As long as a supreme being made a move, and with a price paid, their losses could be reduced to a minimum. Of course, the supreme being was willing to act because the four divine kings would take all the extraordinary items from the two-dimensional world with them, and these items were partly their contribution. With the power of the four divine kings, who in this two-dimensional world could rival you? The leading figure spoke. The other figures agreed in unison. Although they were all 11th rank special beings, they knew they had no hope of leaving, first and foremost because they could not compete with the four divine kings before them. As for giving up this celestial gate opening and waiting for the next, that was a matter for the 9 strongest among them, not relevant to these somewhat mediocre special beings. And the current 9 strongest beings of the two-dimensional world, all have similar status and are not subordinate to each other. Even if they were special beings, it was not possible. Alright. You go down first and prepare, said the four divine kings. The figures quickly turned and left the lakeshore. Suddenly, the wide expanse of the lake was left with only the four divine kings. For 200 years, I've done my best to tap into the potential power of the ultimate weapon within me. In terms of combat power, I estimate that I have reached the upper limit of this two-dimensional world, the four divine kings thought silently to himself. Unlike the wonders of the two-dimensional world, his ultimate weapon had been brought from the outside world. This created a fundamental difference from the magical artifacts held by the myriad tribes' powerhouses. That is, the four divine kings' ultimate weapon had been refined. The other myriad tribes' powerhouses, even if they possessed magical artifacts as powerful as the four divine kings' ultimate weapon, could not refine them. They could only exert the lowest level of their power. Inside the two-dimensional world, many of the myriad tribes' powerhouses' techniques could not be executed, unable to refine magical artifacts. But the four divine kings' ultimate weapon had already been refined before entering this world. Even though having fallen into the two-dimensional world meant that many powers of the ultimate weapon were suppressed, the four divine kings were able to unite his mind with the refined weapon, and he slowly developed more of its powers. And this ultimate weapon was perfectly suited for the four divine kings, allowing the full extent of the highest combat power to be exerted. This time the celestial gate opens, I must be able to leave. The four divine kings was filled with confidence. As a level 11 perfect legendary being, He was already among the strongest of the many powerhouses of the myriad tribes, especially with his ultimate weapon in hand. With such a significant advantage, if he still couldn't leave, the four divine kings did not consider this a possibility. In a volcano, before the boiling magma, a thin old man sat cross-legged, his figure like a seething flame, with the temperature around him soaring and the rock walls beginning to melt. "That's about enough, I have reached a limit," the thin old man exhaled lightly, and the temperatures nearby began to cool rapidly. "It's time to head to the heavenly mountain." The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. "This time, during the opening of the celestial gate, the only ones who can contend with me are a few old fellows, including the four divine kings." He brought a true ultimate weapon with him, indeed difficult to deal with. The thin old man stroked his chin, deep in thought. Normally, Tier 11 beings do not qualify to possess an ultimate weapon, even if they are level 11 perfect legendary beings. Even for the peak clans, an ultimate weapon is a part of their heritage, and a Tier 11 lifeform possessing one might likely attract a supreme being to seize it. Supreme beings, though disdainful of using their strength to bully the weak, will still not mind doing so if there is sufficient benefit. Unless the ultimate weapon originated from another supreme being's gift. The four divine kings are highly regarded in the Star Alliance, treated as the next ultimate existences to be nurtured, which is why they were bestowed with an ultimate weapon. But in this two-dimensional world, even if one refines an ultimate weapon, how much of its potential can actually be unearthed? When the time comes, a few of us old-timers can join forces and simply take care of the four divine kings first. The thin, small elder thought to himself. In terms of sheer combat power, the four divine kings were definitely stronger than him. And among all the myriad tribes powerhouses who had descended this time, the four divine kings were most likely the strongest. But the strongest does not mean invincible. As long as they are not invincible, there is a possibility that the four divine kings can be dealt with, suppressed. At least in the eyes of the thin elder, the four divine kings posed the greatest threat, and would certainly become his prime target when the time came. It can be foreseen that at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the four divine kings will become the target of a collective assault. If the four divine kings are not taken care of first, a Tier 11 perfect legend like the thin, small elder would not dare to go all out. Enough. This time it's the perfect opportunity to discuss with those old friends how to deal with the four divine kings. A smile appeared on the thin elder's face. Aside from those few other Tier 11 perfect legends at the same level, he had not taken any of the myriad tribes' powerhouses seriously. Outside the 12 ancient countries, a hidden world force. Within the two-dimensional world, the 12 ancient countries are only the largest forces. Beyond the 12 ancient countries, there are many hidden world forces, which in terms of heritage, are no less than the ancient countries themselves, all established by a witch ancestor. These forces have always lived secluded from the world, uninterested in the information and intelligence of the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, within the depths of this hidden world force, a terrifying aura ascended, the massive power of chi and blood trembling. Witch ancestor. I have finally become a witch ancestor. An excited middle-aged man walked out. His name was Yan Fu, the strongest being of this hidden world force, who, after enduring strenuous cultivation, had finally stepped into the witch ancestor realm. In a two-dimensional world, for native beings to cultivate up to the level of witch ancestor is more difficult than ascending to heaven. In the past, whenever the heavenly gate opened, it was mostly contested by witch emperors. As for the witch ancestors, as long as a witch ancestor could be born, it was almost certain they would enter the heavenly gate. It's perfect timing that I entered the witch ancestor realm just before the opening of the heavenly gate. The task that my ancestors didn't accomplish, it falls upon me to complete. Yan Fu was emotionally stirred. For life in the two-dimensional world, entering the heavenly gate is the ultimate goal, the ultimate dream. Even for a witch ancestor, entry into the heavenly gate is not guaranteed. The heavenly gate opens every 10,000 years, but the lifespan of a witch ancestor is at most 2,000 to 3,000 years. Therefore, to enter the heavenly gate, even witch ancestors need good fortune. Yan Fu's ancestral witch ancestor was not so lucky. He became a witch ancestor only 800 years after the heavenly gate last opened, directly extinguishing all hope of entering the heavenly gate. Deep within the cosmic starry skies, a mysterious and ancient scroll gradually unfurled. Dozens of supreme beings observed solemnly, studying a piece of white paper in the distance. In the two-dimensional world, there are still 2 months left before the opening of the heavenly gate, but in the main universe, it's just a matter of a little over 10 hours. The flow of time in the two-dimensional world and the main universe is not consistent, with a ratio of 100 to 1. Heavenly Gate. This opening of the heavenly gate may be our chance to glimpse the essence of this white paper. Indeed, if the heavenly gate is truly an internal connection of the white paper to the outside world, during its opening, we can completely take the chance to uncover some hidden aspects of the white paper. It may even help us in refining this white paper. One after another, supreme beings await with grave anticipation. 2 years have passed, and they remained clueless about this white paper, so they put all their hopes on the heavenly gate that was about to open. Feather Butterfly, is the Void Realm world ready? Sha Qin Supreme Being looked toward the Feather Butterfly Supreme Being beside him. Don't worry. Once the heavenly gate opens, if even a hint of breath leaks from the two-dimensional world within the white paper, it will be captured by the Void Realm world. By that time, the similarity of the replicated two-dimensional world will be even higher. The Feather Butterfly Supreme Being nodded. Her evolution path as a supreme being originating from the Void Realm world, thus she naturally had mastery over it. That's good. Sha Qin Supreme Being said. I wonder what realm that youngster has cultivated to by now, Sha Qin Supreme Being suddenly thought. The youngster he mentioned was, of course, Lin Yuan. Ever since learning 200 years ago that Lin Yuan was already the terrifying 19th realm witch ancestor, Sha Qin Supreme Being had pinned all his hopes for the evolution of human civilization from the two-dimensional world on him. It couldn't be helped. 200 years ago, aside from Lin Yuan, the strongest evolver in human civilization was only at the 14th realm. As Sha Qin Supreme Being's thoughts were turning, a voice suddenly came through. Sha Qin, what have you decided? A supreme being from the Star Alliance looked over, transmitting his words secretly. He still did not want to give up on the marvels collected by the human civilization evolvers. As long as they are brought out through the 4 divine kings, the Star Alliance could gain greatly from it. Since the Star Alliance was not in a hostile relationship with human civilization, this supreme being, who achieved his ultimate being status through a unique life form, wasn't too concerned about human civilization profiting in the end. Furthermore, the Star Alliance's cut reached 60%. The more benefits human civilization obtained, the more the Star Alliance would receive. Let's wait and see, Sha Qin Supreme Being said with a smile. Without Lin Yuan, he probably would have already cooperated with the Star Alliance. After all, those wonders within the two-dimensional world were meaningless to the clans unless brought out. Even if the Star Alliance took a cut and human civilization only received 40%, it was better than nothing. Wait and see. This Star Alliance Supreme Being looked at Sha Qin Supreme Being. Does the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world possess 11th rank perfect life? 2 years ago, when Sha Qin Supreme Being replied, let me think it over, this Star Alliance Supreme Being was just a bit puzzled. But now, with the heavenly gate about to open and Sha Qin Supreme Being still replying, let's wait and see, a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance was no fool. He immediately conjectured 2 possibilities. One was that the Human Civilization Alliance had already cooperated with other powers and entrusted the task of bringing out the oddities to these allies. The other was that the human evolver who fell into the two-dimensional world was confident enough to compete for the strongest, hopeful of obtaining a place to enter the heavenly gate. Compared to the first possibility, the Star Alliance Supreme Being was more inclined to believe the second. After all, so far, he had a good idea of which forces possessed powerhouses close to the 4 divine kings within the two-dimensional world. It was very unlikely for human civilization to cooperate with them, and even if they did cooperate, the cut would certainly be much higher than what the Star Alliance required. Human civilization had no need to make things difficult by looking too far. You all know about the 11th level perfected evolver from my Human Civilization Alliance, don't you? Sha Qin Supreme Being retorted. He did not disclose anything about Lin Yuan, not even a hint of information. In the two-dimensional world, the higher the profile, the more dangerous it was, as it made one an easy target for concerted attacks. The 4 divine kings were like this, but they had supreme weapons integrated into their bodies, ensuring they could withstand an attack even if surrounded. You'll know when the time comes. The Star Alliance Supreme Being pondered for a moment and then stopped thinking further. Even if human civilization truly had an 11th-rank perfected evolver in the two-dimensional world, it was unlikely they could rival the four Divine Kings. Even without the four Divine Kings, it would still be difficult to match those other 11th-ranked perfect legendary lives. In terms of pure combat power, human evolvers were generally at a disadvantage against powerful special beings within the same rank. 8th layer evolvers creating their inner world narrowed the gap between them and special beings, but it was only a narrowing. Deep underground, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. His aura was completely retracted, almost merging with the surrounding soil, but within his flesh, every drop of blood was exceedingly viscous, and his flesh and internal organs were nearly strong to an unimaginable degree. The 50th realm of the Witch Ancestor. Lin Yuan straightened up slightly, and the sound of his bones colliding was like thunder, twisting the air around him. It's time to go. Lin Yuan slowly stood up and threw a gentle punch, a terrifying force piercing dozens of miles, creating a wide passage between his current position and the ground surface. My current strength, I wonder how it compares to the four Divine Kings with their supreme weapons. Lin Yuan thought to himself. In terms of realm, he was confident he surpassed the four Divine Kings, but his combat power was uncertain as the opponent had a refined supreme weapon. Nobody knew how powerful it could be in this two-dimensional world. 200 years. Ever since 100 years ago when I stepped into the 40th realm of the Witch Ancestor, I felt my progress slowing down, spending a full 100 years going from the 40 realms to the 50th. Lin Yuan sighed. The closer to the limit, the more difficult it was to take another step forward. Never mind, there are still 2 months before the Heavenly Gate opens. I can set off now. With a single step, Lin Yuan appeared on the ground surface moments later. This trip to the Heavenly Mountain, I'll see the strength of other powerhouses. If they are all far weaker than me, I'll sweep through and enter the Heavenly Gate directly. If there are those whose combat power is close to mine, I'll give up the opportunity for this opening of the Heavenly Gate and wait for the next one in 10,000 years. Lin Yuan set a plan for himself. The longer the time, the stronger his power would grow. In terms of realm advancement, Lin Yuan had against heaven's understanding, undoubtedly far surpassing the myriad tribes' powerhouses. Even 11th-ranked perfect legendary lives were far inferior to him. So there was no need for him to compete with other powerhouses during this opening period of the Heavenly Gate. Go straight to Heavenly Mountain. There is no need to stop by the Luo River Gathering Ground or the Shuiyu ancient country capital. After settling on a direction, Lin Yuan strode forward. Ever since stepping into the Witch Ancestor's 20th realm, Lin Yuan rarely appeared in the Luo River Gathering Ground because his strength was too formidable. Mishandling it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Gathering Ground. And the Shuiyu ancient country capital, apart from visiting in the early years, Lin Yuan hardly ever went back. More than 10 days later, Lin Yuan was about to reach Heavenly Mountain. On this journey, I've already sensed the presence of quite a few myriad tribes' powerhouses. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. The vast majority of the myriad tribes' powerhouses came in groups. Over the past 200 years, strong powerhouses from the myriad clans had often hunted other tribes, so those who survived now were grouped together. Those myriad tribes' powerhouses who did not group up were mostly very confident, most likely Tier 11 beings. Since the descent of the myriad tribes' powerhouses into this two-dimensional world, more than 300 years had passed, and no more than 200,000 of them were still alive. Among those 200,000, there were just over 200 Tier 11 powerhouses, down by 1/3 from just over 300 in the beginning. A moment later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at Heavenly Mountain. Is that Heavenly Mountain? Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, gazing at the distant towering mountain, and his expression became slightly more solemn. In the past 200 years, Lin Yuan had also visited Heavenly Mountain. But each time he observed, he still felt somewhat shocked. Heavenly Mountain was probably around 80 or 90,000 meters high, seemingly insignificant when compared with the vast stars in the cosmic starry skies. However, Lin Yuan could vaguely sense that the entire Heavenly Mountain was flowing with an inexplicable and mysterious aura. This aura reminded Lin Yuan of the similar feeling he had when he was on the ancestral star of human civilization. No, to be precise, The aura flowing from Heavenly Mountain was even more vast and profound than that of the ancestral star of human civilization. If Heavenly Mountain is already like this, I wonder what the scene will be like when the Skygate appears. Lin Yuan thought to himself, quietly, although he had seen descriptions of the Skygate in many ancient texts and records. The understandings of the Skygate by those native beings from the two-dimensional world couldn't even describe a tiny fraction of its reality. Just like the towering Heavenly Mountain in front of him, in the eyes of the natives from the two-dimensional world, it was merely a little taller and famous only because of the Skygate. But in front of Lin Yuan, it was infinitely mysterious. Sometimes, the higher one's level of existence, the deeper the feeling and the more one knows and sees. The core area of this two-dimensional world should be this Heavenly Mountain, Lin Yuan speculated in his heart. Here, the core area didn't refer to the physical core but rather the place closest to the depths of the two-dimensional world. Just as Lin Yuan stopped and carefully observed the Heavenly Mountain not far away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, formidable beings raced towards him. These strong entities exuded powerful auras, releasing them without restraint, but upon seeing Lin Yuan, their expressions subtly change. Isn't that the mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country? It should be him, the aura is similar, and he's carrying that dark iron rod on his back. I heard that 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse only took 2 breaths to kill Pei Shen, and even with his defensive artifact, Tuoba ancient god only lasted half a day. 6 or 7 powerhouses from the myriad tribes bowed respectfully from a distance towards Lin Yuan. This time, Lin Yuan came without concealing his appearance, mainly because when he had moved against Tuoba ancient god and other special beings before, he had exposed his aura. Within the two-dimensional world, the aura of every living being can't be changed. In such a case, there was no need for Lin Yuan to hide his appearance. Because he would be recognized anyway. As for the dark iron rod on his back, since he couldn't hide his identity, there wasn't much point in keeping this special object inside the independent space contained within the silver mirror. Because the enemies would certainly be wary of this move, it could expose the secret of the silver mirror instead. Inside the space of the silver mirror, Lin Yuan stored other trump cards, such as the Jade Axe, an extremely sharp artifact, which was completely different in style from the dark iron rod. Used at the right moment, it could completely play a role in changing the course of a battle. In the distance, the 6 or 7 powerhouses from the myriad clans were still stealthily observing Lin Yuan. This mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country, not having made a move in the past 200 years, still ranks among the top 9 powerhouses, and although he's only 9th, his strength is immeasurable. To not have made a move for 200 years and still be ranked 9th is terrifying. Who knows what strength he possesses now? These few powerhouses from the myriad clans whispered amongst themselves. They came to see the Skygate this time with no intention of entering it, as the possibility was almost zero. It's time to meet up with the human evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced at the 6 or 7 powerhouses of the myriad clans in the distance without paying them too much attention. Before his last retreat, the Sha Qin Supreme Being had instructed him to meet up with the evolvers of human civilization after reaching Heavenly Mountain. The purpose of this was to have all human civilization evolvers fully assist Lin Yuan and strive for the possibility of entering the Skygate. Although no one from the human civilization evolvers had yet reached the level of the top 9 powerhouses, the efforts of many Tier 11 evolvers could still be somewhat effective. Most importantly, having these human civilization evolvers beside him meant Lin Yuan didn't have to feel too much pressure. As a peak clan, the human civilization, besides having the 9 supreme beings, had unity as their most important attribute. Going alone? Even those unique special beings were forced to establish the Star Alliance to confront the grand alliances of peak clans like human civilization and the insect race. Moreover, if he could enter the Skygate, Lin Yuan still needed to acquire some special objects from human civilization to take with him. He would have to make contact with the human civilization evolvers then. I have the silver mirror. With the independent space inside it, even some special artifacts can be easily brought out, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Other powerhouses didn't have the silver mirror and, even for the 4 divine kings, at most, they could only take out ordinary artifacts. Abnormally sized artifacts, such as objects several meters in size, would become inconvenient. Without knowing whether they had to enter immediately after the Skygate opened, How could they carry an object of several meters in size with them? That would only be a hindrance and drag down their combat capability. Close to Heavenly Mountain, Yan Fu, who had just entered the Witch Ancestor realm, had harbored great ambitions, planning to showcase his strength at Heavenly Mountain to intimidate the 12 ancient countries. But before he even reached Heavenly Mountain, he couldn't help but tremble. Isn't it said that Witch Ancestor level powerhouses are stable entrance into the Skygate? Wasn't it said that in past Skygate openings, the competing powerhouses were only Witch Emperors? Yan Fu couldn't understand. Along the way, he had cautiously sensed dozens of auras, all without exception at the Witch Ancestor level. And in Yan Fu's perception, it was far beyond the level of a Witch Ancestor like himself who had just entered the realm. This caused Yan Fu's mentality to somewhat collapse. Having stepped into the Witch Ancestor realm, he had originally thought he could dominate the world. But after sensing for a long time, he found himself to be the weakest among them? How could there be so many Witch Ancestors? Yan Fu could not comprehend. He had transitioned from a Witch to Witch King, then to Witch Emperor, and now to a Witch Ancestor. He knew all too well the difficulty of becoming a Witch Ancestor. Should I still go to Heavenly Mountain now? Yan Fu looked toward the distant Heavenly Mountain whose outline was faintly visible, and for a moment he hesitated. The presence of dozens of powerful Witch Ancestor auras he sensed earlier made him somewhat fearful of the Heavenly Mountain in the distance. He hadn't even reached Heavenly Mountain yet, but with so many powerhouses around, once he got close, his life might even be in danger. Go. I have cultivated for 600 years, just to witness the Heavenly Gate. No matter how many powerhouses there are, nothing can stop me from heading to Heavenly Mountain. Eventually, Yan Fu, a one-in-a-million existence among native lives, quickly adjusted his mentality and continued toward Heavenly Mountain. However, compared to before, Yan Fu was much more low-profile this time, not even daring to leak a hint of his breath, and he would stop every once in a while, survey his surroundings briefly, and then resume his journey. At the foot of Heavenly Mountain, within a manor. This was a stronghold of human civilization where the Heavenly Gate appeared. More than 200 or 300 years ago, evolvers from human civilization had rushed here to establish a base. This was the advantage of having a powerful backing. They didn't need to worry about minor matters, as specialized personnel had already taken care of them. At this moment, deep within the manor, more than 20 figures gathered. All these figures were Tier 11 evolvers from human civilization, sitting here as if they were waiting for something. The Supreme Being asked us to wait here, saying that an important figure from our human civilization would come. Who exactly is this important figure, for whom the Supreme Being specifically gave orders? The many Tier 11 evolvers were curious. Having cultivated to Tier 11, they already belonged to the top echelons of human civilization. Most of the powerhouses within the clans were well known to each other. Yet they had no idea about this important figure, mentioned by the Supreme Being. According to the Supreme Being, we need to assist this important figure to the best of our abilities, even if it means sacrificing this avatar. A tall female evolver spoke out, her tone slightly puzzled. For an important figure necessitating the sacrifice of an avatar for their assistance by these Tier 11 evolvers, who could it be? Could it be that this important figure has the qualifications to compete for the Heavenly Gate spot? One of the Tier 11 evolvers speculated, that must be the case. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't warrant the Supreme Being being so serious. Our human civilization has such a person among the powerhouses who fell into this two-dimensional world. The Tier 11 evolvers conversed with each other, all highly curious about the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being. Among the more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers, Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master sitting in a corner, was just quietly listening. Although he was also a Tier 11 evolver, he had only recently reached Tier 11 and there was a difference in status and position between him and the seasoned Tier 11s present. I wonder where the Galaxy Master is now. Nolan, the Deputy Tower Master, pondered other matters in his mind. In his view, the Galaxy Master had incredible talent, but there was still a significant gap compared to those Tier 11 perfect legendary lives. The opening of the Heavenly Gate this time was probably just an occasion for observation. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure appeared outside the manor. All the Tier 11 evolvers present immediately noticed. Someone is outside? Is it the important figure mentioned by the Supreme Being? The more than 20 Tier 11 evolvers immediately rose to their feet and came outside the manor to greet the newcomer personally. When they saw the face of the arrival and felt the aura, they were immediately taken aback. The mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country? Over 200 years ago, this mysterious powerhouse acted, killing both Tuoba ancient god and Pei Shen, two tier 11 special lives ranked in the 5th tier. My goodness, this mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country comes from our human civilization? The tall female tier 11 evolver stepped forward and communicated with Lin Yuan to confirm his identity, and the rest of the tier 11 evolvers immediately erupted in excitement. May I ask how you are addressed? The tall woman spoke with a hint of respect. Her name was Xuanyuan Dua, and in the two-dimensional world, she was one of the strongest evolvers among humans, being listed among the 9 greatest powerhouses during the early days of arrival. However, she was soon replaced. Just call me Shuiyu, Lin Yuan said casually. In the two-dimensional world, every powerhouse faced suppression, their aura completely different from the outer world, along with changes to their appearance and build, even altering their methods of combat. Unless one acknowledged their identity, it was very difficult for others to deduce who they truly were. Lord Shuiyu, the tall woman, Xuanyuan Dua, invited Lin Yuan into the manor and then opened a large chest, revealing many strange and wondrous objects inside. Then, I shall leave these wonders in your care, Lord Shuiyu, Xuanyuan Dua said gravely. The 10 or so odd items in the chest were the results of what countless evolvers from human civilization had gathered and searched for over the past 300 years. According to the Supreme Being's intentions, all these wonders were to be handed over to Lin Yuan for safekeeping. These wonders. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the many strange objects, his expression suddenly revealing surprise. The items inside the box were of various shapes: hammers, swords, armors, and more. With over a dozen of these extraordinary items gathered together, even in this two-dimensional world that suppressed all laws, Lin Yuan could feel a strong extraordinary aura surging. Among them, what caught Lin Yuan's eye was a tower-shaped extraordinary item, which emitted fluctuations of aura somewhat similar to those of a silver mirror. This tower-shaped item probably also contains an independent space inside, though smaller than my mirror, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The aura emitted by the tower-shaped item was slightly inferior to that of the silver mirror. But haven't they discovered the use of this extraordinary item? Lin Yuan glanced at Xuanyuan Dua before him. If they could utilize the function of the tower-shaped item, they wouldn't have needed this box to store over a dozen items. They could have just stored everything safely within the independent space of the tower-shaped item, inconspicuously. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then understood why this was the case. Initially, to develop the capabilities of the silver mirror, he had focused his mental energy into it for almost half a day. It nearly impacted his own strength. At that time, Lin Yuan was already at the Witch Ancestor 19th realm. Lin Yuan's Witch Ancestor 19th realm was achieved by perfecting each previous realm, ultimately stepping into the 19th realm. That was probably equivalent to the normal myriad tribes powerhouses at about Witch Ancestor 25th realm. Meaning, the minimum threshold to develop the tower-shaped item was the Witch Ancestor 25th realm. And the currently strongest evolver within human civilization, Xuanyuan Dua, was barely at the Witch Ancestor 20th realm. Unless she risked everything, depleting all her mental energy, she might have been able to activate the independent space inside the tower-shaped item. But Xuanyuan Dua would not do such a thing, as the risks involved were too great. Should she encounter an attack from other myriad tribes powerhouses during this period, human civilization might very well be ousted prematurely, like the Tianyu clan. Most of the evolvers within human civilization weren't like Lin Yuan, hiding in some inconspicuous corner. They established bases in the ancient country capital, needing strong warriors stationed at all times to prevent mishaps. I can keep half of these items if I can take them out, Lin Yuan thought to himself as he looked over the items. This was the promise given to him by Sha Qin's Supreme Being. The more items he could take out, the more he could keep. Of course, Lin Yuan could also choose not to take the items and instead exchange them for corresponding merit points to redeem other precious resources collected by human civilization. So far, submitting 12-star strange treasures weapons is one of the few means to earn a massive amount of merit points within human civilization. Because each 12-star exotic treasures weapon potentially aids the entirety of human civilization, its value naturally equates to merit points. Is there also an armor item? Lin Yuan looked at the ash-gray armor in the box. In comparison to the inner armor Lin Yuan was wearing, this armor was significantly bulkier and surely offered better defense than merely an inner armor. Never mind. The inner armor is sufficient for my needs. Lin Yuan gave up on the idea of wearing the oversized armor, as its bulkiness could impair his agility. Of course, that was a drawback specific to this two-dimensional world. If outside, these items could change size at will, as long as they could be refined, completely transformable according to one's desires. Then I'll take it. Lin Yuan activated the silver mirror and directly moved the box in front of him into the mirror. Lin Yuan had also mentioned the capabilities of the silver mirror to Sha Qin's Supreme Being. Which is why the Supreme Being decided to entrust him with the custody of all the items. One reason was his strength, the other was convenience. Spatial fluctuations? Xuanyuan Dua was startled when she saw this scene. To cause spatial fluctuations inside the two-dimensional world, not even an 11th rank evolver at their peak could achieve that. Does this signify that Lord Xueyu possesses an item containing a complete space? Xuanyuan Dua thought, her expression growing more respectful. Meanwhile, she guessed which legendary evolver from human civilization Lord Xueyu might be. Undoubtedly, the name, Bloodron used by Lin Yuan was a casually chosen code name to conceal his true identity. Xuanyuan Dua, hailing from the Xuanyuan family, one of the strongest evolver families established by the offspring of supreme beings in human civilization. Knew virtually all 11th rank evolvers in human civilization. But she failed to find any legendary evolver at perfect tier 11 resembling Lin Yuan. Could he be from that place? Xuanyuan Dua's expression subtly changed. When Lin Yuan met with the human civilization evolvers, there was still a month and a half before the opening of Heavenly Gate. But to be safe, on that afternoon, Lin Yuan led a group of human evolvers to march towards the peak of Heavenly Mountain. In the past, whenever the Heavenly Gate opened, it always appeared above the peak of Heavenly Mountain, the place closest to the gate. Human civilization's powerhouses have arrived. The powerhouses from human civilization within this two-dimensional world this time aren't exceptionally remarkable, huh? Who is leading them? Why haven't we seen him before? Is he that mysterious powerhouse from the Xueyu ancient country? Why would such a mysterious powerhouse gather with human civilization? Could it be that this mysterious powerhouse comes from within human civilization? On their way to the peak of Heavenly Mountain, other powerhouses from the myriad clans also noticed the group of human evolvers, and being part of the peak clans, they garnered attention wherever they went. When these powerhouses of the myriad clans saw that Lin Yuan was the one leading the human civilization evolvers, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The mysterious powerhouse from Xueyu ancient country, although he had only made a move once 200 years ago, had stunned the four quarters and was still ranked among the 9 greatest powerhouses. Originally, many powerhouses of the myriad clans had speculated about the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. And it was most likely that he was a unique special lifeform similar to the Mother of the Tree Realm, and the 4 Divine Kings. But now, upon seeing him, this mysterious powerhouse actually hailed from human civilization? Worthy of human civilization. Terrifying, human civilization possesses such a powerhouse and yet there was no hint of it until today? It might not necessarily be a powerhouse from human civilization. Perhaps it was just a collaboration with human civilization. The powerhouses of the myriad clans discussed among themselves, most of them clearly understanding that they had no hope of leaving the two-dimensional world. Their purpose in coming to Heavenly Mountain was to glimpse those lives strongest under the Supreme Being in the cosmic starry skies. Lord Xueyu was not our human civilization's powerhouse? Xuanyuan Dua glanced at the surrounding myriad tribes' powerhouses and subtly shook her head. From the tone a Supreme Being had instructed her, Xuanyuan Dua was almost certain that Lin Yuan was from human civilization. If he were an outsider, a Supreme Being wouldn't possibly trust him to hand over all the rare items. Beyond the scroll, a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance glanced at Sha Qin's Supreme Being and rapidly transmitted a message. So this is the confidence of your human civilization? As the powerhouses of the myriad clans saw Lin Yuan leading the human evolvers towards the summit of Heavenly Mountain, they naturally spread the news, and a Supreme Being of the Star Alliance immediately knew of it. Sha Qin's Supreme Being looked at the Supreme Being of the Star Alliance and said nothing. By this point, there was no need for concealment. In face of the Celestial Gate soon to be opened, all forces needed to be gathered. That's why he had Lin Yuan join up with the human evolvers. It wasn't that he thought Xuanyuan Dua and other human evolvers could bring great help to Lin Yuan. But at least when other powerful entities were restrained, Xuanyuan Dua and the other human evolvers could intervene. I watched the video of your human civilization evolver's last battle. For an 11th level perfected evolver to possess such combat power is indeed rare. But this time, when the celestial gate opens, competing with his special beings, you are still lacking, said the supreme being of the Star Alliance again through transmission. He was speaking the truth. In the two-dimensional world, those strong special beings had far too great an advantage. Let's see after the celestial gate opens. Sha Qin's supreme being shook his head. The supreme being of the Star Alliance thought Lin Yuan was some 11th level perfected evolver of human civilization. But in fact, Lin Yuan was a 10th rank evolver who had just entered the 10th rank not long ago. In just over 100 years, with the strength of the 10th rank, he had crushed Tuoba Ancient God and other 5th tier 11th rank special beings. Such talent and ability were unheard of by Sha Qin's supreme being. The 4 divine kings, being 11th rank complete legendary life forms, probably wouldn't even qualify to be compared to Lin Yuan if it weren't for that supreme weapon they had brought along. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the summit of Heavenly Mountain with the human evolvers. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was vast and broad, where at this moment at least 100,000 myriad tribes powerhouses had gathered. 4 divine kings? Lin Yuan instantly spotted the 4-armed man sitting cross-legged in the central area of the mountain. Nobody from the myriad tribes powerhouses dared approach this 4-armed man, which was why Lin Yuan immediately noticed him. Is this who Sha Qin's supreme being warned me to treat cautiously, and if uncertain, to yield this celestial gate spot and prepare for the next opening? Lin Yuan observed the 4 divine kings carefully. In Sha Qin's supreme being's eyes, it wasn't the 4 divine kings himself that was fearsome, but the supreme weapon he had brought along. A fully refined supreme weapon might unleash a power far beyond the limits of the two-dimensional world. His arms. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 4 arms of the 4 divine kings. This was also where the opponent's supreme weapon integrated. They don't look strong, but it could also be that he's concealing his breath, not exerting his full strength, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just like him now, as long as he doesn't deliberately exude his aura, the other myriad tribes powerhouses would not be able to detect anything. The reason those myriad tribes powerhouses feared Lin Yuan was entirely due to his dominant battle against Tuoba Ancient God 200 years ago. Let's observe a bit more. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze from the 4 divine kings, turning his attention to other myriad tribes powerhouses. Among them, a thin old man burning like flames and a 3-meter-tall robust man and a few other powerhouses caught Lin Yuan's eye. According to the intelligence he had obtained, these were all 11th rank complete legendary lives, though they didn't pose as much of a threat as the 4 divine kings with a supreme weapon. Still, they were not to be underestimated. In the outer world, these 11th rank complete legendary beings were simply not something Lin Yuan could contend with, but in the two-dimensional world, things were unpredictable. Under equal starting conditions, even if competing with a supreme being, as long as there was enough time, Lin Yuan was confident of winning. In the central area of the summit of Heavenly Mountain, the 4 divine kings opened his eyes, glanced around, and slightly furrowed his brows. Too many. The summit of Heavenly Mountain was indeed vast, but at this moment, more than 100,000 myriad tribes powerhouses had gathered, and the number was still increasing every moment, making the 4 divine kings somewhat irritable. 4 divine kings, how about we join forces and clear the field by screening? The distant thin old man who seemed to be burning with flames spoke up, while the other few 11th rank complete legendary life forms looked over as well. Let's begin the selection then, nodded the 4 divine kings. The very next moment, a terrifying presence, with the 4 divine kings at its center, swept through in all directions. At the same time, 4 or 5 other 11th rank complete legendary lives also freely released their own auras. In an instant, a horrifying suppressive force enveloped the pinnacle of Heavenly Mountain, and all the myriad tribes powerhouses felt a vast force bearing down upon them. What's going on? What are the 4 divine kings doing? They're cleansing the field. The 4 divine kings are cleansing the field. Some of the myriad tribes powerhouses immediately realized something, their faces turning ugly. From now on, only those who can withstand our pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn will have the right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain, came the cold voice of the 4 divine kings. With their strength, if they joined forces with other 11th rank complete legendary lives, they could completely massacre the myriad tribes powerhouses present. But doing so would inevitably offend the forces behind these powerhouses. After 200 to 300 years of hunting, the surviving powerhouses of the myriad clans had grown wise and would not carry treasures on their person. If it were for treasures, the 4 divine kings wouldn't mind stirring up a massacre, but slaughtering these powerhouses of the myriad clans now was completely pointless. Hence, the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses chose to cleanse the field. Stand for the time it takes an incense stick to burn? I feel like I can't even withstand it for 10 breaths. Some of the myriad tribes' powerhouses were trembling in their legs, not hesitating in the least to exit the range of the mountain summit. After 300 years of hard cultivation, I finally reached the witch ancestors' 10th realm, only to find I don't even have the right to watch the heavenly gate open from the summit, said a powerhouse of the myriad clans, his expression dejected. He was a 10th ranked powerhouse in the outside world and had thought that falling into the 2-dimensional world would be an opportunity for him. After all, even 11th rank lives would be starting from the same point as him, but he hadn't expected the gap to still be so unimaginably big. Such a terrifying pressure. What realm are the 4 divine kings really at? A certain 11th ranked powerhouse looked serious. He was confident he could withstand the pressure for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, but this was merely the pressure released by the 4 divine kings. Struggling so hard against the 4 divine kings' pressure, what hope did he have when facing their actual killing intent, let alone competing for a spot through the heavenly gate? The 4 divine kings have cultivated at least to the witch ancestor 30th realm. Mused a grim myriad tribes powerhouse standing there. He was an 11th rank 5th tier powerhouse, and it was easy for him to withstand the length of an incense stick under the pressure of the 4 divine kings. But from the aura and suppressive force emitted by the 4 divine kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives, one could vaguely estimate the true strength of the 4 divine kings. On the side of human civilization, Lin Yuan stood quietly, his expression calm and without the slightest fluctuation. The 4 divine kings and other 11th rank complete legendary lives joining forces to clear the field did not cross Lin Yuan's bottom line. He even preferred to watch this scene, taking the opportunity to observe the true strength of the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses. Although they have released their auras, they have not yet activated that supreme weapon, Lin Yuan thought, gazing distantly at the 4 divine kings. Let's wait and see. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry, wanting to see the 4 divine kings use that supreme weapon before deciding whether he should compete for a spot through the heavenly gate this time. You all? Lin Yuan glanced at his surroundings. At this moment, apart from Xuanyuan Dua and others, the evolvers of human civilization looked somewhat strained. They would likely struggle to withstand it for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Under the combined suppressive force of the 4 divine kings and the few other 11th rank complete legendary lives, the myriad tribes powerhouses below the witch ancestor 18th realm could hardly hold on. Especially Nolan, who had turned red in the face. As a newly promoted 11th rank evolver, he probably couldn't last even half the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Don't be distracted. With a thought, Lin Yuan began to help them bear the pressure. Suddenly, the faces of Xuanyuan Dua and other evolvers relaxed considerably. Thank you, Lord Xueyu. Xuanyuan Dua and the others immediately expressed their gratitude. At the central summit, the 4 divine kings appeared slightly astonished as they looked towards the side of human civilization. Interesting. The 4 divine kings faintly felt that the pressure they had released was being invisibly diluted as it encountered the vicinity of the human civilization evolvers. Accomplishing this was far more difficult than simply resisting his pressure. This evolver from human civilization shouldn't be underestimated. The 4 divine kings thought highly of Lin Yuan for a moment, but then ceased to pay attention. To them, Lin Yuan at most was on the same level as that skinny old man, an 11th rank complete legendary life, and not a threat to them at their current level. Soon enough, the time of an incense stick was almost up. At this moment, the summit of Heavenly Mountain, originally having tens of thousands of myriad tribes powerhouses, had plummeted to fewer than 300. Most of the myriad tribes powerhouses had been driven to the mountainside, able to see the summit only from a great distance. The four divine kings are too tyrannical. We're not even trying to get close to the heavenly gate, so why clear us out like this? If you think the four divine kings are tyrannical, you can go challenge them. The many myriad tribes powerhouses driven down from the summit showed discontent on their faces, but dared not take any rash actions. If at the beginning of their descent into this two-dimensional world, they had hoped to threaten the likes of the four divine kings by joining forces, then after more than 300 years have passed, powerhouses like the four divine kings have long since grown, far beyond what they could contend against with numbers. Thus, the myriad tribes powerhouses below the summit were discontented, but not daring to take a step back onto the summit. Soon enough, the time of an incense stick had passed. Atop the summit, there were only just over 100 myriad tribes powerhouses left. All were 11th rank powerhouses. Now it's much quieter. The four divine kings looked around with satisfaction and sat down cross-legged once again. In the distance, the 4 or 5 11th rank complete legendary lives also nodded slightly. Even though they were planning to join forces against the four divine kings, the notion of weak ones having no right to stand atop Heavenly Mountain and wait for the heavenly gate to open with them, still coincided with the four divine kings without prior agreement. Lin Yuan and Xuanyuan Dua, along with the other human civilization evolvers, also stood in their places waiting. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had gone. On that day, under the gaze of all the myriad tribes powerhouses on the summit, a grand spatial fluctuation began to converge in the sky above the summit. The heavenly gate has appeared. This is the heavenly gate. I feel the entire two-dimensional world is trembling. I now believe that through the heavenly gate, one can truly leave this world. At the mountainside, many of the myriad tribes powerhouses were visibly excited, staring intently at the sky above the mountaintop. Where, under the surging force of space, a heavenly gate, over 10 meters tall, was gradually taking shape from its ethereal beginnings. Heavenly gate? The four divine kings' gaze was solemn, and even though he considered himself invincible in the two-dimensional world, he was somewhat nervous now. The heavenly gate was critical to whether he could leave. Other myriad tribes powerhouses who stayed in the two-dimensional world paid the price by losing part of their spirit will. But for him, the four divine kings, if he couldn't return to the universe, he would lose not only part of his spirit will but an ultimate weapon as well. Even for a supreme being, obtaining an ultimate weapon that completely suited oneself was no easy feat. And what about him, the four divine kings? If he were to lose this ultimate weapon in the two-dimensional world, the four divine kings would probably have to wait until he became a supreme being to obtain another suitable ultimate weapon. But how long would that take? And there was no guarantee for the four divine kings to become ultimate, to achieve ascendancy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragging his feet until now. I will be the one to enter the heavenly gate this time. The four divine kings' expression was fierce, and between his four arms, an indistinct mysterious power was circulating. Is that the heavenly gate? From afar, Lin Yuan was also observing the heavenly gate. What a massive spatial fluctuation. Lin Yuan was astonished in his heart. The spatial fluctuation emitted by the silver mirror paled in comparison to the heavenly gate before him. It was like the light of a glowworm against the bright moon. The two were not on the same level at all. To leave the two-dimensional world, one must rely on the heavenly gate. Lin Yuan thought to himself that it was absolutely impossible for an individual alone to cause such a huge disturbance in the force of space. Outside the scroll, just as the heavenly gate was gradually becoming more tangible, dozens of supreme beings were on high alert, anticipating that if the heavenly gate was the portal connecting the two-dimensional world with the main universe, then when the heavenly gate appeared, the two-dimensional world, severed by white paper, would establish a conduit to the main universe. At that time, they, the supreme beings, could better observe the essence of white paper. They could even interfere with the two-dimensional world. For example, forcefully fishing out the myriad tribes powerhouses who were deeply trapped within. With the barrier of white paper, the supreme beings couldn't affect the inside of the two-dimensional world. But if a connection were established, with the methods of a supreme being, fishing people out would be entirely doable. However, a moment later, the faces of the supreme beings outside the scroll turned ugly. What's going on? Why has the heavenly gate inside started to materialize, but there is still no change in the outside world? Based on the clan's reports, when the heavenly gate materializes, there is a massive fluctuation of spatial force. It's clearly the characteristic of establishing a spatial passage, so why is there no response from the outside now? Each of the supreme beings looked puzzled. Normally, with a spatial passage, if one side experiences a spatial fluctuation, the other side should as well, otherwise how could they connect? Did something unexpected happen? Let's wait a bit longer. Perhaps it's because the heavenly gate hasn't fully manifested, so it hasn't affected the outside world yet. Yes, let's keep waiting. Once the heavenly gate is completely formed, it should be about time. Many supreme beings exchanged glances and patiently began to wait again. Having lived through long eons, what they didn't lack was patience. At the summit of Heavenly Mountain, just as the heavenly gate was gradually taking shape, the 4 divine kings and 5 other 11th-ranked perfect legendary lives suddenly charged toward the heavenly gate. Boom boom boom. Terrible sonic booms reverberated in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 divine kings had exchanged hundreds of blows with the 5 other 11th-ranked perfect lives. We must take down the 4 divine kings first. The gaunt old man and the other 4 looked at each other and joined forces, pressing down towards the 4 divine kings. In their eyes, the 4 divine kings posed too great a threat. Keeping the 4 divine kings would only allow them to pick the spoils after the others had battled. You want to take me down first? You are not worthy? The 4 divine kings laughed madly, his 4 arms swirling with dense vital energy. Rip! The 4 divine kings' arms were incredibly nimble, lightly reaching out and landing on the chest of the 3-meter-tall burly man. This 3-meter-tall burly man was also an 11th-rank complete legendary life. His expression changed drastically as he began to retreat explosively, only stopping after 100 meters. Swoosh! The figure of the 3-meter-tall burly man disappeared, rejoining the battle against the 4 divine kings. Whir whir whir. Accompanied by the ferocious combat of the 4 divine kings and the gaunt old man with the other 4 powerhouses, their terrifying attacks had almost plowed through the entire summit of the heavenly mountain. They're too strong. How can the 4 divine kings be so strong? At the top of the summit, over 111th-ranked powerhouses, who had initially planned to get closer to the heavenly gate and perhaps sneak some benefits. But after seeing the exchange between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses, didn't dare to approach. Anyone who dared approach the heavenly gate at this moment would become the target of the 4 divine kings and those 5 powerhouses. The outcome would almost be certain death. Not even a defense artifact could keep them alive. A defense artifact might block 99% of the attacks, but the residual shockwave penetration was enough to annihilate any of the myriad tribe's powerhouses. Damn it! At the central position close to the mountaintop, Hu Zhu of the prison tribe, wielding a blood-red long knife, was filled with reluctance. He was one of the few strong contenders from the myriad tribes who dared to bring a mysterious artifact into the fray. But Hu Zhu did not carry the strange object directly with him. His blood-colored long knife was placed inside a wooden box, and outsiders did not know what was inside. Originally, Hu Zhu had planned to make a great show with the blood-colored long knife when approaching the heavenly gate. Yet, at the moment, he could not even get close to the battlefield of the 4 divine kings and Bosan. At the mountain base, over 100,000 powerhouses from the myriad clans watched the battle between the 4 divine kings and the other 5 strong contenders in utter shock. In this 2-dimensional world, they can exert such strength. Aren't the 4 divine kings too freakish? Thank goodness I came down from the mountain prematurely. Otherwise, I would have been gravely injured by the aftermath of their clash, if not dead. Alas, it seems I have no chance to enter the heavenly gate now. The 4 divine kings and those 5 contenders have already occupied the 6 spots for the opening of the heavenly gate. I can't possibly live for 70,000 years in this 2-dimensional world. While watching the battle, an air of desperation began to surge in the hearts of many powerhouses of the myriad tribes. Even a small proportion of them directly extinguished their avatars. Since they were to suffer essential losses sooner or later, they might as well face it now. On the side of human civilization, Xuanyuan Dua and the other evolvers watched the battle under the heavenly gate with trepidation. Lord Xueyu, should we give up this opportunity for the opening of the heavenly gate? Xuanyuan Dua couldn't help but ask, truly frightened by the scene of the confrontation between the 4 divine kings and the other strong contenders. "Let's wait and see," Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. So far, the four divine kings had yet to use their ultimate weapon. The fighting between the six contenders looked extremely brutal. But neither side had truly exerted their full power yet. The 5 11th rank complete legendary lives, led by the small and thin old man, had also not yet used a single mysterious artifact. Under the heavenly gate, huff, huff, six figures were fighting fiercely. The heavenly gate is about to materialize. You four join forces and hold him off. I'll go check out the heavenly gate. The small and thin old man quickly broke away, intending to head towards the heavenly gate. According to the information within the two-dimensional world, only the life that stands in front of the heavenly gate first after it opens can attempt to push it. This meant that it was not directly related to strength. Even though the individual strength of the four divine kings was the strongest, as long as they did not stand in front of the heavenly gate, there was a chance that the small and thin old man could enter it. "How dare you!" The four divine kings instantly went mad. A dimly luminous light suddenly appeared between his four arms, and an aura that shook the soul momentarily covered the entire mountain summit. The four divine kings are using that ultimate weapon. The small and thin old man, who had originally intended to approach the heavenly gate, immediately returned. His actions just now were solely to provoke the four divine kings, forcing them to use their ultimate weapon prematurely. If the four divine kings had endured a little longer and allowed the small and thin old man to approach the heavenly gate, the other four 11th rank complete legendary lives would probably have been unable to sit still. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly exploded. The small and thin old man and the other five strong contenders also used their mysterious artifacts for the first time. In an instant, the battle beneath the heavenly gate escalated several levels, with the horrifying aftermath almost continuously eroding the height of the mountain summit. "Ha ha ha ha, you five useless things. You think you can deal with me by joining forces?" The four divine kings waved their four arms, and every attack they launched shook the 5 11th rank complete legendary strength contenders. "He's so strong." The small and thin old man looked troubled but did not back down. The heavenly gate was right before his eyes. Unless absolutely necessary, he was unwilling to give up. Now, the four divine kings were facing five at once and had the upper hand, but that didn't mean they could definitely beat them. Boom! The energy of the small and thin old man and the other five contenders surged once more, repelling the four divine kings' frenzied attacks. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry, let's go." The 11th ranked powerhouses standing on the summit began to rush towards the middle of the mountain. They felt that if they continued to stay there, they might indeed be in mortal danger. "Lord Shuiyu, we should also leave quickly," Xuanyuan Dua said urgently. Their ability to withstand the pressure emanating from the four divine kings and the others was solely due to Lin Yuan's protection. Most human evolvers did not have the right to stand at the top of the mountain. And now that the fight between the four divine kings and the other five contenders had escalated, it would be suicidal not to leave. "Leave? Why should we leave?" Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, his gaze still fixed on the heavenly gate, which had mostly materialized. "I originally thought that a refined ultimate weapon could unleash considerable power in this world. Turns out it's just this." "What do you mean?" Xuanyuan Dua was somewhat baffled. She did not understand why at this moment, instead of worrying about evading the aftermath, Lord Shuiyu was talking about the power of the ultimate weapon? However, before Xuanyuan Dua could recover her wits, Lin Yuan, who had been standing in front of her, casually stepped forward and vanished from the spot. Beneath the heavenly gate, where the four divine kings and the small and thin old man and other contenders had been fiercely colliding, suddenly everyone felt their scalps explode, as if they were facing life and death decisions, and fear arose in their hearts. They started to retreat wildly in all directions without hesitation. Swish! A figure crossed over their former positions and appeared in front of the barely manifested heavenly gate. This figure, with his back to the four divine kings and the other six strong contenders, raised his right hand and gently drew a line behind him. A constantly trembling black aura encompassed half of the mountain summit, and the four divine kings and the other six strong contenders were all outside this thin line of black energy. It was only then that Lin Yuan even glanced at the four divine kings and the others. "Cross this line and die." In front of the divine gateway, Lin Yuan approached for a closer observation. The two were less than half a meter apart. A black line of breath, seemingly substantial, prevented the 4 divine kings and other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses from crossing. This sight was incredibly shocking, as even authoritarian beings like the 4 divine kings displayed looks of doubt and uncertainty, refraining from crossing the line. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands from the myriad tribes' powerhouses widened their eyes. Within their view of the scene, originally, the 4 divine kings and 5 other powerhouses were engaged in a fierce battle. But in the next moment, they all stopped and retreated swiftly, then a figure appeared in front of the divine gateway. With a flick of his hand, he drew a line and left the message, "Those who cross this line shall die." What was most unbelievable was that the 4 divine kings and the 5 other powerhouses really didn't cross that thin line? They just let that suddenly emerging figure stand in front of the divine gateway? What's the situation now? Why aren't the 4 divine kings fighting anymore? That figure in front of the divine gateway, is he the mysterious powerhouse from Shuiyu ancient country who emerged 200 years ago from human civilization, who suddenly made a move and deterred the 4 divine kings? So domineering, "Those who cross this line shall die," he really doesn't regard the 4 divine kings at all. The myriad tribes' powerhouses rapidly discussed amongst themselves. Currently situated on the mountainside, unable to sense the fluctuations of aura at the peak, they could only make judgments based on the reactions of the 4 divine kings and other powerhouses. At the mountaintop, the many 11th-ranked powerhouses who had not yet evacuated were watching Lin Yuan in absolute astonishment. "He's too strong. How is this human civilization's blood raw and so powerful?" As soon as he took action, the 4 divine kings dared not continue? One by one, the 11 ranked powerhouses got closer and sensed more, leading them to find the situation even more unbelievable. They had originally thought that among all the myriad tribes' powerhouses, with the refining of the supreme weapon, the 4 divine kings would be the strongest. Even other level 11 perfect legendary powerhouses, like the Slender Elder and 5 others, needed to join forces to barely contend. Then Lin Yuan suddenly appeared? Note that the outside world had deemed Lin Yuan among the 9 great powerhouse levels. But there was still a significant gap between him and the 4 divine kings, the Slender Elder and the other 5 powerhouses. Lord Blood Rain, it's on the side of human civilization's evolvers. Xuanyu and Dua and other evolvers were somewhat dazed. Just over a month ago, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that Lin Yuan also came from human civilization. Based on the strength that Lin Yuan had displayed 200 years ago, even if he wasn't quite at the level of superior powerhouses like the 4 divine kings, he was still strong enough to compete for entrance into the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th opening of the divine gateway. As for the first opening of the divine gateway, honestly, Xuanyu and Dua had no expectations at all. Accompanying Lin Yuan was just to witness the divine gateway for herself. After all, she was well aware of the strength of the 4 divine kings. Even if they joined forces with the Slender Elder and others to confront the 4 divine kings, the likelihood of entering the divine gateway would probably still be unrelated to Lin Yuan. Therefore, from the beginning, Xuanyu and Dua didn't think this opening of the divine gateway had anything to do with human evolvers. This was a competition among the innate mighty extraordinary beings. Outside the scroll, the many supreme beings also paid close attention to the scenes atop Heavenly Mountain. Unable to peer into the 2-dimensional world, they could only watch the shared memory images of the myriad clans' powerhouses present on Heavenly Mountain. The 4 divine kings are indeed very strong. The spot for this divine gateway's opening should belong to the 4 divine kings. Truly the unique and unparalleled special beings, the treasures of the Star Alliance. The supreme beings carefully deduced the outcome of the battle through the memory images, which held no surprises for them. Originally, they were aware that the 4 divine kings should be the final victors. After all, compared to other myriad clans' powerhouses, refining a supreme weapon completely suited to oneself held too great an advantage. The forces behind the myriad clans' powerhouses had also considered extinguishing the 4 divine kings early on, only to end up with the Tianyu clan being slaughtered and eliminated prematurely. However, just as the supreme beings continued their observations, they were stunned, for through the memory images, they saw Lin Yuan appear and force the retreat of the 4 divine kings and the other 5 powerhouses. Is this an evolver from human civilization? How can he be so strong, surpassing even the combined force of the 4 divine kings? One supreme being after another displayed surprise, as even the four divine kings, to these beings of the 12th rank ultimate, didn't seem like much, merely a young individual with prospects of becoming ultimate. What surprised the supreme beings was the unexpected turn in the battle. Could there be someone stronger than the four divine kings? And this powerhouse came from human civilization? A frown creased the forehead of a supreme being from the Star Alliance, who was observing through the memory images of the four divine kings and therefore knew more about the aura Lin Yuan emitted. HMPH, no wonder you, Sha Qin, were unwilling to cooperate with me. Your human civilization has been hiding deeply. The Star Alliance's supreme being looked at the Sha Qin supreme being with some dissatisfaction and muttered under his breath. At this moment, he finally understood why the Sha Qin supreme being had previously acted so perfunctorily. It turned out that human civilization didn't need to rely on the four divine kings to enter the divine gateway. Although the four divine kings and other powerhouses did not directly confront Lin Yuan, their perceptions allowed them to deduce that the latter was stronger than them, much stronger. For this opening of the divine gateway, the most hopeful to enter had now shifted from the four divine kings to Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha, Sha Qin's supreme being's face revealed a smile. Over the past 200 years, he also hadn't pressed Lin Yuan much on his capabilities, feeling that it would create pressure. Regardless of whether he was asked or not, Lin Yuan's strength would not be affected. Sha Qin's supreme being felt it was best to let Lin Yuan perform by himself. At least the witch ancestors' 35 realms. Sha Qin's supreme being judged internally that Lin Yuan had easily forced back the four divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses, all of whom were from the ancestor witch's 30 realms or 31 realms. Being just 2 or 3 realms stronger wouldn't achieve this feat. How does human civilization have such good luck? Far away, several ancestors of the Tianyu clan looked at each other, feeling somewhat envious. From the very beginning of their arrival, the Tianyu clan had been eliminated. Now that the heavenly gate was open, the strong members of the Tianyu clan simply could not be bothered to come. This powerhouse of human civilization, compared to his performance in the two-dimensional world, even surpasses the four divine kings. The hope of reaching the ultimate level in future must not be underestimated. The insect queens were quite worried since human civilization and the insect race were absolute mortal enemies, without any possibility of reconciliation. While there might be potential cooperation between the Star Alliance and human civilization, cooperation between the insect race and human civilization? Even if they met without fighting, cooperation would be impossible. In the Insect Queen's view, if human civilization produced another supreme being in the future, the pressure they would have to bear would surge significantly. Atop Heavenly Mountain, the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses wore expressions as solemn as water. They were the closest to Lin Yuan and knew very well what level of powerhouse they were dealing with. How is he so much stronger than me? A tumultuous wave surged in the heart of the 4 divine kings. For over 300 years, he had not spent a day without enduring grueling cultivation, constantly seeking to merge the ultimate weapon within his body. He had originally thought himself invincible in this two-dimensional world, confident that he could handle even an 11th rank complete legendary strength like the skinny old man. But Lin Yuan? A great fear kept emerging in the mind of the 4 divine kings at this moment. He had a feeling that he definitely could not defeat the other party. If he even thought of making a rash move, it could genuinely lead to life-threatening danger. What should we do now? Not far away, the skinny old man glanced at the 4 divine kings. While the 5 of them and the 4 divine kings were adversaries, they did not hesitate to join forces when confronted with a more formidable enemy. What to do? The 4 divine kings felt hesitant as well. The intention of the skinny old man was clear. Would the 6 of them join forces to test Lin Yuan? Or simply leave right away? Let's leave, the 4 divine kings said after a deep look at Lin Yuan, slowly retreating down the mountain. He truly sensed a sort of life-threatening danger from Lin Yuan, so he decided to simply give up this chance at the opening of the heavenly gate. For the 4 divine kings, there was no point in fighting Lin Yuan for this chance at the heavenly gate. As long as he survived, there would be another opportunity to enter the heavenly gate next time. Why did he previously engage in combat with the skinny old man and others? It was entirely because the 4 divine kings felt no pressure and was fairly confident in defeating them. But now, the 4 divine kings had not a shred of confidence, and even faced the possibility of being brought down here, naturally knowing how to choose. To leave? Upon seeing the movements of the four divine kings, the other five powerhouses glanced at each other and began to retreat as well. The five of them had already had severe difficulty dealing with the four divine kings, let alone facing Lin Yuan, who dared not even engage. Couldn't believe none of us would be the ones to enter the heavenly gate, thought the skinny old man solemnly, his face tinged with sentimentality. The voluntary retreat of the four divine kings and the other six powerhouses caused tremors in the hearts of many watching from the myriad tribes. Retreating without fighting is a show of weakness. But are the four divine kings weak? How could they be weak? The mere pressure they emitted pushed 99% of the myriad tribes' powerhouses out of the mountain's waste. The residual impact from their previous wild engagement even caused many 11th-ranked powerhouses to feel numbness in their scalps, not daring to stay at the summit any longer. But now, the four divine kings and the other six had voluntarily retreated and given up the chance to enter the heavenly gate. The only possible explanation was that the human, blood-raw standing in front of the heavenly gate was beyond the limit of what the four divine kings and the others could handle. The four divine kings didn't even contemplate engaging. They just left like that. In front of the heavenly gate, Lin Yuan's attention was mostly on the gate, but he was still aware of the four divine kings and the other six powerhouses. The heavenly gate is right here, not even trying to probe? Lin Yuan was slightly astonished. After all, his statement of, "Whoever crosses this line, shall be killed," was specifically intended to provoke the four divine kings and the others. The reason was that they carried many, wondrous items on them. Other powerhouses from the myriad tribes didn't dare to carry wondrous items for fear of being plundered, but for ones like the four divine kings and the skinny old man, beings of 11th rank perfect life, this wasn't a concern. Even to maintain their combat power, these six powerhouses carried multiple wondrous items on them. Therefore, from the start to the end, Lin Yuan had never intended to let these six powerhouses go. But if he were to attack and kill directly, there were many supreme beings watching from outside the canvas, and the four divine kings were associated with the Star Alliance, which did not have a bad relationship with human civilization. To kill without even asking would undoubtedly look a bit unsightly. Killing Tuoba ancient god and other special beings was one thing. Those had a minimal hope of reaching the ultimate level. But the four divine kings? Lin Yuan knew that the four divine kings were treasures of the Star Alliance, their status not inferior to his own in human civilization. That's why Lin Yuan did what he had just done, crossing the line to infuriate the four divine kings among the six powerhouses. As long as the other side became provoked and collectively crossed the line to confront Lin Yuan, just like the frail old man and the other four powerhouses teamed up to confront the four divine kings earlier, Lin Yuan would then have a reason to slay them and snatch their wonders. I said, those who cross the line shall be killed. Now that you've all crossed it, my killing you wouldn't be excessive, would it? It's just that now, Lin Yuan hadn't anticipated that the four divine kings along with the other five powerhouses would be so cowardly. Did the aura I released just now scare them? Lin Yuan reflected on himself, roughly understanding the reason. Forget it, I won't pretend any longer. Lin Yuan sighed, no longer caring about appearance or reputation. The next moment, the black line that originally encircled most of the mountain peak suddenly began to expand. Almost in the blink of an eye, it had enclosed the four divine kings, the frail old man, and the other five powerhouses within it. The four divine kings had been planning to withdraw from the mountain peak, distancing themselves from Lin Yuan. But then they discovered, to their surprise, the black line drawn by Lin Yuan started to rapidly expand, and before he could react, he found himself already within its confines. How can the line move? The four divine kings were somewhat dazed. The frail old man and the other five powerhouses in the distance hadn't reacted either. They were moving away from Lin Yuan. How had they ended up within the black line? The four divine kings and the other powerhouses immediately realized something, turning to look at Lin Yuan who stood before the gates of heaven. Alright, since you've all crossed the line, don't blame me for taking action. Lin Yuan turned slowly, his gaze calm, as he spoke unhurriedly. If you want to make a move, don't bother looking for a reason. The four divine kings' eyes gradually filled with madness. With his quick thinking, he realized that Lin Yuan had never intended to let them go. Buzz! The four divine kings' forearms glowed, emitting an aura far surpassing that of when they had clashed with the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses. Whoosh! Lin Yuan appeared silently in front of the 4 divine kings, pressing down gently with his right hand. There was no intense collision, nor any ripple of strength released, as if it was merely a light touch, but the 4 divine kings' arms began to twist and deform. Their limbs crumbled to dust, and they were sent flying backward, crashing harshly at the edge of the mountain peak. Supreme weapon, indeed lives up to its reputation. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. If it hadn't been for the sudden protective force erupting from the 4 divine kings' arms just now, the opponent would have been annihilated by his palm strike. Even so, the current 4 divine kings had essentially lost 60% of their combat power. Go! Seeing this, the frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses, who initially planned to see if they could join forces with the 4 divine kings, saw the latter being severely injured by Lin Yuan and dared not linger any longer, fleeing in different directions. Think you can escape? Lin Yuan exhaled softly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, the thick blood chi spreading in all directions, enveloping everything. Where the blood chi covered, the air turned viscous. The frail old man and the other 5 powerhouses felt as though they were carrying a massive mountain, their movements slowed to a crawl. In the 2-dimensional world, where the suppression degrades all extraordinary powers, the so-called fields and worlds simply cannot exist. The blood chi field Lin Yuan displayed wasn't a field or world, but a natural force field generated by his blood and physical strength reaching a certain level. Like in the cosmic starry sky, the larger the celestial body, the greater its natural influence and range. This was purely physical law, and it applied here in this 2-dimensional world too. Ah! The frail old man suddenly turned around because Lin Yuan had already appeared behind him. I have defensive wonders. You can't kill me. The frail old man didn't continue to flee but stopped to face Lin Yuan's attack. The 4 divine kings, with their respective perfect weapons, had refined such treasures and thus, showed no interest in wonders of the 2-dimensional world. With his strength, the 4 divine kings never believed he would need such defensive wonders. But the frail old man was different. He was wearing 2 defensive wonders and believed that, no matter how strong Lin Yuan was, it would be difficult for him to be killed. However, Lin Yuan struck out with his palm again, whoosh. The terrifying force penetrated the frail old man's 2 defensive wonders, leaving only 100,000th of the strength to land on him. But even 100,000th of the strength was more than the frail old man could withstand. In an instant, his internal organs were shattered, and he lost all resistance. Phew! Lin Yuan appeared instantly behind the 3rd powerhouse, delivering another palm strike. The 4th, a palm strike. The 5th, a palm strike. The myriad tribes' powerhouses who were watching the battle were shocked speechless at the one-sided slaughter. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that legendary level 11 perfect beings like the 4 divine kings and the frail old man could be so easily slaughtered. Other than a supreme being, who could achieve this? At the deepest part of the 2-dimensional world. This area could no longer be considered part of the 2-dimensional world but a more concealed space. On a vast expanse of land, an old man barely half a meter tall lay leisurely in an armchair, his eyes squinted, relaxed. In front of him was a huge scroll. The scroll was filled with mist, as if it contained a vast and real world. The half-meter tall old man, who was previously sleeping, was suddenly disturbed as if something had interrupted his slumber, opened his eyes, and glanced at the giant scroll in front of him. In just over 300 years, breaking through the limit of 30 worlds? Did I stumble upon a treasure this time? The half-meter tall old man's eyes gleamed with surprise, as he began to observe intently. No, this talent is too monstrous. I need to watch longer. After considering, the half-meter tall old man thought, let's continue observing for another 10,000 years, to see to what heights you can eventually reach. Cosmic starry skies. The facial expressions of the supreme beings changed suddenly. In the 2-dimensional world, at the summit of Heavenly Mountain, they became aware of the unfolding events in real time. The 4 divine kings, a thin old man, and other 11th rank complete legendary strengths had barely come into contact with that human, Shuiyu, when they were gravely injured and near death. The 2 parties were simply not on the same level, with the former powerless to even struggle or resist in the presence of the latter. Even though they possessed defense treasures to protect themselves, in the 2-dimensional world, These defense treasures could only exert minimal power and were utterly incapable of blocking Lin Yuan's attack. "Sha Qin, have your human evolver stop," a supreme being from the Star Alliance urged, unable to sit still any longer. The four divine kings were the most likely candidates in the Star Alliance to reach ultimate 11th rank life. If they died simply like this in the two-dimensional world from fundamental losses to their spirit will, no one knew how long it would take to recover. It might even be possible that they could not recover at all, which would lessen their hopes of reaching the ultimate greatly. "Sha Qin, let's talk this over," a supreme being from the Yu clan immediately communicated, as two of the 5 11th rank complete legendary lives came from the Yu clan. 11th rank complete legendary lives, even for the peak clans, were foundational, ranked on the reserve list for ultimate, and it was unknown how long one might take to emerge. Although dying in the two-dimensional world meant only the avatar perished, the fundamental loss would diminish the eventual probability of achieving the ultimate, which wasn't much different from a complete demise. The possibility of successfully achieving the ultimate was already minuscule, and further reduction made attempting to reach the ultimate no different from courting death. "Oh," Sha Qin Supreme Being glanced at the other ultimates who were continuously sending messages to him. "We had already agreed not to interfere with our clan members' actions in the two-dimensional world. It's tough for me to do anything when you approach me like this," Sha Qin Supreme Being said indifferently. "I'm willing to offer," a supreme being from the Star Alliance immediately spoke. In the end, the Star Alliance paid a price that greatly satisfied Sha Qin Supreme Being. "All right, let me ask first." Sha Qin Supreme Being glanced at the Yu clan's Supreme Being. "My clan is also willing to offer." The Yu clan's Supreme Being's heart was bleeding internally as he spoke stiffly. Virtual world. Lin Yuan stood in the personal world of the Supreme Being, looking up at Sha Qin Supreme Being seated on the throne. "The Supreme Being asked me to spare the four divine kings for now," Lin Yuan thought to himself, guessing that Sha Qin Supreme Being might be negotiating with other ultimate beings. A moment later, a smile appeared on the face of Sha Qin Supreme Being seated on the throne. "Ha ha ha ha. This really made those old guys bleed heavily," Sha Qin Supreme Being began, sounding quite pleased. "Bleed?" Lin Yuan looked towards Sha Qin Supreme Being. "Yes." Sha Qin Supreme Being nodded. How could they not pay a price to save their clan members? As he said this, Sha Qin Supreme Being looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. "About the four divine kings and others, there's no need to kill them now. I'll give you 80% of the compensation." "Okay." Lin Yuan immediately agreed. Sha Qin Supreme Being had only asked him to spare the four divine kings and the thin old man's lives and did not mention sparing their treasures. Lin Yuan could take all the treasures possessed by the four divine kings, the thin old man, and the other strong beings, then spare their lives. By the way, for that ultimate weapon embedded in the four divine kings' body, don't forcibly extract it, Sha Qin Supreme Being added. The one from the Star Alliance has agreed to trade for 2 ultimate weapons. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. To Lin Yuan, the four divine kings' ultimate weapon was no different from ordinary treasures. Trading 1 for 2 was absolutely a great deal. Two-dimensional world. Atop the mountain, Lin Yuan's vigor surged, enveloping the entire mountain summit. The four divine kings, the thin old man, and the other 6 strong beings had completely lost their ability to resist. The numerous powerhouses of the myriad clans below the summit were in utter turmoil. The strength displayed by Lin Yuan was terrifyingly formidable, far surpassing the gap between the 4 divine kings and these Tier 10 and Tier 11 powerhouses. Why has this person from human civilization, Lord Shuiyu, stopped attacking? Nonsense, it must be because the ultimate beings behind the 4 divine kings have reached out to the supreme being of the human civilization for negotiations, they speculated. Exactly, other special life forms avatars, even if they die in this two-dimensional world, the Star Alliance wouldn't bother. But it's different for the 4 divine kings. He is their most hopeful candidate to become an ultimate. The myriad tribes' powerhouses were astonished internally, looking at Lin Yuan standing in the center of the summit, their souls trembling. If they had not been sure that those who descended into this two-dimensional world were Tier 11 and below, they would even suspect that Lin Yuan was a supreme being. If he isn't a supreme being, how could he possibly suppress everything in this two-dimensional world, growing at a speed far surpassing the 4 divine kings? A gap of 1 or 2 realms could still be comprehended, 3 or 4 realms were reluctantly acceptable. But the gap between Lin Yuan and the 4 divine kings was probably 10 or 20 realms. Many would believe it if he were called a supreme being. In the middle of the summit, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, looked toward the 4 divine kings, the thin old man, and the other 6 strong beings, and said, "Hand over all your treasures, and you are free to leave." Hand over the treasures? The 4 divine kings and the others exchanged glances, slightly relieved inside. Although parting with their treasures was heart-wrenching, at least this avatar was preserved. "The strongest weapon merged within my body," the 4 divine kings whispered softly. "You may keep it." Lin Yuan glanced briefly at the other. This had also been specially instructed by Sha Qin's supreme being. The strongest weapon within the 4 divine kings was of little significance to Lin Yuan. Very soon, 6 powerhouses handed over all the extraordinary items they carried. Among them, the 4 divine kings had 4 extraordinary items, the thin old man had 5, and the other 4 collectively had 18. From this battle alone, Lin Yuan had acquired 27 extraordinary items, which, added to those he had collected over the past 300 years, brought the total to over 30. This total didn't even include what other supreme beings had paid Lin Yuan to spare the lives of the 4 divine kings and the other 6 powerhouses. All in all, as long as Lin Yuan could make it out of the 2-dimensional world smoothly, his gain would reach an unprecedented level, amassing a wealth that an 11th-ranked powerhouse couldn't accumulate in 10 lifetimes. After storing all the extraordinary items in the mirror's inner space, Lin Yuan voluntarily suppressed his own aura, gradually dissipating the blood and force field spreading over the entire summit. "You may leave now." Lin Yuan turned around, standing afresh before the heavenly gate. From attacking the 4 divine kings and the other powerhouses to completely suppressing them, and receiving instructions from Sha Qin's supreme being, not much time had actually passed. Even now, the heavenly gate in front of him had not fully materialized. "Are you a supreme being?" the 4 divine kings suddenly asked before leaving. If Lin Yuan were a supreme being, he could somewhat accept the defeat more gracefully, as losing to a supreme being wasn't shameful. "A supreme being?" Lin Yuan shook his head, "I am not." He was not only not a supreme being, but he wasn't even an 11th rank life. Not a supreme being. The 4 divine kings fell silent. Given Lin Yuan's capabilities, he seemed unlikely to lie, probably some hidden 11th rank evolver from human civilization. "I will remember this battle forever," the 4 divine kings said deeply, looking at Lin Yuan intensely before departing. Since their inception, they had never experienced such a crushing defeat, one so decisively executed. Whoosh! The 4 divine kings rapidly moved away. The injuries Lin Yuan caused had largely healed. For a power from ancestor witches 30 realms, as long as the brain and heart weren't shattered, injuries to other organs would swiftly recover. "We shall leave as well." The thin old man and the other 4 powerhouses also rapidly departed. For a time, the summit of Heavenly Mountain was left with only Lin Yuan. To be precise, at the edge of the summit, there were also Xuanyu and Dua and several other human evolvers. Besides them, all powerhouses from the myriad clans, including even those 11th-ranked powerhouses, had withdrawn from the summit's vicinity, only daring to observe from midway up the mountain. Too strong. Hu Zhu of the prison tribe stood in a corner near the summit, staring at Lin Yuan standing before the heavenly gate, flooded with a sense of immense despair. Initially, he thought that with the mysteries within his crimson long knife and after understanding many killing moves, he might try to compete for an opportunity to enter when the heavenly gate opened. But reality had harshly slapped him. Without mentioning the others, just the 4 divine kings and the thin old man could crush him, let alone Lin Yuan, who emerged out of nowhere and crushed the likes of the 4 divine kings. Lord Xueyu is so powerful? On the side of human civilization, Xuanyu and Dua and the other evolvers were bewildered. The surprise came too suddenly for them. How had they done nothing, yet Lin Yuan was already standing before the heavenly gate, just waiting for it to fully materialize so he could enter. Why isn't the Galaxy Master here yet? Among the group of 11th rank evolvers, Nolan refocused and began to look around the middle slopes, searching for the Galaxy Master. Is this the heavenly gate? Compared to the shock of the many powerhouses from the myriad clans, Lin Yuan returned his focus to the heavenly gate before him. The gate was now almost fully materialized. Its intricate, mysterious patterns, along with a faint oppressive force, made Lin Yuan's expression solemn. Although the heavenly gate's impression was far less compared to the door to the myriad realms, it was still slightly stronger than Sha Qin's supreme being. Not long before, Lin Yuan had personally witnessed Sha Qin's supreme being reversing the river of time to resurrect past lives that had died. Time passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the heavenly gate fully materialized. Rumble. At the moment the heavenly gate appeared, a terrifying oppressive force spread in all directions. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He felt something was off. With his strength, he could naturally easily withstand this oppressive force. But that was because Lin Yuan was at the witch ancestor's 50th realm, and this force had already surpassed what a normal witch ancestor at the 20th realm could handle. If every time the heavenly gate opened, it was with such oppressive force, what could the witch emperor and witch ancestor among those native lives use to enter the heavenly gate? Let's push the heavenly gate open first. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts, and as soon as the heavenly gate fully materialized, he just needed to push it open to enter. This was also the step that native powerhouses had to perform after the opening of the heavenly gate in the past. Thinking this, Lin Yuan raised his hands, placed them on the heavenly gate, and then pushed hard. A few breaths later, Lin Yuan's expression slightly changed. He actually could not push the heavenly gate open?